What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome to True Crime Time with T-REV. We were live here in the Prime, baby. How are y'all doing tonight? What is going on? Shout out to everybody in the chat, by the way. How's everybody doing? I see everybody down there. I see everybody in here. So we got Rook in the building. Mar R, shout out to her, as usual. Miss Dana, I see you. Hit that on my God button. I got you.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Yes, I did, Mouthy Mama. Actually, I think that's very crazy. It's mind blowing to me. I actually just seen a clip on that, and I want to play it because it happened yesterday, and they were at the residence. The kids that got stabbed. Now, three of them died, and it is I don't know. It's pretty insane. I don't know. Can you guys hear me though? How do we sound right now? Is it too loud? Too low? What are we looking like? You know? What up, Serena? He's like, what's good? What's up? But welcome to True Crime Time with T-REV, man. This is a podcast series that I will be doing where we talk about crimes that got us into true crime in general. You know what I mean? Like murders and things that just got your attention when coming to true crime. And that's something that's why I want to do this series, True Crime Time with T-REV. And in general, we'll be doing phone calls, we'll watch videos, we'll do certain things on this series. I'm doing a test run on it. I was thinking of like, hey man, maybe we should do an open topic live where we're not just, talking and surrounded by one case. Of course, we're gonna do lives where we're talking about one case, right? But that's not how it's always going to be around here. We're going to be digging into multiple cases. You know what I mean? So, but shout out to everybody. I see you, Freckles. I see you, Freckles. No Chains. Hello. I see you, Brian. What's good, man? How you doing, Brian? Nice to see you, man. Maria. Nice to see you, man. I'm glad you came by. Connie in the building. And who is calling me? Hold up 1 second. I got a phone call. Hey, baby, what's going on? I'm live. It's okay. I'm live. I just hit live. What's going on? Uh-huh. Wow, wow. That's dope. That's dope. Well, make sure you give me some sage. Yeah, grab me a couple things. Okay, I love you too. Be careful. Bye. All right. Sorry about that, guys, but we're back. Mouthy Mama sound great to you. Okay, good. I had to order me one of these. I don't know. Let's see. I don't know if I want this big friggin' furry thing on top of here. Does this make this sound better? Does it make it sound better at all? Testing 1 2, testing 1 2. OTC, what's up? OTC, welcome. Long time no see. Mike sounds good. It's in the evidence. How you doing, Donna? Welcome. Mike Jetson. We got Jetson in the building. What's going on with you, man? I can hear you and feel you.
Oh my God.
That boy said.
Surprise, motherfucker.
Valdis, what's going on, man? Rook, I see you, Rook. The roof is on fire. Nah. Shelly says, hi, T-Rev. Just woke up. Nice to see you on. Thank you. Nice to see you too. As always, I see you damn every stream. She said, sounds exciting. The Chicantique Salvatore. The only thing I don't like is that you can't see that beautiful face. That's what he said. Well, hey man, how do you know I didn't get this to hide? You know? Hold up. Let's see if we can get a little face action in here. But hey, I got this. There's several different ways. We'll mess with it. We'll mess with it. West End girl. Cool, let's do it. Yeah, so let's jump into it. I actually want to check this clip or show this clip to you guys because this is pretty damn insane, right? Like, this is insane. A mother of 5 kills 3 of her kids, and 2 of them are in ICU. That shit blows my mind. That's the type of shit that we got going on in our world right now. You know what I mean? That's the type of shit that we're dealing with. And it's crazy to me. I think it's crazy personally, but I don't know. I don't know what the fuck is going on in this world or in somebody's mind who takes the lives of their own kids. That's mind blowing. Let's check it out.
And we begin with breaking news in Ellis County. 3 children found dead and 2 others rushed to a hospital with stab wounds. Sources tell us the suspect is the children's mother and is in custody tonight. Police have been at a home in Italy since 4 this afternoon. That's located off I-35, about 40 miles south of Dallas. WFAA's Matt Howerton joins us live after speaking to relatives and investigators tonight. Matt.
Chad's fast.
Yeah, Cynthia, I don't know how to say this here, but what happened here on this street in this tiny community behind me is simply unfathomable. A mother, police say, stabbing her own children, 3 of them to death. Police still on scene here tonight telling us that all this happened around 4 p.m. this afternoon. And believe me when I tell you, something like this that happened on this tiny street in this tiny community has sent a titanic shockwave through so many here in Italy, Texas. So far, what we know tonight, it is unknown what sparked the killings, but WFAA sources telling us the mother stabbed her children when a CPS worker who suspected the mom was having unsupervised visitations arrived at a home on the street where the children lived to check on everyone unannounced. The children, we were told, were living with another relative at the time. The kids living here under the supervision of another relative, as we said, police telling us that CPS worker called 911 when she found all of them dead. 3 of the children, all young, 2 more taken to the hospital. Their injuries unknown tonight. Police not saying much else. We don't know the name of the mother or what charges she's facing right now. Our cameras did capture a group praying outside the home moments ago. As we said, everyone here very upset, shocked. A relative who babysat the kids spoke with us tonight, saying she remembers holding the children like it was just yesterday.
And I just want everybody to know
Postpartum depression. Do you really think postpartum depression is what made this lady snap? You know what I mean? I don't know the ages of the children. If anybody in chat knows the ages of these children, please let me know, because I just really seen about it when I came in here, but also heard about it. I see somebody said that somebody talked about it last night, but I typed it in Discord. I was like, man, a mother of 5 killed 3 of her kids and 2 of them are in ICU. What the fuck is going on? Postpartum or not, kill 3 of your kids and put 2 of them in ICU, and those other 2 might die. Man, what is going on? That shit makes my eyes water just talking about it. Right, T-REV? How can anybody kill their own kids? Mars says, oh my God. I mean, it is. It's crazy. Shell says, oh my God, I'm crying. It's super sad. It is. It's way sad. It's super sad. Super sad. I don't get it. I want to know the full story. I want to know why. What drives you to kill your kids, right? What drives you to kill your kids? What could make you so angry of a person that you would kill your kids? You would stab your kids, harm your kids. What would do that to you? Postpartum? Do we think postpartum had a, process in this? I don't know. I need to know more. This is awful. Marissa says, oh my fucking God. Yeah. Right. Oh my fucking God is right. It's crazy. It's crazy to me. I'm kind of baffled by it. Relatives need to be held accountable for this. Lala says, I'm looking more green today. My blue. Where are you? Scooby-Doo. Scooby-Dooby-Doo. All right, Lala. So I had a problem with mods. All right. So mods who represent my channel, or anybody that is talking down on it, any caller that I have, or disrespecting, you know what I'm saying? Because I've seen something yesterday and you said something to somebody that I just don't like, and that we don't, you know what I'm saying? Well, I don't represent talking down to people like, oh, the last 2 people that called sound like they're doped out, or you know what I'm saying? Like, I just don't want that type of disrespect from my mods. And I would expect my mods to respect that, because I don't, you know what I mean? I'm not on the phone with my callers that call into the show or the podcast to talk to me in general. I never down nobody. I never, you know what I mean? I don't want any mods to be downing people. And maybe I should have made that clear, and that's on me. But I seen a few things with some mods that just aren't connected. They don't talk, you know what I mean? They're saying things that are just disrespectful, and I don't like that. You know what I mean? And it's nothing against you, Lala, whatsoever. But I'm being real with you 100% and telling you why I took the mod away for now. Now, maybe that may change. Maybe you apologize for it or whatever to, because saying that is not what I want. I don't want anybody representing me saying these people sound like they're on dope, because there's people that call that have disabilities. There's people that call that, are in a different position than everybody. Not everybody's going to sound the same. Not everybody's going to sound crisp and clear. Not everybody from all different walks of life call in. So I want to make sure that people are respected. Now, if we get disrespected, that's a different thing, right? But I just want to make sure that I have that clear with my mods. I don't want to be disrespecting nobody that calls in whatsoever, because I'm grateful to have you guys to talk to about these things. And if they see mods talking shit about them in my chat and I'm not addressing that, that looks bad on me, right? That looks bad on me because I choose specific people to hold it down for me while I'm, running the podcast and talking to you guys. So that's why I'm just I actually removed about 20 mods. I've removed about 20 mods so far, and I'm cleaning it up, and I need some more mods, yes, but I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page. OCD Rev, I keep trying to join because I love watching you, but I am not having any success. I'm old and don't know what I'm doing. OCD, you're fine. You're here now. I don't know what you mean by join. I don't know if you mean a member or whatever. If a mob wants to show you how to do that, I'm cool with it. But I mean, you don't have to be a member to be here. I mean, you just being here is great. Like I've said. It was yesterday. Another mod brought it to my attention, and I kind of missed it. But then when I went back and looked, I was like, what? But another mod brought that to my attention. But we could talk about it. I'm not like angry at you. I just don't want any of my mods disrespecting people. That's all. Right. Anita, hey, or hello, Trev. I missed you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Root, hold up. See, she wasn't even supposed to be around them unsupervised. That's crazy. This is horrifying. How could a mother do this to her beautiful children? I don't understand that. It's all the time now. Anita says. Hold on. I'm gonna open the lines too. Let's see. I want to hear from some of y'all on this. Let's open it up. Google Voice. All right, hold up. My eyes too, so sad. Wonder what the kids had done to her. Wow. Let me fix my damn, get it straight on me. Aaron says, so sad. Welcome, Aaron. Nice to see you. Shanny T says, I just know PPD is real and affects everyone differently. Postpartum depression, I'm assuming you're talking about, right? Jip says, no excuse. I'm sorry. Nancy says postpartum can be bad, but healthcare workers should be on top of that. Maybe one of you can call in and let me know about the postpartum, because I'm not, I know a little bit about it, but I'm not going to act like I'm an expert. You know what I'm saying? Because I haven't dug too deep into postpartum depression and looked up and researched the definition. So maybe one of you guys can call in. It's 219-885-9693. I'm taking it off Do Not Disturb. Hopefully you get through. If you can get through, call in right now. I just opened the line. I took it off Do Not Disturb. So you definitely should be able to get through. Brittany B says it's very sad what is going on in this world. I know it, and it's put in front of our face every day now because, like I said yesterday, social media, right? Everything you're going to hear on social media, 100%. True Crime T said, I had really bad postpartum. It's no excuse. True Crime T. Now, when you had postpartum depression, how did you feel? I don't know if you want to call in and talk about that, but I'd love to hear about it. I'd love to hear about it. 520, what's going on? You're live.
T-REV, this is Laughing Stock.
What's going on, Laughing Stock? How you doing, my brother?
Pretty good. Now, my perspective on this is, so we're talking about postpartum depression. I had experienced an ex, and she had really bad postpartum depression with my second child.
Mm-hmm.
And it was rough. I mean, I had to keep things in balance for a good probably 10 years. And it was, and her parents didn't even understand it. So it's a rough one.
Now, I don't know, like, because I personally, you know, I've heard about postpartum, but I don't deeply know the definition of it, if you get what I'm saying.
Okay. Well, I guess it's, I don't know it exactly, but it's after you've had a child, and I don't know, it was my second child, or both of our second child, that something happened in her mind and her brain, which caused an imbalance. She didn't become violent or anything, but she lost interest in the family structure and doing things as a unit per se. So it just caused an imbalance that was tough. Obviously, in this case, but it's much more severe. So their case, but this.
Now, do you think that? Okay, so all right, let's go with a theory that it was postpartum. Is that an excuse?
No, it's not an excuse, because if you have indications of postpartum, you need to seek help, just like any other mental disorder, you know?
So I'm diagnosed with bipolar and depression, right? And I got severe depression. Now, is that,
Yeah.
I don't know how those go hand in hand, because, you know, I know what mine is, but I don't know if that is even close to comparable to postpartum. So I don't even want to speak on it and act like I do know.
No, postpartum is strictly for regarding women. Now, I mean, a psychologist or a psychiatrist is going to be the expert on telling anybody what their mental health characteristics are. So I have no authority to say anything about that. And I have some issues that I deal with. It's a struggle, but you have to seek help for the struggles. Anybody does. So anyway,
And it's just so sad to hear that three kids lost their lives being stabbed by their mother, and I don't even think the mother had custody of them.
so I heard about this case earlier today, and the mother is a twin, okay? And her sister has trouble with the law as well. So I don't know if there's a violence in their childhood. I don't know what's going on, but there's some background that probably needs to be exposed and looked at. This is all very new, it just happened. So
Right.
yeah.
Man, there's a few people in chat saying that the sister did the same thing.
Yeah, okay. I mean, there you go. I would trust the chat at this point, because
I've seen a few.
I just heard about it.
I've seen a few that said it.
Yeah.
Man,
So
and they're just starting to investigate it. So I'm sure that everything will come out, right? You know what I mean? Like,
right. Yeah. It's coming to light. They're gonna figure out what this is all about.
Yeah,
So I guess the CPS worker was at the house when she attacked the children.
Yep, she was the one who called the police, or he.
And that was a trigger, I think, that set her off. I don't know. Stress is triggers. But
that is, I don't know. It's heartbreaking to hear that, dude. I don't know what happened or what. I know it just happened, so I'm sure, like I said, within the next couple of days, I'm sure they'll get some information out. But prayers to the two kids that are in ICU right now. Hopefully they pull through and get. Yeah. I'm pray that they pull through and nothing bad happens to them. ICU. I mean, this is some deep shit. And then find out their siblings had died. I mean, I know that's going to crush them too. I don't know how old they are, right? I don't know the ages of the kids. I just had seen it and it blew me away, and I was like, what?
Yeah, I know. It's one of those cases. You're like, what in the world is this? What is the world coming to?
What is the world?
So, anyways, love and respect, man.
I appreciate you, brother. Thank you for calling in and sharing. Thank you. I seen that. Who was it? No Chains. Thank you. I appreciate you for the 5 gifted. But yeah, man, I don't know, man. The world, it's just getting. I feel like it's just getting more wild. People say it's always been this way, but I don't know. I feel different. I see more of these stories, but maybe it's just because of social media. And that's another topic that I want to have one day.
Probably your perspective.
Mm-hmm.
You're closer to true crime than you've been before, right? So,
absolutely, way more. I mean, I watched it. Like, all right, so let's say my daily routine would be, I'd do some things, and then every night that I wind down, or if I'm during the day hanging out and I'm not doing another hobby of mine, I'm watching true crime. Period. I'm
you're skimming the headlines, looking for anything new.
Or watching, or just going over or watching the show like the murder tapes. I like the murder tapes. I like, just I like and I see a bunch of cases on there that I've never heard of, and they're, it's wild circumstances, like somebody being killed by their own grandson, and the mom and the mom and her child killed her own mom. It's just that I see weird cases on there, dude. It's shit that blows my mind.
Yeah, the family annihilation and familicide is what they call it, I guess, when you kill your family members. It's just, that goes way back.
Right.
Like Lindbergh and stuff like that. So,
yeah, man, I appreciate you calling in and speaking your mind, man. Thank you so much, Laughing Stock, and I appreciate you, brother. God bless you.
I appreciate the time. Thanks for extending it.
Absolutely. Thank you, my brother. I'll hear from you again. I know I'll talk to you again soon.
All
right, boss man. God bless you. Lock your doors.
Yeah.
Go lock them things. Shout out to him, man. Shout out to Laughing Stock. If you want to call in, it's 219-885-9693. Make sure you call in. Right? Yates is a demon? Why keep having them? Monique says, hold up. Or Monique. Monique says, what case are we talking about? There was 5 children stabbed by their mother in Texas. Hey, you're live. What's going on? What case are we talking about?
Oh, hold on just a second.
You're fine.
5 children stabbed by their mother in Texas.
Okay, are you there?
Yes, ma'am. You're live. You're on the air. What's going on? So what's your thoughts about this?
I'm Evie. So I don't remember what website I seen, but I seen her picture, and it said that her sister years ago, I don't know how, it didn't say how many years ago, but her sister stabbed her child 31 times.
Wow.
And that they found her so mentally unstable. She's not in prison. She's in a mental health facility for life.
What? So it runs in the family.
So she's been exposed to seeing like her sister and all that going down. So I wonder maybe if that wasn't a trigger. There could be multiple factors, like she couldn't take care of 5 kids all at one time. Even taking care of one makes you exhausted. But I just wanted to touch base with you about the postpartum depression. It can begin in like your late trimester or after having the kids. You're not getting as much sleep. You're not on your own schedule anymore. You're busy with the baby. You might not be able to be eating properly. You're irritable. And most mothers immediately feel a bond with their child, like whenever they're placed on their chest after a vaginal childbirth, and there's just something in the mother's mind that they cannot connect with the child. Like there's a disconnect there. there's a feeling of, okay, I've given birth, but I'm still detached.
Wow.
Yeah, they just, it would just be like going and visiting somebody else's baby. You don't love them like the mother loves them. There's detached. There's some obsessive behaviors that can be involved. Lack of sleep. And it's just some women can't deal with that without help. And most of the time they give you like antidepressants or anti-anxiety medications. And in severe cases, they tell you to go to counseling. But the thing with that is, like the guy talking previously about his wife having postpartum depression, the whole part of it is you have to go ask for help. And this girl didn't go ask for help. There was a reason her kids weren't hers at the moment. They were, the state of Texas. So it's hard for women to go into a doctor's office and say, look, I'm not connecting with my baby. I feel depressed. I'm not eating right. I'm tired. I'm irritable. Can you help me out? No, a doctor is going to say yes. Now, let's say the doctor prescribed an antidepressant. Those take 6 to 8 weeks to kick in. So you have to say, okay, the mother started it, let's say March 1st. She's not going to feel the effects or feel better until next month or longer. And that's a whole long time to have postpartum depression and not getting any relief.
Right.
So, I mean, there's just so many factors that played in it. And I'm not defending her by any means, but I'm just saying postpartum depression is a real thing. And I know somebody who's had postpartum depression, and she had the detachment kind where she didn't connect with her baby. And of course her husband stepped up and did the job, but she did the right thing to try to go get help from a doctor,
Yeah. And I just want to understand what it is, but I appreciate you breaking it down. I mean, the fact that I don't know if that's the case in this case. I mean, we don't know that, right? But to know that it's her sister had a similar incident, but I mean, this one, 5 children. I don't know. I want to know their ages and when's the last time she had a baby, etc. I'd love to know those things.
Yeah, and it's kind of hard to say. Like, let's say her youngest was 2 years old. It's very rare that she would have postpartum depression, either A, for 2 years, or B, it begin when the child turns 2 years old. It's something that usually, like, when babies are like 4 to 6 to 7 to 8 months and they start sleeping all night, the mother can then, kind of sort of get back into her normal routine. Because, I'm not dissing dads out there, but most of the time, the father works, and, for the first, couple of months, it's the mother that does the majority of the work with the baby. So she's, up multiple times per night. She's sleepy during the day. And what if she has other kids? What if she has to get up at 6 a.m., but the new baby just let her go to sleep at 4, and she's got to get up and get her other kids off to school? There's just so many factors.
Wow. So I mean, I'd like to know. I know that she didn't have custody from what I read.
No, she did not.
It said that she didn't have custody, so I don't know was, why she didn't, or what the information on that would be. But I'm, like, I'm waiting for the whole story to drop out. So, but still, I don't know. Why'd she lose her kids and stuff like that? I don't, somebody can have mental issues, and I
A
would
lot of
think
moms,
personally, you could have mental issues and it not be postpartum also.
see, that's what I'm thinking, is there's been something going on for a long, long time. And after 5 kids, she just snapped. And instead of doing the right thing of giving like her children to like CPS or something, obviously they already had it. But I'm very interested to see who had custody and left her alone with those children.
Exactly.
But I would say, like I said, if the kids, 1 or 2 or 3 or 4, the youngest one, it's not postpartum depression. You can have it that long, but it's highly unlikely. It usually shows up within the first 2 to 4 weeks post childbirth. But like I said, you have to initiate the treatment of that by going to your doctor. And I don't know how to get in touch with you, but I do have her picture.
My email.
I don't have your email.
I'll give it to if you want to write it down, or you can get it in chat. Either one, I can give it to you right now if you want me to.
Okay, I'm ready.
Yeah, it's Trev, TREV 757 PSN, like PlayStation Network, PSN at gmail.com.
Okay, I'll find that article again and send it over to you. So like check your email in like 20 or 30 minutes if you want to.
Yeah, no, yes,
I
ma'am.
mean,
I'm looking at it. I actually got my email pulled up next to phone call, so I'll be able to refresh it and see everything that comes in.
okay, do you have any other questions, like anything about postpartum depression or anything?
Yeah, you did a pretty good job touching on it. I appreciate you actually calling up and letting everybody know, the viewers and myself, because like I said, I'd be a fool to sit up here and act like I know what postpartum depression is. You know, that's
I work
something I
in
can't explain.
healthcare. I work in healthcare and I can see it. It can be debilitating. It can drive you to the point of you being completely sane before having a child to insane after having a child. I mean, it's something that's overlooked and it's untreated. But the thing is you have to go to your doctor and tell them what's going on to get the treatment, and then wait the 6 to 8 weeks for a medication to kick in. And it's basically just like thinking, can I hang on for 8 weeks, before I do something crazy or I go crazy,
Yes, ma'am.
She should have just not let whoever it was bring her kids to her house, or they should have been dropped off at the fire station.
Wow, so crazy.
But I just thought I'd call and tell you a little bit about postpartum depression. It's a real thing. I have one child and I personally did not suffer from that. But like I said, my education is in healthcare, so I know, about it. And, there's minor cases all the way to severe cases, like this might be,
Yeah, and no doubt.
and it's a different depression, like you mentioned, bipolar depression. It's a different kind of depression than that.
Mm-hmm.
This one hits women only because our hormones, you have a baby in you. It takes everything from you while you're pregnant, all the vitamins, minerals, energy, all that stuff. And then you finally have the baby. And it takes a while for a woman to get all of her levels, medically up to normal. It takes a couple of weeks for it to stabilize.
Wow, it's crazy to think about that. Like, just what affects you after birth or giving birth. You know what I mean? Things like that. So I've heard about, of course, I've heard about postpartum depression. Of course, I've seen stories where it's mentioned multiple times, but I could truly say I've never took time out to actually research what postpartum depression is. And I'm going to do that even with you sharing everything you share with me. I'm still going to look at it because I want to get a full understanding of it. You know what I mean? Because especially talking about these things, I want to know exactly what it is, the full definition to the T, and implant that in my mind, especially from when I see these crimes happen. And I've seen crimes happen that are postpartum is mentioned in, like with women drowning their kids and all different type. And I'm sure you've seen them too.
Yes. But unfortunately, postpartum depression will not hold up in court. Like if that's their defense, let's say allegedly that's her defense is postpartum depression, they're gonna lock her. They're gonna lock her up. Like there's no way out of it. It's not a valid defense in the court of law.
Right, it's not standing. They're throwing that shit's getting. They're not even going to talk about it, or they'll try. Have you ever seen them talk about it at a trial or anything?
I've seen bits and pieces and stuff where they've tried to use it as a defense. I can't remember the name of the one, but one was she was trying to use. She drowned her baby at her friend's house or whatever. She wasn't home and she had a key to the house. She went over there and she drowned the baby and went home. And they tried to use postpartum depression as the defense. And the prosecution shot that down as in she needed to go get meds. She needed to be immediately talking to a counselor or somebody in the professional field to not validate her, but make her feel heard and keep reminding her, there was other alternatives out there than what you did, such as medicine, therapy. If you're at risk for killing somebody and you call like a center that has psychologists or psychiatrists and you tell them I'm having homicidal thoughts, they're going to get you in the same day.
That's no, I've actually admitted myself before. They got me in, like, having depression and stuff. I've been admitted to the hospital before. I've been in the hospital over 3 times. Going through stuff when I was younger, I'd say years and years ago, I don't have the balls to take my life. But when I felt like I didn't want to be here no more, I walked into the hospital and said, "Hey, I feel like I don't want to be alive no more. I don't. There's a lot of thoughts running through my head. I just don't want to be here no more." And within 2 hours, I was admitted. You know what I mean? Like they had me in a room and they admitted me, and I took myself to the hospital to get help because I didn't want to be in the world no more. I didn't have thoughts of hurting anybody. It was just the thoughts of me not wanting to be here anymore and deal with things. And I did that. I walked into the hospital several times, and I've been admitted several times, and it was under my own cognizance that I walked in there and said, "Hey, this is what I'm feeling. Please help me."
Yeah, well, kudos to you for knowing when it's time to get, alternate care other than medication if you take medication. So that
That's the
did the right
problem.
thing.
It was the medication that made me feel that. As soon as I stopped taking medication, I was better.
Well, whenever you take medication, make sure you taper down instead of just quit taking it.
Yeah. I just stopped taking it. The medication is what did it. As soon as I stopped taking it, I felt clear. I felt clear again, like I could actually think. And I've been on medication. You gotta think, I've been on medication since I was a kid, and all types of medication from Wellbutrin to a bunch of different things. and it was the medication that was affecting me. So I stopped taking medication all around, and I actually cope with everything way better on my own. Sounds weird,
Yeah.
but I do. I cope with everything better on my own.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I take medication for some mental things too. And I found out, when I tapered off of one of mine that I twice I had suicidal ideation. So I immediately put myself back on that medication and those thoughts went away. So like it's different for every person when it comes to mental disorders. You work better the way you do, but I unfortunately I need the pills to function and not to have like suicidal ideations and stuff like that. I mean, if it weren't for medication, I probably wouldn't be alive.
Yeah, if it wasn't, I don't know, if it wasn't for me going and taking myself to the hospital in general and walking in, possibly something could have happened to me. Not, I don't know, by like overdosing on medication or something. Something would have happened to me because there was just things running through my head that normally don't run through my head. I never had that. I don't have shit like that running through my head no more. At least not as much as I did. It was constantly every day. I was miserable. The medication made me miserable, and I really don't feel that way. I mean, sometimes, I get it. I'm diagnosed with being depressed and stuff like that. So, I mean, I still feel depression, but I rarely get to the point where it's like I want to kill myself or I don't want to be here no more. I don't, if I get to that state, it's deep. I'll disappear for a long time if I get to that state.
Yeah. Well, I've been there a couple of times, like I said, and it's because I quit taking my medication. So for me, I need the medication. You have found an alternate way, and that's okay, just as long as you remain safe.
Yeah, it's a struggle, and I pray for anybody out there dealing with mental health issues like myself. So I appreciate you calling in and letting everybody know. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I hope you understand PPD a little bit more and how it affects a woman, because it doesn't affect you know depression in men is totally different than PPD in women.
Mm, that's a good. You broke it down good. I'll tell you that much. You broke it down good for me, and I'm gonna go back and revisit this phone call too, and I'm gonna go back and you know, I don't know if I can. I want to be able to find it accurate on the internet. Some things are misleading, so I don't want to just click on anything that I find. I want to actually go to the facts. And I appreciate you calling up and explaining to the viewers, not only the viewers, but me too, because I am, I always hear postpartum, but nobody's ever really broke it down, or I've never seen people talk about it. I even seen it on cases that I've watched on the ID channel, but they never really got too deep into the definition of what it was. They just said
Yeah,
this woman had postpartum depression. She drowned her two kids, and they just keep going about the story.
yeah. Well, if it's left untreated, it leads to sometimes the mother being so detached that she does feel the need or the urge to get rid of what's not in her schedule, and the sleepless nights and things that come along with being a mother and a new mother. And ultimately, sadly enough, that is the reason some children die. But it's just one of those things that it's a disorder, but it's kind of like a temporary disorder.
Right.
You don't have it the whole kid's life, it's just temporary. So that's why it's not held up in court, because let's say I had a baby today and I'm feeling postpartum depression. So they immediately started giving me pills this morning and they're not going to take effect for a couple of months. You can't really defend a child being 3, 4, or 5 and saying that you killed him from postpartum depression, because when it all boils down to it, it's temporary, but there's no timeline on it. It's not like, okay, the child's 1 year of age, you can't have PPD anymore, or you won't have PPD anymore. When you get to like 2, 3, 4, 5 and up, like, it makes it even harder. It's just, it's admissible in court, to say that she suffered from that if she did, but depending on the age of the children, which we don't know yet, we don't know. I mean, but either way, the court won't look at that like they would look at somebody with bipolar or schizophrenia or a sociopath or something like that, that's, forever long term, because this is just a temporary.
Yeah. Well, thank you.
Well, all
What is
that
your
is,
name? I didn't ask you for your name. What's your name?
my name is Tony.
Tony. Okay. I appreciate you calling up, Tony, and explaining to everybody. Thank you so much for just breaking it down for us, because it does help people understand, and people really do need to know these definitions, because we can't go around here slinging around words and not know what the hell it means. You know what I mean? Because I know I see some people do that, and I'm guilty of it for speaking and saying words that I really didn't know the definition to back when I was younger, talking about that, like, and I went and looked at the definition. I'm like, damn, I look like an idiot. In my younger days, just saying things and just not knowing what the I'm talking about when it comes to certain
Yeah.
things. I'm not saying mental health in general. I'm just saying, like, it's important to know the definition of what a diagnosis is. It's important for, like, if you're diagnosed with something, it's important that you understand your diagnosis and what you're diagnosed with and what the effects are from your diagnosis and what helps the most and what helps other people. It's important that you research those things on the internet, or
Yeah.
in a book, or it's important to do those things, and those are things that I didn't do when I was 10 years ago. Those Now I'm more
And
in tune with my diagnosis. I want to know what people go through. I want to know if they have the same problems I have, and I've looked up things, and I've seen people have very similar problems to the mental health issues that I am diagnosed with, and it's warming in my heart to go to these forums and see other people that have the same thing, and see how they cope and explain things, and it's great to hear from other people.
yeah, and I think you should do all that in conjunction with your doctor. I think if you have any mental illness or any kind of, problem that's going to last years and years and years and years, that make sure your doctor knows. Make sure you go see your doctor regularly. If you think like like the pills, if the pills are making it worse, if they're not working, like, there's so many opportunities and availability to healthcare, different kinds of healthcare, like a psychiatrist, a psychologist, your general doctor, a counselor, there's options out there. It just sucks that you have to, as a mother, if you're having these thoughts, you have to initiate that care. They can't just, be like, okay, you had a baby, here's an antidepressant, you know?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Where are you calling it from?
I'm from Iowa.
Iowa. Thank you. I appreciate you, Tony, for calling up and sharing with us. I'm gonna get some other people on here, but I definitely had to let you talk longer so you could explain, because it's important for us to know, and I appreciate you doing that for everyone that's in chat. And a lot of people are very appreciative of you explaining too. So thank you for that.
All right, you're welcome. I hope you have a good show. I'm going to watch you, and I'm going to get this article over to you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much. We appreciate you, and thank you for being here.
Yeah, thanks for being here.
And also thank you for having a voice too, and explaining that, because some people just don't know, like I didn't. Like I of course when I see, postpartum depression, I know it has something to do with depression, but I didn't know what it meant. But thank you for breaking that down. Shout out to you, and I hope you have a good rest of your night, and I'll see you in chat if you're in chat.
Yeah, I go as Evie in chat.
Okay.
EVEY.
EVEY. Thank you so much.
Mhm.
God bless you. Lock your doors.
All right, my doors are locked. I'm good to go.
Thank you, Tony. I appreciate you. Shout out to her. Great phone call. If you want to call in, make sure you call in 219-885-9693. I want to hear. I want to hear about it. 520. You're live. What's going on? How you doing?
Hey, T-REV, what's up? What's up, family?
Jessica. It's been a long time.
No, this is not Jessica. This is Mary.
Oh my God, you sounded just like Jessica. I could go put that side to side, and y'all sound just like each other. For real, I'm dead serious. Jessica, I ain't seen Jessica in a while, by the way.
Oh, I wonder where she at. Listen, so I want to call in and let you guys know, okay? I work in healthcare on the clinical side, meaning I'm a nurse, okay?
I'm all ears.
And I'm also a mother, okay? I've also suffered with postpartum depression. So I feel like I am very much qualified. My baby is 21. So let me tell you what postpartum depression is. Postpartum, first of all, think of the word postpartum. A man cannot have postpartum because in order to be post, that means after. Partum means, childbirth. So after childbirth, okay? So as for the 4 to 8 weeks for antidepressants, that's not always the case. We have what we call serotonin. Serotonin is a hormone in your body that is released by your brain and some other technical stuff, right? And it helps you to feel happy, okay? Like adrenaline. Adrenaline is a hormone that makes you feel like, hey, I want to get up, I want to go work out, I want to clean the house. Gives you a lot of energy. Serotonin makes you feel, happy, not flat, but actually good. It makes you feel like, hey, I want to get up. I want to live life. I'm going to go in here. I'm going to change the baby. I'm going to dress the baby. We're going out to see mom. Okay. Serotonin, what we call it SSRI. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
A serotonin reuptake inhibitor. So your body kind of balances things out. So if you have too much serotonin in your bloodstream, you have what you call I don't want to get too technical. Your body will pull it back. It'll pull it back and store it until you need more serotonin. So SSRIs such as Zoloft, some of the audience may know that one, or sertraline. Those take about 2 weeks to start. Now, with this lady that we're talking about, there are things that I want to let you guys know. People don't want to talk about this, but doggone it, we are different. We all have different cultures. Black folk, I can speak on this because they're black, half white. Black folk do not want to go to the doctor and tell the doctor that, hey, I am feeling this way, because there is a stigma in our community when it comes to mental health. Okay. So we don't know. We know we have a strong suspicion that this girl's twin, a twin means that you was inside the mama womb with somebody. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Mental health disorders such as bipolar, such as schizophrenia, such as even the susceptibility to having PPD, alcoholism, all different types of things that go on with us can be linked back to either genetics or hereditary. There are different things between genetic and hereditary. Hereditary is more things of tradition. It's a taught behavior, okay? Genetics is more like you can't control it. Like you couldn't control that you were born with blue eyes or green eyes or what have you. Came from your DNA. So if this woman already has a history in her family of mental health disease and disorder, okay? She is getting pregnant, obviously, over a short period of time. She having these babies before the body before the hormones can try to get back on their normal level, she's pregnant again. And she already has a history of mental health in her family. It takes just a small little bit to trigger it. But it's PPD or anything else. We don't know if she had PPD or not. It could have been a manic episode. I have seen my patients when I worked in psychiatry, okay? I have seen my patients be just fine one moment, and the next minute I'm trying to calm them down, and they scratching me, pulling my hair, beating me in my head, and I know this person. I love this person. I've seen this person every day for the past 2 years. You understand?
Yes, ma'am.
And you have to go to court and testify and say, hey, I know this person as a nurse. I know this person as a person. I know them as a person outside of what that episode was. That was an episode. My patient had an episode. He was going through something. It was not a personal attack on me. You have to know what you're dealing with when you're dealing with mental health patients. Okay? They cannot control this. So can PPD be used as a defense? Probably. If it truly was, you have a strong case that it truly was. But if you hid the knife and you did other things, like after you done hurt the kids, you done went over here and got you something to eat and thought about it and hid some stuff, that means that you were in the right mind and know that what you were doing was wrong when you were doing it. Okay? So, but if you done killed your kids, I was a girl in Huntsville, Alabama. She stole her kids to death. And she came in that house every day in the apartment. She went and got another apartment. She came in that house every single day and bathed those dead children and dressed them. Got them dressed like they were going to school. That was wrong with her. Seriously. Seriously. She's in something that wasn't like, oh, she's in a psychotic break and, she's had a 30-minute episode. No, she was, her whole being was in something, and she went through that. So sometimes people have a manic episode. If this lady had a manic episode and killed these children, first of all, she was not in the home with the children by herself, because the reporter said that the CPS lady was there. Something probably triggered her. I don't know if you guys seen a movie with Oprah Winfrey called Beloved, where Oprah Winfrey was a slave and she ended up killing her kids because she didn't want them to be a slave. Crazy. But something could have triggered this lady. Like that CPS lady told her, you're not supposed to be here. Depending on how she said it to her. Or you're never going to get your children back. Or anything. Okay? And if you put a crazy dog, they be saying pigs was crazy. No, they not. If you put a crazy dog and you made it with another crazy dog, what kind of puppies you think you're going to have? You're going to have crazy ass puppies. And that's the same thing that is going on here. So if this girl already had a history of mental health issues in her family, I just refuse to believe that any mother wants to hurt their babies. I refuse to believe that, because I believe that people are good. Okay? Does that mean that she gets to just skate off into her future free after she did this? No. She needs to be locked up for the rest of her life. Absolutely. Because as I said in the chat, if you could just take a moment and close your eyes and think about it. Mama, even though the kids are not living with mama, that's still mama. Okay? Children think that mama is everything. Mama is the queen. It don't matter if mama a hooker. It don't matter if mama is on drugs. If she a drunk. If she broke. Is she right or is she wrong? Mama is my superhero.
You're right.
Mama is everything. So imagine the feeling of these babies as she was stabbing them. My mom is the monster. So yeah, you're all right. T-REV, she needs to be locked up for the rest of her life, no matter what the situation is, whether it was PPD, a pre-existing mental health condition, or whatever. I don't know if she went to the clinic and maybe she didn't get the right medication. Maybe she was what we call non-compliant and didn't take the medication. I don't know. Maybe she just got tired of having children. I don't know. I could speculate, but guess what? I can't think like that because I'm not like that, but I can tell you what the signs and symptoms are. And it's a hormonal, all depression. It's a hormonal imbalance, period, at the end of the day. It needs medication. When you don't medicate, things like this occur. When you don't reach out and talk to people and say, oh, I was in the shower and I was crying and I was thinking about cutting my wrist. You need to tell somebody else that. Don't keep that. You're not crazy. We're living in a crazy world that is pulling us this way, that way, every other way, right? And sometimes when we sit down and we get depressed, and that's okay. Depression is a normal emotion. Sadness is a normal emotion. It's when you stay there and you're stuck there and you can't get up and you can't get out the bed and you don't feel like taking a shower and you don't want to eat or you're binge eating. That is when you're thinking about self-harming, when you're thinking about harming another person, that's when it becomes, okay, I need to go talk to someone.
Ah, that
But
gives me
depression
chills when you
and
say
sadness
that.
and all that, it's a normal emotion, honey.
It
But
gives
yeah,
me chills
people
because
don't
what you just explained, you know, binge eating, all that stuff. I've been through that, so it gives me chills when you said that because it's like I've experienced that. You know
I've
what I
seen
mean?
my patients go through so much. I have cried with them. I have laughed with them. So medication works, but also diet, what you eating, the people you around. I can't tell you how many people I've seen on antidepressants because their husband ain't nothing. Really, what I mean by nothing is I want to say another word, he ain't sugar, honey, iced tea. He's cheating, or the wife won't get a job, so he's stressed out, and now he's depressed. I have seen so many people on antidepressants because it's a situational thing. The family is toxic, or what have you, and they have to take antidepressants just to be able to function inside of that dynamic.
Wow.
So yes, it is absolutely a real thing, but we're not going to give anybody excuses, especially when it comes to children. So, yeah, maybe you got some mental health issues, maybe you do, but you know, we're going to have to lock you up for the rest of your life. We'll make sure you get your proper medication. We'll make sure that you fed properly every day, and you have a roof over your head, and you have heat in the winter, and you have, coolness in the summer, and you have clothes on your body. But anything other than that, no, ma'am. No, we can't do it, and we're going to need that uterus. We're going to need it.
Yeah, she's gonna be on.
Come up with a garden, and we're going to need that uterus because your right to carry a uterus as a woman has just been real. So hopefully these children pull out of it and get the mental health that they are going to need, because now she just created trauma that will be with these two people for the rest of their lives if they pull through. That's trauma, and they're probably going to need medication to deal with that trauma for the rest of their life, because we're talking about their mother.
Absolutely.
So this type of stuff reaches very far and very wide. So yeah,
it blew my mind when I read it. You know, I was like, damn, man, I feel for the kid. You know, when they, I hope they pull through. I don't know their condition as of now, which I'm gonna be looking for. You know, I want to know the outcome, and you know, damn, though, like, you know, these poor kids, like but you explained it well, ma'am. You said, we look at our mom as the queen. You know what I mean? Like, my mom is everything to me. Like, and that's how and that's what you explained is genuinely how I looked at my mom. And even with seeing drug use and all that, none of that was shit. She was still, you know, everything.
She was still mom. No matter what happened, she's still mom. And so knowing that these children have this impression, you know, that you're the greatest woman in the world, you're the leader of all the females, and then to chase them around or cut them up with a butcher knife, could you imagine their thoughts during that time? How hurt they were. And I'm not talking about the physical pain. I'm not talking about the physical pain. That's what I don't understand. Some scientists and some healthcare professionals don't believe in the higher power, but I do, because there's got to be justice for these type of situations that happen, like for these little children, where these little babies at right now. I choose to believe that they sitting at the foot of the throne of Jesus. That's what I believe. If that's what helps me to cope, then let me believe that. Call me a fool or whatever. But it's getting really crazy, from people driving cars through crowds of people to, going into the children's home, over there in Idaho, just causing all type of mayhem and just wickedness. And so something is wrong with people. And I think we have a lot of, if no one has a job, maybe you should go into mental health care, because it seems like, baby, we got our work cut out for us looking at the news. We really have our work cut out for it. So, yeah, just, I don't know, T-REV, but this is going to be a heartbreaker.
It is. It is heartbreaking. That's the first thing I thought when I seen it. I'm like, wow.
And if her sister did it too, it's like, damn, are you guys possessed by the same demons? Like, you know what I mean? It's got to be in their blood, so to speak. It's got to be, something that is genetic to them. Yeah, you can't have two.
And I think you're right about that, because I'm gonna share a little something with you before we get off the phone. Here is my dad's dad, my grandfather, my blood, biological grandfather. He killed himself when my dad was 2 years old. He blew himself up with an engine, mental health issues. He had a lot of stuff going on. I never met him. Never, I don't even think I seen a picture of my grandfather ever. And there's mental health on my mom's side. Now my dad, he was never diagnosed with anything, but I've had my issues with mental health, but nothing about ever hurting nobody else. It's always been, thing on, I'm shallow on myself, or, something with me. It's always been something with me. I've never harming somebody else. Is just
this PPD stuff though. It can range, right? Usually women, when they have postpartum blues, they feel kind of down and low about, whatever, because everybody is paying attention to the baby. Think about it, when the baby comes, nobody's really paying attention to mom. They're like, oh, look at the little baby. Okay, so we're going to give you 2 weeks, right? But with postpartum depression, when they did a study, okay, OBGYN did a study. That study showed that 30%, that is a large percentage to me, 30% of women who have been diagnosed with PPD were still reporting and showing signs of depression at the 3-year mark. So by the time the baby was 3 years old, they were still showing signs of depression. That 30% is a big number. So I don't know if that is this lady's stuff or not. Either way, she needs to be locked away for the rest of her life, because she's not mentally stable enough to be open and free in society. And that's okay. There's no shame. It's just, that's where we need you at, because you can't out here, you're not safe to others out here. So we're gonna set you to the side and put you here with a group of people that are like you, with loving healthcare, loving staff, and family and friends to come and see you, on visitation days or what have you. But you cannot be out in the open with society. No. Mm-mm.
Yeah, not after that.
No. So, okay, T-REV, you guys have a great night.
Well, thank you, man, for calling in and sharing everything and pouring your heart out too, and talking and speaking facts, because I agree with mostly everything you just said. And
right, it is. It's mental health. It's a disease. It is a disease, and we have to treat it like that. And we have to stop telling people, you're crazy. You this, you that. People not crazy. Like, insane. I seen in the chat with somebody was talking about how they would put women in the they used to pull all their teeth and give them lobotomies and stuff. Yeah, so science has come a long way. So.
Yeah, the lobotomies poking in the brain. What that? It's like a little. I forget what they did exactly, but I did see about lobotomies. They put some type of ice pick in your brain or something. I forget what exactly instrument they use, but
yes, and it just make a person just basically like a walking zombie, like they just, it was horrible, but we went through that as human beings, and now we have different things. We don't have to do shock therapy and all of these other things. And so, I would say to all of the T-REV family, check up on that person that just had that baby. Somebody who just got married, or maybe not, and got 3 or 4 what we call step kid back to back to back. Check on them, call her, and say, "Hey, girl, let me keep the kids while you go out to spa day. Go y'all get together and get her a gift card, to the spa, and then somebody responsible keep the children, or take turns. Hey, I'm gonna be one of these 2 hours, you be one of them 2 hours, and then somebody else comes for 2 hours. Especially your single mothers and your married mothers, because just because a woman married, that don't mean that she don't suffer from depression or anxiety or just needing a damn break sometimes. Just to be able to use the bathroom for 10 minutes by yourself.
Yes, ma'am.
So try to give her that. Mm-hmm.
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely. You're right.
You guys have a good night.
You're right. You're so right. Thank you so much for calling in. What's your name and where you calling in from?
My name is Mary, and I am calling in from Mobile, Alabama.
Well, Mary, I appreciate everything you just shared. It
Not a
meant a lot.
problem.
It meant a lot because you touched on some things there when I was at the hospital. Just certain things that you said and out of the hospital, like the binge eating and all that. You hit the nail on the head for things that I went through personally.
Yeah.
Thank you for calling up and having a voice in the community, and hopefully I hear from you again, man. I hope you have a blessed night. God bless you, and just know that you're loved.
Okay, you too, T-REV. Bye-bye, guys.
Thank you. Shout out to her, man. Shout out to her. Shout out to her. I want to look at this real quick. Let's check this out real quick. Hold up. Lindsay Bay, amen caller. Okay, let's check it out. Because we got what? Who is Shamaya Hall, North Texas woman arrested for allegedly stabbing and killing 3 of her kids? We're learning more about the woman who was arrested for allegedly stabbing her 5 kids. This is not the first time she's been arrested for stabbing someone. So let's go down and look real quick. Is there anything else? Let's take it back. Let's take it back because I swear there was something else on this. Where's that information? What up? I need the original page that I just had. Here we go. Nope. Yeah, here we go. Is there something on her? Let's hear it.
Free Tax USA. Free? Let's break that down.
I don't want to hear this damn ad. I want to see this video. I want to see what they say on it. I just want to see what they got, like report wise, or what they found out about her. But it says that she stabbed somebody before. Okay, here we go. Let's turn it up.
And she's in custody this morning, facing capital murder charges. Hall was booked in jail last night. Police say 2 of her other children were rushed to a hospital with stab wounds. Now, this all happened in the town of Italy that's located off I-35, about 40 miles south of Dallas. As of now, we don't know what led up to this tragedy, but sources tell us Hall stabbed her children when a CPS worker arrived at the family home unannounced to check on everyone. We're told that CPS workers suspected Hall was having unsupervised visitation. The kids were living there under the supervision of another relative. Police tell us the worker called 911. All 3 of the children were elementary school aged. 2 more were taken to the hospital. We don't know the extent of their injuries right now. Now, as you can imagine, our crews on the scene tell us everyone there is very upset and they were shocked. A relative who babysat the kids spoke with us. She says she remembers holding the children as if it were yesterday.
And I just want everybody to know them are some beautiful angels. And I love them. And I know God never make no mistake. And I just want to say, they gained their wings. This is something that hurts so bad.
CPS this statement saying we are shocked by this
That's sad, man.
incomprehensible tragedy and already working with law enforcement to investigate how this happened and why. We've also learned this morning Shamaya Hall has been arrested before. Sources tell WFAA senior crime reporter Rebecca Lopez she was arrested back in 2017 for stabbing her sister's boyfriend. Her twin sister was also arrested in 2021 and charged with stabbing her 7-year-old daughter to death. And new overnight, we are hearing for the first time from the Children's School District. The superintendent there says we are a tight-knit small community, and as such, many students will be impacted by this incident. She also says the district will have counselors available this morning at Stafford Elementary and all next week. This is a lot to take in and a major story you can imagine we will be following for several days.
Free
Wow.
Tax USA. Free. Let's break.
Okay, so we just got they just shared some bombshells on that right there. Did you hear that? Oh my God. I want to hear what you guys think. Now, before I open the lines back up, right? Before I open the lines back up, which I'm about to do in 2 seconds, all the depression, everything I've ever went through, I never, ever, one time in my whole entire life wanted to take somebody's breath from them. Never. Now, I'm not to say, and I'm diagnosed with several different things. And if you know me and you've been on, on my channel for a while, then you know what I shared that I'm diagnosed with. Right? PTSD, bipolar depression, ADHD, several different things. 8 diagnoses. Right? I've never once ever thought about killing anyone or taking their breath from them and just taking human life away. I value human life too much to take someone's life. In case you're trying to harm me or hurt my family in any way or do anything like that, right? So, and I'm speaking to you guys directly. I just don't understand that. And that's why I love true crime, is because I want to figure out what makes these sick bastards do what they do. Regardless of what was going on with this woman, that she had no fucking right to take those kids' lives. Period. I don't care if she had postpartum, and I'm going to look that up. Postpartum depression. I'm going to look it up and soak the definition in my head to understand it, because I want to understand, certain conditions and stuff like that, being I deal with mental health myself. But I've never thought about going in another room and stabbing the person I love the most. You know what I mean? There's no excuse for taking life. And that's just what I want to say. So if you want to call in, it's 219-885-9693. Make sure you call in. T-REV check email. The newer one is a better article. I'll check it. I got you. I got it right here next to me. Is that what you were calling? Mention a new article. Calling. Okay. Is that what you were calling, huh? 916, you're in the mix. What's going on? You're live.
Hey, T-REV, I only have a few seconds, but number one, shout out to Mary. Oh my God, love that woman so much. She really gave a lot of information. What I did want to say, and maybe there's a nurse that's listening, to my understanding, women, we release a chemical called oxytocin when we have a child. It's the same chemical that's released when a man falls in love with a woman or a woman falls in love with a man,
Right.
It's, that feeling like you're addicted to the person. You're in love. So we naturally release that when we have a child. I'm thinking she didn't, maybe she didn't release that. A lot of this stuff that is being talked about here has a lot to do with chemical imbalances. But a lot of these chemical imbalances are induced by either drugs or the food we eat and not literally in our environment. So binge eating is perpetuated by salt and sugar. If you have a diet of salt and sugar, you want to binge eat and you're doing salty foods and sugar, it's going to keep going. You want to binge eat on vegetables, protein, yams and red potatoes and fruit, you're not going to binge eat, and your whole body and your brain responds. You feel better. It is a natural high to eat better. So, and exercise, I'm even just to get out and walk 5 minutes. You know, it doesn't have to be major. Nobody's looking for you to be a superstar. And I just really want to give a shout out to all the women calling in to give perspective, because I understand, you know, being a woman, it's different with post-traumatic stress or postpartum, but I think that it's all very complicated by either drugs or lack of diet. That's my opinion. But I'm gonna let somebody else get on the line.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for calling in. I appreciate you.
Thanks, T-REV.
Thank you so much. God bless you, ma'am, and thank you for having a voice in the community.
Yeah, if there's a nurse that can call in and make mention about the oxytocin, or if they have any other information on that, I'd sure love to hear you.
Yeah, no doubt. No,
Right.
most definitely. Thank you for having a voice in the community, and go lock your doors. The one's
I
unlocked.
will do. Okay.
It might be.
Okay.
Gotta check.
Bye.
Thank you. God bless her. Shout out to her. Salvatore. Donna, you're live. What's going on?
Hey, T-REV. I have been sitting here, tears literally running down my cheeks. I'm going to tell you, no disrespect to anyone that has called, okay?
Absolutely.
I am a mother of one child who is 36 years old. I am a 58-year-old woman. When my daughter was born, I developed PPP, post-traumatic psychosis. I was 22 years old, and the thing that's heartbreaking for me, I know, you know, don't get me wrong, these children are precious, these children are loved, and these children are victims. But when I had PPP after the birth of my daughter, I could tell you, I moved in with my husband at the time, and I moved in with my mom after I gave birth to my daughter. And when I would go pick up my child to nurse her, I would snatch her up like she was a rag doll. And my mother would say, Donna, if you feel like hurting the baby, put her down and come get me. You feel like hurting the baby. She told me that over and over again because she sensed that there was something wrong with me. My family got me help. They took me to a doctor. They started me on medications.
Free Tax USA.
Where I could
Free?
still
Let's break that
take care
down.
of,
Free federal.
nursing the baby. It didn't matter because I didn't give a shit. Okay? And I say that with the utmost respect for anybody listening to this. But I'm going to be honest with you. I could have cared less. Yanking that baby up out of that seat and putting her to my breast was the last thing I wanted to do. But I did it because I was supposed to do it. Okay? One day I was sitting on the bed. I had just changed her. I had laid her down in the crib, and a voice said to me, kill the baby. Kill the baby. Kill the baby. And it was a dark voice. It was almost male to me, but I kept hearing, kill the baby, throw the baby, throw the baby. Now, I was on medication. I was seeing a doctor. I was having audible hallucinations. Okay? I was having so many things that, you know, people are saying, well, you got to go get help, you know? Well, if it wasn't for my family, I'd have killed her. Because to be honest with you, I didn't have the mental capacity to see that I was sick. All I know, it was like, there's this thing, and I hate to say that, God forgive me for saying that, but that's how I'm being real as rain, okay? Here's this live lump that's depending, and I say lump, God forbid, I'm not trying to be mean, but that's how I really felt. That's depending on me for
Oh my
every
God.
single thing is stressing me out, is depriving my body of sleep, is nursing on me and is really painful, and is just, I'm going to tell you, it was the worst thing possible. I went to my mother and I said, I'm going to hurt the baby. I'm going to hurt her because I keep hearing, something keeps telling me to hurt the baby, hurt the baby. So they took me to a hospital in Tidewater. They put me in the hospital for a third.
Before you keep going, Don, I want to ask you this question. Now, you said they took you to the hospital. Did you address what you were hearing to, and I'm not asking for names or anything, but your loved ones or whoever was around you, friends, or did you tell them about what was going on?
Not right at first, because I didn't really realize that. I wasn't quite sure if I heard what I was hearing. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely.
I wasn't quite sure if it was just my thought or if I was actually hearing something. So, I was in a state of heightened, my hormones are going crazy, because you're just giving birth. And I wasn't really sure if what I was hearing was just, what is wrong with me? I'm hearing this and I would never do that. The part of the humanity, the person that is the humanity within myself was like, no, but it was almost like it just took over. And by the time I actually got to the hospital, they had contacted the CPS to come out because they felt like the baby was in danger. But they did a involuntary committal. My baby was turned over to my mother and my husband at the time, and I was not allowed to see her for 2 weeks. I was put on a high regimen of medications, including an antipsychotic. I was there for, like I said, 2 weeks, and after 2 weeks, I started feeling better, but I could only see her through a glass window because they wanted me to be able to see her and her to be able to recognize me as her mother, but there was no touch. Wow. And then after another week of being in there, it was maybe the last week to 9 days, something like that, I was allowed to sit on the floor of a room, and they brought the baby in and with an orderly present, and I was able to talk to her, actually touch her feet and hands, but not to hold her. And then within the last, I guess it was an everyday thing, so eventually they let me hold her. But as a mother, to be honest with you, when I went through that, there was so much guilt. And I remember seeing Andrea Yates, the mother that drowned her children, and dress them and put them to bed. These women are having babies back to back. And if they have postpartum depression with psychosis especially, say the woman that killed these children this morning or last night or whatever, I'm not sure, I think it was last night she did this. She had a 6-year-old. She had a set of twins that were 5-year-old. She had a 4-year-old. She had a 13-month-old. Okay, so say, for instance, she had a 6-year-old. She had postpartum depression. She ended up pregnant again and had 5-year-olds, 2 5-year-olds on top of a 6-year-old. She had postpartum depression again. Then she had a 4-year-old still in the grips of postpartum depression from the other children that she bore. Okay? Then she had a break, but she has 4 children. She's 25 years old. Okay? She may already have a pre-existing condition, right? And then she gives birth to a 13-month-old, or baby, and it's 13-month-old now, right?
Right.
So she never really got over the postpartum. If this is the case in this case, I'm not saying it is, but if it was, it can take up to 3 years to get through that postpartum jungle. But you've got all these babies, one on top of the other, on top of the other, on top of the other, and no one's helping this lady. Possibly, maybe so. The children have been taken away. We don't know why. But I'm gonna say this. Going back to like Andrea Yates, I felt so bad for her because, and I felt bad for the children. Don't get me wrong. It's not that I don't feel bad for the children because I love children. God bless them. I know they're angels in heaven, But her husband, he had to take his share of the blame for those children because he knew she was sick. He saw the sickness and he continued to impregnate her along with her. I'm not saying just him, but she continued to have babies and he saw it before the last baby was born. He saw it 3 babies back and she still continued to have babies. I'm sorry, but there are cases, and I feel sorry for women and their children that have to experience this postpartum psychosis. It is something that happens, and you are not aware. You get to the point where you are not aware of what's going on around you. Maybe postpartum depression. Yes. Postpartum psychosis is a totally different animal. I am 58 years old. I'm disabled with mental health. I am still under mental health care. And I got pregnant when my daughter was 3 years old, okay? I wanted to take my life when that test popped positive. All I wanted to do was go and slit my wrist or take some pills because I did not want to give birth to another child because I was afraid. And by the grace, and this is going to sound terrible, and judge me if you must, but by the grace of God, I lost that baby. And that baby's in heaven.
I'm not going to judge.
Because I was not equipped emotionally and support-wise to take care of a child. And those of you say, well, contraception, I was on the pill. I was on the pill when I got pregnant. I was on the pill when I got pregnant with both my children. And my daughter, it does run from mother to mother to mother to child, the daughters. My daughter was more susceptible to getting postpartum depression because I had postpartum psychosis or postpartum depression. So for people to say, she deserves to be in jail and all this stuff, it's a mental health thing. But there's got to be some compassion, not just for the children. I mean, God bless the children, really. And I would never want a child to die at the hands of their own mother. But when you're in that state of mind, you don't know. You don't know, and really you don't care. You really don't. And some of the stuff that I remember.
That's very deep, Donna.
To be honest with you, T-REV, some of the stuff I remember is because my family kept a diary. That's the only way I know what happened. What I'm telling you is like, well, she remembers this, so she remembers doing that. No, I don't. I do not. But I have a diary that tells me everything that I did in that day. She grabbed the baby roughly. She left the baby in the crib screaming and didn't care. I sat in a chair while she screamed to the top of her lungs, and I didn't care. Do I remember that? No, I don't. But I have a diary that tells me my family took a diary and put it together for me and for my doctor. And it's heartbreaking. And I'm listening to everybody. But just remember, you got to find compassion for these mothers. I'm not talking about this lady in particular, but just in general. If you hear postpartum, don't just automatically say, oh my God, who could kill their children? It happens.
What?
And you don't really realize it until it's too late.
Well, my thing is I have compassion, right? But it's when it's, I don't know. The kids weren't in her custody for a reason, and I don't know what happened there and what the mishap was in full definition. But I mean,
I'm not
she's gonna have to
just
pay the
in general
price.
with this lady. We don't know what happened with this lady.
Right.
But when I say find compassion, when you hear about it, just don't automatically say, well, Jesus, she's a child killer. No, she's not. Some of these women have postpartum depression and they know what they're doing. Don't get me wrong, but some of them don't, And I think our court systems have to look at certain things. They have to look at the family. They have to look at the mental health care providers. I was under mental health care, and I was still doing this. I was still doing it. And I was on medication. I was under the care of a doctor. And I was still, if I hadn't lived with my mother, T-REV, I'd have killed my daughter. I swear to God, I would have. Hand to God. My daughter would not
Wow.
be here today.
That
And
is
I can
deep.
honestly say that because the only thing that stopped me from doing something to my child was my mother telling me, if you're going to hurt the baby, put her down. That's the only thing. That's the thing that resonated in my brain every day.
That
every
is
day.
deep, Donna.
So I want to share that with y'all. It's very personal to me. You know, it's very hard for me to talk about it because I love my daughter, you know.
Right.
But this kind of stuff is real, and I think it gets overlooked sometimes. And I am not talking about this lady because we don't know her history, but we have seen a lot of cases in the past where mothers have done stuff like this, you know.
Tons of them. That's why I
And
asked
you yourself know how
postpartum.
mental health is. So mental health is like you can't take your brain and put it on a table
Mm-hmm.
and say, look, this part's broken. You know, I could have a broken arm or a broken leg and walk in, you know, or roll in and show it to the doctor. But you can't take your brain out and put it on your on a table and say, you know, this is what's happening to me.
Somebody wanted to know, were you being totally honest with your doctor?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Because you know what? I had my husband and my mother, who I was working with, in my home. They were watching me every day closely. And I did not hide. Picking up when I first heard that voice, I will tell you, I did not say anything to anybody because I didn't know if I really heard it. I didn't know what exactly that was. It startled me. And I think I heard it 2 or 3 times, you know?
Wow.
Until I told my husband and my mother, I think I'm hearing something that's telling me to hurt the baby. And that's when they took control over everything. You know,
well,
but at
I'm
first,
glad you were
no.
able to recognize it. You know, there's a lot of people out there, and you see it you see it a lot that people that didn't get help like you. You know what
But
I
I'll
mean?
be honest with you, T-REV, if it wasn't for my mom saying, if you're going to hurt the baby, put her down, I would not have even thought about it probably. But it just was ringing in my head. If you're going to hurt the baby, and then that thing said, you know, throw the baby, kill the baby, you know, and I heard my mom say, if you're going to hurt the baby, put her down, no matter where you're at, put her down, you know. So I love my mom for that because, you know, she helped save me and my daughter from, you know, I'd probably be sitting in jail right now. So I love you guys. I gotta go.
How
My
long
mom's
did
off
it?
here.
Okay, I'll talk to you about it later when you
No, you
collect
can ask
yourself.
me. It's okay. I don't want to keep everybody.
No,
you
no,
know,
no. It's I don't want to. I
I'm
don't want to put
fine.
you through any trauma because I know
No,
you've
I'm
been through a
fine.
lot with it. So it's somebody asked. I was looking at the question. Where'd it go? T-REV. What it said? Ask her how long before she was better. So how long did it take you to, get better? Was it medication that got you better? What was it
Well,
that?
they had me on a 30-day hospitalization. I wasn't allowed to leave until I had intervention with social services and with the mediation doctors, and I had to be deemed healthy enough to be released, you know. But I had made such progress, and I was going to just say this one thing: that the year before, or the year of the birth of my daughter, right before the year of this happening, I had gotten married to her dad, and my dad was at my wedding reception with me, had just danced with me and dropped dead of a heart attack, and at the wedding reception. And they think that the mental health, the post-traumatic stress from that event was not a trigger, but it went into, you know, when I had the regular postpartum, because I was dealing with the post-traumatic stress of my father dropping dead at my wedding, and then going into the birth of my daughter, and then the normal hormonal changes. it went into a psychosis instead of a regular, if that hadn't happened, there's a chance that I could have just had regular postpartum. I don't know. I really don't know. But it took me, I came home and then I was under the watch of everybody. I felt like I was under a microscope for months.
Right.
Nobody would let me have the baby by myself. If I went to put the baby in the bedroom, everybody if somebody was following me, which I'm fine with. I was fine with that because I didn't trust myself, at that point. But then I loved her. I learned to love her because it was something that came back, it was never left. I didn't have a chance to experience the love with her. But I loved her,
You're so strong, Donna, for being able to call up and share this specific story because this is deep. What you just shared, I'm telling you right now, is very rare for somebody to come out and share. And I want to commend you on doing that. I want to commend you to keep doing that.
Well,
because
somebody's
it'll
listening,
help it'll help others be able to
right.
recognize it and get help. See, you got help, and there's a
Someone might
difference.
be listening that has never had a baby and just got married and is going to get pregnant and may find
I got
themselves
tears
at
in
the
my eyes right now because of your story that you just shared, and it touched my heart. And I commend you for that, and I want you to maybe write a book about it. You know what I mean? Because people really need to recognize certain things before they lay down and have a kid.
Well,
Or even okay, say that you had, and for people who had kids, that was touching. It was very touching, and thank you for being honest and coming out, because that's hard to share. There's people that are gonna judge you on that regardless of what we say on here. There's people that are like, this woman's a fucking nut job, but in reality,
that's
this
it is what
happens.
it is what it is, and you know what? I'm as real as rain, and I'm telling you my story, and it's mine. It doesn't belong to anybody else but me. So, but I hope that if there's anybody out there that hasn't had children and is looking to have children, or is just getting married or just getting pregnant, be aware. Tell somebody if you can. If you can. That's the thing. That's the key thing right there. If you can, because when it hits so abruptly, and so it comes like a train out of the night, man. It hits you, and you don't even know it's hit you until you're questioning whether or not you want to,
Do you mind if
something.
I'm actually so touched by it that I want to actually I'd like to record our call and share this for people, for the women who are going through that, and let them hear from somebody who's been through that experience. I'm not a woman, right? But you just literally explained some things that I just, from somebody who went through it, who went through, hurt the baby, like you said, hurt the baby, things like that. And it's like, some people need to understand that this shit is real. Like, there's people out there that are like, oh, like my dad, when I would go to him and say things about, my depression and the bipolar, everything that I'm diagnosed with in general, just everything going on in my head, he was, oh, you're fucking fine. You're okay. Don't fucking worry. That's the type of treatment I got.
I understand.
I got pushed to the side, and it was just, I had to figure shit out on my own. And
I had OCD at 6 years old, T-REV. I understand.
yes. So your story, that's it's crazy, but it's true. Things like this happen. Things like this
And I
happen.
see people say there's no excuse. It's okay. It is, like I said, it's nobody's story but my own. It's all I can share.
Yeah, but you didn't kill your kid, though. You know what I'm
No, I did
saying?
not. But like I said, if I had not been living with my mother and at the time, the circumstances could totally be different right now. And I truly believe that. And
That's deep.
like I said, when I got that second pregnancy, all I wanted to do was just jump off a cliff, to be honest with you, because it scared me half to death to have to go through that again. And possibly, they told me never to breastfeed again. That was one of the triggers, and when my daughter got pregnant with her first child, she was scared herself, because of what I went through. So but it's real, and women do experience it. And I think it's just one of those conditions that people kind of shove to the side. It's just an excuse. It's really not. But, you know, people are going to judge and people are going to say whatever. But until you live it, just like the first time you have an anxiety attack, first time you have a panic attack, until you actually have one, you can say whatever you want about them. But until you have it, you'll never know.
I'd love for
You know?
somebody to feel, you know, I've had people say, "Oh, panic attacks, come on, you're a P word," you know, and I'm like, all right. I wish that I could let whoever feel what a panic attack to me feels like. I'd love, because then you really feel the torture that, you know, you feel. You know, I'm walking around grabbing my friggin' pulse and pulsing around, thinking I'm about to die. This is my last moment on earth, freaking out. People need to understand things, and that's why people need to look up these definitions, especially people who are just completely normal and don't have mental health issues. Look these things up and, you know, get an understanding for it. So you
Well,
could, you
here
know,
in
if your
this,
kid has it or anybody in your family has it, you could get an understanding for it and, you know, learn how to possibly, you know, or learn how to act if something happens, like one of your, say your cousin or your niece or your nephew or somebody's over and they have a panic attack. Read up about it, learn about it, so you, if it happens while they're around you, you can comfort them in any possible way. Which in reality, when you're having a panic attack, for me, nobody can comfort me. The only person that can stop that panic attack is me.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Right, I do. But here at
Everybody's
757,
different.
we're going to have the first emergency room for mental health. It's going to be opening, I think, next year.
Really? I didn't even hear about that.
It's the old Peninsula Hospital. It's going to be under Riverside Hospital, and they're building it right now. It's going to be strictly for mental health emergencies, so that people with mental health problems don't have to go to the emergency room. They'll go to a psychiatric emergency room, and that way, if they need admission into the hospital, they can go directly in.
I didn't even know that. You know, I'm 757 born and raised. I didn't even hear about that. That's, you don't hear about these things, and we
Well, when
should
you show up
more.
at an emergency room, a regular emergency room with a mental health problem, you're just, you know, here, take this pill and go home. Here, take some Ativan, or give yourself a, you know, big bottle of Xanax to take and get you addicted to something. You know, don't deal with the problem. They just shove pills your way. And I'm not trying to knock any doctors. If there's doctors, nurses, I love you all. Trust me. You know, but you know, I have my own story when it comes to all that. And
Yeah.
you know, it's just,
You should go around and be an advocate for and speak for people. I mean, I was explaining and saying, they coming out and saying that you possibly would have killed your child, and admitting something like that and actually being able to talk about it shows how much you've grown since then. And you know what I mean? Like that, it really does. It shows growth. It shows that you actually identified the issue, and I hope that you're able to, you know, keep that in line and keep your mind on
well,
a
the most
straight and
precious
narrow.
thing that ever happened to me after that happened was that my daughter was able to have children, and I got to experience what it was like to be a grandmother from birth to current present time, and be able, I never had that. I lost the first month or two of her life living in a psychotic break, and I never had that. So when she had her first child, it gave that to me, and it was beautiful. It was beautiful. So I'm gonna share that with you guys. I love y'all. I just love this. I love that we're on here tonight. And T-REV, we'll talk later. You know.
Yeah, thank you so much, Donna, for sharing, and I appreciate you. God bless you. And
Thank you for the, y'all have, I've been reading the bottom of the screen, kind words, and, you know, I get, some people won't understand it. It's okay, you know, but I do appreciate everybody. And I'm glad we're on here tonight. I needed, for some reason, this came up, so it's good.
yeah, I'm glad you were able to come forward and talk about it, Donna. Thank you so much.
All right, you
And
be blessed, T.
I can't wait to hear from you again, Donna.
All right, you take care.
We love
Everybody
you.
take care. I love you guys, too.
Thank you.
All right.
God
Bye.
bless you, Donna. Thank you. Shout out to Donna for being able to share that. That takes a lot of courage to come forward and share something like that. It does. It takes a lot of courage. Really does, man. Now, and I know what a lot of people are thinking. They're like, yeah, well, that doesn't give it an excuse for this woman to kill her kids, right? Absolutely the fuck not. And just like when Mary called earlier, that woman needs to be, if it is a mental issue, I'm not even going to jump forward and say it's a mental issue because some people just do shit to do it. You know, that you stab somebody totally different that wasn't even, you know what I mean? So it's like, yeah. We just started a mental health emergency room here in Missouri as well. Oh, interesting. Here, I'll open the line back up, but this is crazy. This is crazy. $815, you're live. What's going on?
Hi, my name is Frances.
I think you have an echo in the background. Okay, maybe you paused it.
My name is Frances. So I really resonate with the last caller that called in.
Yes, ma'am.
I had my son when I was really young. I was 19 years old.
Mm-hmm.
And I had a pregnancy with something called hyperemesis. So I threw up maybe like 100 times a day.
Wow.
Which made it very difficult to get through the pregnancy. I remember lying on the floor crying, praying to make it through, another day, and being in the hospital for months on end. So when I had my son, when they handed him to me after 55 hours of active labor and an emergency C-section, I instantly felt like something was wrong. I didn't feel a connection to him at all, and I have had tons of friends and families who have had babies, and I adore kids. But I remember holding my son and feeling absolutely nothing. And I instantly said something to my doctor, who tried to dismiss it as baby blues, which I guess happens very often.
Right.
So I was dismissed, for quite a while. And it started to progress worse and worse. Similar to the last caller, my son would be crying and I would put him down and walk away, but not care.
Wow.
And it led up to a day where I started hearing voices as well. And I realized that I had kind of pushed my son's pacifier in aggressively because I was sleep deprived, a single mom, 19. And my son also had colic, which is when they cry all the time and you can't do anything.
Mm-hmm. Colicky?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Extreme colic. And so I told my doctor again and was dismissed again. Those voices and stuff started getting worse and worse. And this is all within the first 3-4 weeks of my son being born. My mom could tell that I wasn't okay. And so my parents went to court and put an emergency order for guardianship in because they were concerned about me, about my son, of course. And they actually sent me to Mexico because in Mexico, you can put somebody in a rehab or mental treatment, even against their will. So what happened to me was I got sent to Mexico away from my son and put in, I guess, the equivalent of a psychiatric unit here. Unfortunately, in Mexico, they don't have the rules and regulations we do here in the States. And it was mistreatment. Like, they would tie you to a bed for force medications. They'd hit you.
Did you
Like
say
it was,
tie you to the bed?
yes.
Oh my God.
That's wild.
They'd tie you to the bed. I remember a guy walking in with a taser for another woman that was there who didn't want to take a medication. So with that kind of experience, honestly, I came back worse than how I started. And ultimately what happened was my parents adopted my son while I was at that place against my will. Because they told me at that place, unless you sign these papers, you'll never get out of here and you'll never see your son again.
That's crazy. So did they go to the state or your parents to get custody, or how did that come about?
So little background, I'm from Mexico, as is my mom. So because of the double nationality, they did it all in Mexico and made the papers legal here after the fact.
Wow.
So I spiraled, with the postpartum, which later, like almost a year later, I was diagnosed with postpartum depression / psychosis / anxiety. And it was really hard. So when I see the stories where, these moms kill their kids, it's difficult because part of me understands how you can feel like that. Because, like I said, I absolutely adore kids, and it was the strangest feeling to be staring at my own, baby and not feel anything. So finally, I got diagnosed here in the US and got help here. And it was total night and day, But like I said, when I hear these stories, it's like I can understand how that somebody can get to that point. Because even though I realized something was wrong from the start, from the first second, I wasn't listened to.
You were ignored. So you went and reached out for help and was ignored?
Correct.
Wow.
And ultimately, my situation is my parents adopted my son. I'm very involved with my son now, which is fantastic. And, we have a great relationship. But I think something that's not talked about is how, as women, we're ignored. And I think in my case, the fact I was only 19 definitely didn't help. I feel like younger moms are definitely ignored even more because they say young moms don't know what they're doing and, shouldn't have kids. There's a stigma around it. But honestly, from what I've seen, it can happen at any age, any pregnancy, from a good family, from a rich family, from a poor family. Like, I've seen it all through my treatments.
Wow.
And I just think it's super sad. I don't know.
Now, was the treatment helpful for you, for anybody that, and I don't know if anybody in the chat is going through that, but what would you say to people? Was it helpful for you? Did it help you at all?
So in Mexico, no, because of the treatment being, aggressive and honestly illegal. But once I was back in the States, it definitely helped. They put me on anti-anxiety medication and an antidepressant. And they put me in a mom's group for other moms going through the same thing. In my case, I think the group was probably the most helpful. However, when I started to feel better, I decided I didn't want to take the medicine anymore, thinking, it'd been 6 months on the medicine. And unfortunately, when I cut it off, it came back just as bad as it used to be. But I didn't notice it this time.
Wow. What would you say a sign? What's the signs for you? for yourself?
For me, it was feeling very disconnected from my son and from everybody, in all honesty.
Wow.
And then, now, 8 years later, it's like, I can't imagine if I didn't get help or if I had done something to my son. I can't even go there.
So
But
I don't know, like, how long ago did that take place for you, for that
so
certain
my son
situation?
was 8 in September, and this went on the whole first year of his life.
Wow. So we're talking 2015-ish, 16.
2014 to 15, yeah.
Wow.
But
That's
I've
great.
talked to friends.
I'm glad you were able to get help. I am glad you were able to get help. And you said you got probably the most help when you came back to the States.
Oh, yes, definitely. But for me, I think the thing I didn't realize was that it can last such a long time. Like, the doctor that did give me help explained to me once I was on the medicine that postpartum depression, if it's not treated continuously, can last for years.
Wow. So how long did he say exactly it could last?
Well, he said if it's not treated at all, it will last up to 5 years.
Wow. Because I did see somebody in chat say that post or PPD could last for 10 years, but I still have, I didn't know like the time that you could have postpartum depression.
Exactly. And I think that's the part that shocked me the most, was it took so much longer than what I would have thought to feel better.
So are you still getting treatment now, therapy, etc., to help you, or?
So I'm not getting treatment directly for like postpartum, but I am in therapy learning how to communicate with my son better, like strengthen the bond that we have, because my doctor did explain that because of such a rough pregnancy and such a rough delivery, and the fact that they didn't pass me and my son to hold him right after he was born,
wow,
could be a huge factor in why I had the postpartum to start with.
Interesting. So there's a lot of things that factor into. I could definitely got to read. I don't know if there's any. I'm sure there is a book out there on it. Maybe I need to read it because I want to understand it more.
Yeah, for me, the reality, I think, set in, recently even, when I had a friend that's going through it as well, and she had the same problem. She went to try to get help and was ignored completely, as I was, which I was hoping, years later, that it would be better than it was before, and it seems like it's just the same.
How old are you, if you don't mind me asking?
I just turned 28.
Okay, so you just turned 28. Wow, that's interesting. That's interesting, and thank you for actually being able to call up and speak about it, because it's sometimes stuff like this is hard to speak about.
But I think it's important too, because at least from my mom friends, like, there's a lot of guilt while going through postpartum depression, as well as definitely even looking back on it. And I think that's something as a society that needs to change, because, like I said earlier, it can happen to anybody.
Somebody said, do you feel better now, caller?
I feel better in the sense of the postpartum depression. However, me and my son, even though we have a great relationship, there's still little effects there. Like, one of them being because I wasn't around, that much, being in treatment in Mexico for a while and then in treatment here. He's had trouble like forming relationships, not just with me, but in general.
I mean, it's, it's a process, right?
Exactly.
The process.
I've had him in therapy since he was 2 for it as well.
So are you so now you said you came back to the States, like what state did you get help in?
So I'm in Chicago,
Okay.
in Illinois.
Okay, so yeah, that's right here by me.
Yeah.
Would you say Illinois, do they have, or is their mental health services good out there, or do they have help? What do they have? Like, is their help good? Is the hospitals, the
If I'm being
doctors,
honest, their help is a joke. Like, I don't know how else to put it. They promise all these things and they say they're going to work with you, try to, make sure you're okay and that your child will be okay. Or just mental health in general. But what I've noticed is they just, maybe if they even accept you in the hospital, will keep you for 2-3 days. Say they'll give you follow-up care and they never do, even if you're like hounding them about it.
Wow.
And where I was living at the time is a suburb that's considered one of the best places to live in the U.S. So I was actually very surprised to know that there was not that much help, being that it's, rated so highly. But there are groups, like if you really look for them, there's groups, but I guess my little suggestion of advice for anyone who needs help is don't take no for an answer, because I think that was my biggest mess up.
Now, I'm trying to think, like, as far as healthcare, did you go on disability, or are you able to function? Like, I don't personally know your diagnoses or anything like that, but are you on disability for mental health? Like, I'm on it. I'm on disability.
So I'm in the process of it still.
Okay.
It's just been very, very slow.
Oh yeah, it takes a while. I mean, my process was what, 4 or 5 years?
Oh well.
You know what I mean? Like, so I know the process. I've been through it. I mean, even before they had to talk me into it. Actually, my doctor is the one that talked me into it. He was like, you keep going from job to job from your panic attacks and you from everything that you're talking about. He goes, I'm gonna write a letter, and I want you to file for disability, and but they sent me to their doctors and all that other stuff. But still, though, he wrote a letter for me, you speaking on certain things about what I was diagnosed with.
Uh-huh. Yeah, that's kind of the process I'm in right now currently. I'm on year 2 at this point.
I got you. So you got a lawyer and stuff?
Yeah. Yeah, because without a lawyer, they said it'd take triple the time.
Well, yeah, at first I didn't, and then I got a lawyer, and that's what really got it. I didn't even know about it at first, to be honest with you.
Oh, wow.
But like having a lawyer, but that's what I did, and soon after that, it was like a year after, maybe a year and a half after that.
Okay. Yeah, I'm hopeful because I got the lawyer last year.
Just keep going and make sure you follow up with treatments and therapy, and make sure that you can, you got to continue going to therapy. It's not, you know what I'm saying? Like they want to see, that that you're getting help for it. Like,
exactly.
I see my counselor once a month and talk to them, and then I see my doctor every 3 months.
Gotcha. Yeah, I think that's the part that's hard for a lot of people, including myself, is the follow through.
It is hard. Trust me. There's days where I'm like, nah, screw this. I'm not going. And then I go, but I keep going though. you have to go because
Exactly.
I feel like at first I had to go, but then I don't know. It's like it took me a while to find a counselor that I was able to actually talk to.
Yeah. Yep. I understand that.
It's not like I don't know. There's not for me. Counselors in general, like, or you either find one that's good or you don't, and it took me a long time.
Yeah, it's hard to find somebody that actually wants to help and not just there for a paycheck.
Exactly. Well, I appreciate you calling in. What's your name again?
Francis?
Francis. Thank you for calling in and sharing your story, and God bless you. Hopefully, I hear from you again.
Yeah, thank you so much. I tune in a lot, so I'll be brave and calling in at some point.
Thank you. I appreciate you. God bless you, man. Lock your doors.
You too. Have a good night.
You too. Shout out to her. I see Detective John called in. Let's give Detective John a phone call. Let's talk to Detective John real quick. Give him a phone call. See what's going on.
Hey, buddy.
Detective John, how's it going, man? Everybody was worried about you from that stroke.
I'm recovering. I'm a little off. I went to bed after a stressful day. My blood pressure's normally around 117 over 78, and I had a stressful day. I had to drive to Jacksonville, and traffic was bad. So I got home about 9:30 at night, and I rolled over in bed, and my left arm went numb, and I sat up and I started rubbing it. It felt like somebody hit me with a cattle prod or taser, and then it went up my back, up my neck, up the side of my neck, across my face, and then down. You could draw a line down the middle of my chest. My whole left side just went numb, and then I passed out. And my fiance is actually a cardiac specialist. That's what she works on. She works on the floor at the hospital. And when I woke up, I couldn't tell you if I was out for 10 seconds or 10 minutes, but when I woke up, my whole left side was dead, and I couldn't speak. So anybody that has any kind of event involving the left side, and you think it's nothing, and it just kind of hits you and then goes away and hits you again, it's called a TIA. It could be a mini stroke, and that's like the beginning of the big one. So just kind of, food for thought for anybody that has anything that happens on the left side. It's very, very important that you follow up with a doctor. It could be something serious. But, I was in the hospital for 8 days, and medical bills are $226,000. But I'm doing good. I'm recovering.
That's a lot. Like everybody's been asking about you. I gave you a ring last week. I was checking on you, but I figured you'd probably taking care of your business, maybe from home. Hopefully you're doing fine. I was thinking about you, so I gave you a call. But then I was like, man, I know you're going through that stroke shit. That's why I was like, I didn't hear back from him. Hopefully he's all right.
Yeah, I think I texted you back, but it's a process. I don't have any crazy residuals. I'm a little off. I'm not as witty as I was before. It takes me a second to articulate things, but it's coming back. I'm just very fortunate that when I got to the hospital, they have what's called a clot buster medicine. I forget the name of it. But the ED doctor said, "Hey, you got seconds. You got a second. I can push this in the IV and break it up, and it'll save you, but you got to give me some kind of indication that you want to do it. You got a 10% chance of dying if you do it. Do you take any meds?" And I'm like, I don't even take aspirin. So I gave him a thumbs up, and he pushed it and broke it up. Here I am. I'm okay. Just
I'm glad you're
God's
okay.
good. God is good, man. But
was
listen,
it a transient stroke? Before you, I know you're about to say something. Was it a
Yeah.
Somebody asked, was it considered a transient stroke?
Yeah, it was a TIA.
Okay.
But when they pushed the meds, the unfortunate thing is he told me, he says, I don't want to send you through a CT or scan or anything. We don't have time for that. So when they pushed the meds, it broke it up. So they don't really know what happened. When I went in, my blood pressure was 226 over 176. It was crazy. And I think that, everybody's got a little plaque. I might have had a piece of plaque break loose or something because I was jacked up from a stressful day. And I don't know, but I'm an athlete. I work out. I think I'm in relatively good shape. And just goes to show, everybody's blessed every day. So moving forward, having something like this happen to me has opened my eyes. So I appreciate everything. And I watched the show the other day yesterday actually, when I came up and people were saying very nice things.
Yeah, everybody's been worried about you, even even where you can't see at in Discord. A lot of people have been asking me, "Is Detective John okay?" I was like, I haven't heard from him. Honestly, I got to give him a call, give him a text, see if he's all right. I just looked at the list and seen your name.
Right on. Well, I'm here. I wanted to give a little insight. I don't know much about this case. I just read a little bit about it. It's a 25-year-old mother who has 5 children. 5 children. And here's the problem. This is coming from somebody that was in law enforcement for a long time. I spent a lot of time in projects in low-income areas, and the system is broke because a young mother that's living in a low-income area doesn't have any funds. Kids are having kids, and they don't even put the father's name on the birth certificate because, and don't take this wrong, everybody, but this is how it works. So if the father's name's not on the birth certificate and the mother says she doesn't know who the father is, then she gets benefits for the child. Here in Florida, last I checked, it was like $400 a month, plus housing benefits. So you get that. I think it's for 48 months per child. So these kids are getting a little older, so she's probably losing some of that income, and she has to work. I believe it's 20 hours a week to maintain the benefits. So there's a lot of stress on a single mom that's got no help and no outlet to have a job.
What about her being removed from the home because or the kids being removed from her? She didn't have, from what I know and what I read, she didn't have them. She didn't have custody.
Right.
Of them.
She was supposed to have supervised visitation, from what I gathered, and somehow that was broken, and she was alone with the children. I don't know what happened. I guess we'll find out later. But something's drove her over the top, and I'm sure it's got a lot to do with just the financial burden. Unfortunately, that a single mom has. She's got responsibilities to take care of the children. She probably has no help. She may have just lost it. And I also read that her twin sister stabbed her child to death as well. I think the child was killed. I'm not sure.
7 years old, I think.
Yeah. So, there's a pattern here, and that's probably, within the family, something's happened, and they've morphed into, mental illness, and, it's just overwhelming. And I'll tell you a story that's heartbreaking. That when I was a rookie, I was on the road and I got a call in a housing project. And it was January, and we're in Daytona, but it does get very cold here in January sometimes. So it was about, I think it was in the mid 30s, and someone called in that a 2-year-old was running around with no shoes on, and nothing but a diaper in the middle of the projects. So I get in there, and I find the child. There's broken glass everywhere. He's walking through broken glass, nose is running, and I picked him up. and it was called a liaison unit. We had an office within there. So I took him into the office, and a witness told me, where he stayed. So I went there and banged on the door. The mother finally came to the door. She was out of it. She was addicted to crack. And so I wound up taking custody of the child, and I called the Department of Children Services, DCF, they call it. And I had to wait over 2 hours for one to come. And just imagine this housing project is set up like an apartment complex. So you have buildings, and again, don't take this wrong. I don't want anybody to take it wrong. It's just the truth. You've got entire families that reside in one building for decades. I'll give you the last name of a family, the Maddoxes. I mean, this building is the Maddoxes family. There's 7 or 8 apartments in this building, and it consists of an entire family. So I took custody of the child and waited for DCF to get there. So the investigator gets there, and she pulls up in a brand new 3 Series BMW. She walks in, and she's just very matter of fact, where's the mother? I told her, and so we went into the apartment, did a walkthrough, because at that point we had authority to do so. So we did a walkthrough. I opened the refrigerator. There's nothing but curdled milk in there, and like a quarter box of Cheerios. There's no food in the house, anything. There's charboy from crack stems laying all over the carpet. So I did some more investigating and took her into custody. She had a warrant. And so the DCF investigator found out the grandmother lived in the apartment right upstairs. So you can't tell me that this lady, the grandmother, does not know what's going on. But she, instead of taking the child into custody and doing the paperwork to do so, she was so lazy that she just turned the 2-year-old over to the grandmother, who lived in the same building. Made absolutely no sense to me, but that was her decision. I was out of it. I did my report. So to make a long story short, about 2 months later, get a call to the same building. 2-year-olds passed away, and I get choked up every time, because when we went in there, she had taken a big black garbage bag and put it over the mattress in the crib, and the baby moved forward and got tangled up in the plastic and suffocated. And she was in the same state. She was a crack addict, and she was out of it, and the baby suffocated. And the system's broke, people. So here's what happens. She had 3 children. 2 of them were older, but this baby was 2. So she gets pregnant. I'm referring to this mother in Texas. She's got 5 children. So she gets, I don't know how much money I get per child, but the father can have his cake and eat it too. So he can run around and impregnate all these women in the projects in low income areas, because he knows they'll never come after him. Because, and I'm just being blunt here, if he's he's not a legit person, he's not working a real job, maybe he's slinging dope, whatever he's doing, but he can go around and impregnate all these women, and he's never on a birth certificate, because they know that they'll never get anything from him, but they'll get money from the government. So it's a vicious cycle, and it's an enabling cycle for people that just, they're not done right. You need to take young mothers and get them involved in some kind of a training for a job, or some kind of a network where they can work from home. There's plenty of jobs out there, but I can guarantee you that this lady was probably losing some of her benefits because the children were getting older. She was totally stressed out, and You know, that's how it works, everybody. A lot of people don't know this, but this is real how it works. So if you have 5 children, let's say you have 5 children here, and I want to say it's $400, close to $400 a month that they get per child, and then they also only have to pay a very small percentage of their annual income to live in the projects. So, you know, if she's got no help, she's going to lose money. She has to get a job. She probably can't find a job because she doesn't know how to get a job. She's never been, you know, she doesn't have the skills to do it. No one's taught her anything, and she's probably just lost it. And I feel for people like this. I'm not, trust me, I'm totally devastated to hear that she killed 3 of her children. But the system is broke. It's broke, people. You know, instead of sending billions and billions of dollars to foreign countries, we need to be investing in our own people here and helping them, because this is the truth. I'm telling the truth. I've seen it. And people are enabled by our own government. So they sit in housing projects because they're enabled for so long that the entire family is networked in one building, like I said.
Oh my God!
You know, it's just the way it is, and it's wrong. You know, and I don't mean to get political, but it's a lot of politics, and you know, people only care about, you know, people, low income people, when it's time to vote, and then they really do nothing for anyone. Somebody's got to step up, and somebody's, you know, people need jobs. You know, they need to get out of the situation they're in. They need to, you know, they need help. You know, the family network is broken today. It's broken. So it's just devastating. I've seen so much garbage that you wouldn't believe. I could tell stories that would blow your mind. And you know, I had one. I'm not going to get into that one. It's too devastating. But there's just, people have to speak up, and you know, legislators should be watching this show. They should be. Hopefully, there's a legislator that is watching this show, and can do something, and listen to these mothers that are just overwhelmed. They're overwhelmed. Could you imagine having 5 children, T-REV? 5 children, all under elementary school age or in elementary school.
And she's 25.
She's 25. So you got to figure, you know, she probably had her first child when she was, you know, 17, 16.
Right.
You know, and that's just too much, you know. And you know, people need to realize what's really going on, you know. And I'm speaking from the heart, because certain people in certain government positions want to keep people down. They want to keep them down, and they want to feed them money so that they can get votes. That's what this is about, people. People do not understand what it's really about. So instead of helping these people and educating them and getting them a trade that they can do to support themselves, the government enables them, and it's wrong. And they just stay stuck where they are. And sometimes they're okay with it, but you know, I just can't imagine, you know, having 5 children and no help. That, I think the lady, I watched the video, that must have been the grandmother, maybe. I don't know. I assume so. Family member, she said. And
100% had to be one of the family members for sure.
Right, but that's not the house that they lived in. I'm speculating that they were in a project. I'm not sure. But you know, that's the way it is, and people do not believe that this is the way it is. People are so naive. They're so naive, and politicians don't care, man. They just want votes. So if you can feed people, you know, a little money here and there, they'll vote for whoever gives them that, because they're enabled. They don't have to worry about anything. You know, the more kids you have, the more money you get. You know, but it's getting a little bit harder. They're trying to get people to you know, better themselves, but it's still always good. It's a vicious cycle, and people need to speak the truth. And I've seen so much, and it's just crazy that this goes on in this country. How many billions of dollars have we sent to another country? Billions. Just imagine what you could do here with that money for people like this. You know, it's insane to me. I could care less about Russia. I could care less about any of that crap. I want our country to move forward and be the greatest country in the world. And seeing stuff like this just irks the hell out of me, because I know what really happened in this poor woman's mind. She lost it. She's just under so much pressure. She's got no help, and she's got no skills, because no one's taken the time to teach her anything. She's just a baby mama.
Wow.
And that's the truth. So these guys are just running around, you know, having their cake and eat it too. And it's the truth. Like, you probably look at the birth certificates of these children, and they probably have her last name. They probably don't have anyone's last name.
Someone said, well, she has a criminal record, so who would hire her?
Oh, there's plenty of people that hire. There's plenty of people that hire convicted felons. There's people that actually advertise that they'll give you a job. You know, that can't be a cop out. You know, people can't think that they can't get a job because they're convicted felons. That's crazy. I mean, people make mistakes, you know, and there are corporations out there that love the fact that people come out and they need a job, and they'll give them an opportunity. And, you know, there's a high success rate, you know, when that happens. But, you know, when you're enabled your whole life, you don't want to work. You know, it's kind of like being an addict. You're an addict you're addicted to something, and, you know, you like it. So you like not having to work because the money's just handed to you.
Right.
And that's not the way we should live. And, you know, people just don't get it. You know, everyone is so naive. You know, if you're middle class, or you have a nice home, and, you know, you've had a silver spoon shoved up your ass your whole life, and then you can sit down and sideline quarterback and say all these things about, you know, things that happen, and people don't really know the reasons behind it. And I'm speaking the truth. I'm telling you right now, I could go to a housing project and an entire family will occupy one building. And it would, I know one that's lived in there for 50 years. The whole family occupies one building. And it's just a vicious cycle. And, you know, what do we do? We get billions and billions of dollars to another country. It's just sickening to me. People need to vote. People need to speak. I mean, it's, you know, they can handle their own crap over there. I don't care. I mean, I care about those people, don't get me wrong, but we have our own issues here that need, and this is a major issue. And this is an awesome topic, T-REV, awesome, because people really need to understand what's going on. And, you know, you ever listen to Candace Owens? If anyone ever gets an opportunity to listen to Candace Owens, you should. She is awesome, and she speaks the truth. And, you know, she tells it like it is, and, you know, she challenges, you know, everyone. So look up Candace Owens, watch her on, you know, just pull her up on YouTube and watch her. And she's amazing. I love her. So, you know, that's just a little bit of what I wanted to say on this topic, because Donna was awesome. She was, you know, she spilled her guts and she spoke the truth. And I really appreciated listening to her perspective on why she became what she did, and it's great. She should write a book, like you said.
Bro, you know
But
how
she
hard
doesn't.
it is to come forward and admit that you were thinking about harming your child and you were going through something mental. That's hard, bro. That's
Well, it is, and it's just like anything else. When we were speculating on the Idaho case, that it could have been the ex-boyfriend and all this stuff. It's I've been through a divorce, and I can tell you right now, I'll be totally honest with you. I had to take my guns and give them to somebody because I was freaking out. I was at a point where I was in a bad place because of what was being done to me and the lies that were being perpetrated, and I was a cop, and I was having these thoughts but I had the wherewithal to know that, hey man, you need to get a grip. And that's any man that tells you that they've gone through a divorce and hasn't had those thoughts when kids are involved and are looking at losing everything, they're lying to you. They're lying, 100% lying if they say that they've never had bad thoughts. That's coming from the heart. I know it. I've had friends that have reached out to me and I've helped them. I've walked them through it. Don't do this. And I've hopped in the car, kept them on the phone, and grabbed a hold of them. We went to Denny's at 3:00 in the morning and talked it out. And, life goes on, but there's an impending doom on these mothers that are babies having babies and they have no support. There's no support. But guess what? Our government, enables them. And, I'm not speaking about race. I'm speaking about just poverty, period. People
yeah,
are
all
going to
walks
say,
of
oh,
life, man.
he's
All colors,
talking about,
everybody.
I unfortunately, I had to work in a housing project, and in Daytona, we've got several housing projects, and yes, there's African Americans in there, very few, Caucasians, but that's where I was stuck. That's where I had to work. Those are the things that I saw, and it just, there were rules. I mean, you couldn't, if you were caught with drugs, you would be kicked out. But we had a system, and it was, we had an actual, I don't want to say any names, but he was running the HUD program, and he wouldn't hold people accountable. And we're talking about, they were slinging crack out of these housing units like crazy. The guys were coming in, impregnating the women, and slinging crack right out in front of the housing projects all day long. And no one's held accountable. So we need to take care of our own people. We need to quit giving these. America's the biggest giver in the world. We help everyone, but good Lord, man, I can't even remember what the billions of dollars were spent over there so far.
Right.
It's crazy to me. It's crazy. We should have programs like the mental health emergency room that Donna was talking about. That's awesome. People should have a place to go, to learn a skill, and we could build it. If we build it, they will come. And it's just crazy to me. We need to get on the horn and just blast these legislators and get some stuff done. I mean, vote, people, vote. Don't vote for a party, and I'm not going to say any party names. Don't vote for a party that only cares about low-income people when it comes to every 4 years and every 2 years, because it's so obvious what goes on. It's insane. They don't care about them. They only care about their votes, and they feed them a little bit of money and some housing to secure the votes. It's insane. We need to change. We need to change because we're going down. I don't need to sound negative, but this
Our
country
country helps
is
everybody else before we help our own.
exactly. I don't condone what's going on right now, but you know, a country, you know, you've got nations that don't have. Look at all these containers. You know, when China ships containers over, we ship containers over. Those containers just sit there, and then you know somebody might come buy them, and you know people like me would buy them and put them on the property. But they've got hundreds of thousands of these containers that aren't shipped back to China or wherever, that they could send over, and they could create housing for people, you know, and they, if you've ever seen a container that they stack them, they do all kinds of neat stuff. There's actually colleges that have dorms that are made out of containers. You know, there's just so many things we could be doing, you know, that really wouldn't cost a lot. Stuff like that is just obvious to me, but we need to take care of our own. This mom, you know, I'm not saying she's a bad person, but she's obviously got some stress, you know, and when you're looking at losing income because you get it for 48 months and you're not going to have that income, you don't have a job as required, you got to work 20 hours here in Florida. I don't know about Texas, but you know, you'll lose everything. And she's probably just lost it. She's lost it. Now she's got the Department of Children and Families taking her children away, put them in custody of another family member, like I discussed before. So that family member didn't abide by the you know, the rules that were implemented, where she couldn't have anything but supervised visitation. And this lady let her in there probably, and she killed them. I mean, there's a reason why they didn't give her visitation. It had to be supervised until the courts work it out. So, I mean, I don't know what was going through her head, but I do know, because I've been in the trenches, man. I've seen it. It is so frustrating, so frustrating. It just drives me insane, because honest to God, our government is doing this on purpose. They are enabling people for votes instead of helping them, giving them skills to get out of the projects. Instead of doing that, they want to enable them and keep them in the projects as long as they can. And I swear to you, there are people that have lived in the projects their whole lives, and they're driving, you know, they're driving cars around with, you know, $4,000 worth of wheels and tires. You know, I've done search warrants on housing projects where they had marble floors inside that they put in. They had Italian leather couches, big screen TVs. You know, it was beautiful. You know, where'd they get the money for this stuff? Why is this allowed to happen? You know, that's why I said a baby mama, which that's basically what she is, because those children probably aren't from one guy. They're probably from multiple guys. And, you know, I'm sorry to be real, but I'm just being real. I'm speaking the truth. And those birth certificates, I could be wrong. They could have the daddy's name on them. I don't know, but unlikely, because if there's a dad involved, then guess what? The government will come after that dad for support. So the mother, if the dad doesn't have a job, doesn't have a legitimate way to have his paycheck, you know, docked for the money, because he doesn't really work, then the mom doesn't get anything. You follow me?
Yeah.
So, you know, it's a vicious cycle, man, but this is truth, 100% the truth. And if people don't agree with me, then they're super naive. That's all I'm going to say. They're so naive. I live in the South. I live in Florida, you know, and I'm just going to be honest. I've lived in Illinois. I lived in just outside Champaign, Illinois.
Not too far.
And the difference between the culture in Illinois and the culture in the South is heartbreaking, because people don't realize the difference in cultures and just a few borders up, it's crazy. But what do? I'll tell you what we don't do. We don't give $50 billion to another country. We invest in our own. And this needs to stop, man. It needs to stop right now. Everybody on here, how many people are on here right now, T-REV?
470.
How many?
470. 470.
Okay. So you got 470 people right now. And people are gonna watch this again.
Right.
So everyone needs to think about what I'm saying and just understand that I'm not lying. I'm not making this stuff up. It's real. This is real. And this poor mom was pushed because she's been enabled her whole life, and she doesn't have the skills to get a job. She knows how to do nothing. She has been given money by the government her whole life. Her whole family has probably been in the same position. She knows nothing else. But what she does know is the clock is ticking, and she's going to lose some of that money because these children are getting older. And here it's 40. I don't know what Texas is again, but here it's 48 months. And then, you have to get a job. You have to work 20 hours. She's probably not doing that. So because she has no skills, we have to take care of our own people. I don't care about what's going on in some war in some other country that Russia's trying to take over. I don't care about that kind of crap. Take care of our own people first, America first, and then help. I'm not opposed to giving them some help. We've got old weapons that we don't use anymore. We can give them to help. I'm not opposed to doing that kind of stuff. But sending billions and billions of dollars over there and buying them new equipment, new guns, they have brand new helicopters, all kinds of stuff that we're giving them. Are we going to get paid back? Hell no, we're not going to get paid back. It's insane to me. I've seen so much. I've got so much. I've done CPR on a baby that was a year and a half old. That was a 15-year-old mother. Again, just didn't know what to do. She came running out of the house with the baby and limp, dead.
Wow.
And I'm standing there and I'm like, what do I do? I'm trying, and he's been dead for hours. So, it's a vicious cycle. This has got to stop. It's so wrong what our government does. It's so wrong. And people are starting to wake up and see the truth.
What do you think about the care? Somebody said the caregiver was negligent.
The caregiver, it's kind of like the scenario I explained that I experienced, where the grandmother was given custody. So she probably had supervised visitation. So that means that someone from DCF, Department of Children and Families, I don't know what it's called there in Texas, had to be there to supervise the visitation. Well, the grandmother, she probably just totally ignored that, and this mom is losing custody for whatever reason. I don't know what led to that, but she probably was so overwhelmed. She's like, they're going to take my babies away. I'm going to lose all the money. I'm going to lose everything. So if I can't have them, no one can have them. And she just snapped. I hope the other two live.
Yeah, dude.
But
What do you? What's the punishment
we need to all
here?
pray.
What's the punishment here for her? At the I think Brianna. Brianna's in chat. I've seen her say, and I've seen her actually in a lot of different chats, and I think I seen her in like a trial chat one time. I see Brianna everywhere, and she's in chat right now. She said Texas is tough, and that she'll be on death row.
Yeah, there's death penalty in Texas,
That's what she was saying, and
know,
I've seen her in a bunch of spots. I just seen her say that before.
I can almost guarantee you that there's going to be some mental aspect of this, and she's going to, be deemed mentally incompetent. Something for that, because, it seems like, just about every case like this where the mother loses it and kills her children.
Mm-hmm.
We had one here in Florida where she drove into the ocean with her kids, and she didn't get off, but she lost her mind. She was so stressed out, she just couldn't take it anymore. She had no outlet, nowhere to go. You can call these hotlines all day long, and people, I could talk to anybody. You could talk to anybody, T-REV, that's having a mental issue. That's all good and well, but having a place to go where you can walk in, you can take your children, they can have a place to play while you talk it out, and you get, you try to figure out life. We have nothing for people like this. Nothing. All we have is a bunch of enabling assholes in our government that take advantage of these people that know no better. They know no better. And they're going to continue to do it. It's not going to stop. It's just like, and I don't mean to get political. I try not to, but allowing people to come across the border illegally. There's legal ways to do this, but they're actually giving people IDs now that aren't even legal citizens, and it's so they can vote.
Susan Smith, is that the person you were talking about?
Yes, Susan Smith.
I've seen somebody put the name in chat. That drove.
Yep.
She did. Now, did she drive in with it, or she get out and save herself? I didn't see how. I didn't see that case.
She drove in. Witnesses saw her driving in, and they all ran out to the car, but it was sad. She just lost her mind. And a lot of these cases, it's the men that lose their mind, because we live in such a litigious world today, instead of keeping the family together. So if someone's on here that has a family that's married, or you have a fiance or boyfriend or girlfriend, you have children, and there's nothing major that has been done to separate, work it out, figure it out. Children need to have, and if you can't work it out and be together, don't fight. Just be friends, because kids are so devastated. You don't realize what happens to these children.
It takes two. It takes two people. You know what I'm saying? Because I've seen situations where one person wants to, do everything, but the other is just wild. They're out there. They're doing them, and they don't care who they hurt in their past.
Right. And with men, and I'm coming from a man's perspective, I've got 5 children, and I can tell you, it's so hard. If you have to separate or you have to divorce, just do your best to be friends, because it destroys the children. No one gets hurt but the children. And this bickering and this fighting, and Florida is actually becoming a 50-50 state. So if both parents are capable and they live within 50 miles of each other, then you split the time with the children. And I've done that. I've got my youngest is 14 and his sister is 18, and as long as she stays in college, I still pay support for her. But we're 50-50 as far as time. She's got like 51%, and I've got the rest. But you have to figure it out, because this bickering that attorneys, I'm sorry, attorneys don't really care. You know, they get their money, and they talk all the talk when you go in there. Oh, we're gonna we'll be the best. We'll do everything for you. And then you call them, you have questions, they never get back to you, and then when they do get back to you, they dock you for time. It's crazy. Every time you call, you're losing money. So, yeah, Ebony Wilkerson, yeah, that's one in Daytona. So, but they just don't care, man. And judges the legislation has granted 50-50 in a lot of states now because the judges are so tired of this bickering back and forth, about money and just infantile, stupid shit that each parent will do to try and hurt the other, to win. It's all about winning, and instead of thinking about the kids. So the legislators are now seeing that if you give 50-50, then guess what? You're not in court all the time. It works, and from a man's perspective, I'm going to tell you like it is. It's when it comes to relationships where children are involved, for a long time, it's been a woman's world, and men, it's devastating to men. I mean, they lose everything. It's really not fair. And I'm not trying to be, please don't get angry with me. I'm just speaking the truth. It's not fair. Men, it's hard for men to live. I had an officer friend, that lost everything. He was living in a motel. At the end of it, he had like $80 a week to live. And that's just not right. He was a great dad, but she got a great attorney, and they beat up on him. My divorce cost me about $50,000. And I had to fight because my ex wanted to move to Jacksonville with some dude she met online. I did a background check on him, and he's been arrested for solicitation of prostitution.
Damn.
I ain't going for that. There ain't no way my daughter's going to be around somebody like that.
Oh my God!
So I spent $50,000. You can't imagine the thoughts that were going through my head when my ex was up there in Jacksonville with my teenage daughter with a guy that tried to pick up prostitutes and been arrested. It's crazy to me. So, but back to this, it's just got to stop. It's got to stop. This is so wrong, and it's so obvious what is going on, and people should be mad. If I was in the housing project and I watched what happens around election time, and I watched how all of a sudden they seem to care and they want your vote, I would be incensed. I'd be like, why are you insulting me? You're insulting my intelligence. You don't give a shit about me. All you want is my vote. You float me a few dollars here and there, and you enable me, and I don't succeed. I don't move into any kind of profession because I'm being enabled and taken care of. That's what has to stop in this country, in every country. Now there are people that can't do things, for whatever reason, but we have to fix this problem. We have to fix it. And the only people that can fix it are voters. And, there are people in government that are good and that see this. Like I said, Candace Owens is awesome. I wish everybody would go listen to her because she's amazing. And I'd vote. If she ran for president, I'd vote for her in 2 seconds. I'd have everybody vote for her because she speaks the truth. And, it's refreshing to listen to somebody like that. But, I've seen it, man. I've been there, and it's so sad. I'm going to tell a quick story. Can I tell a quick story?
Yeah, break it down.
So I used to, I'm a coach. I coach baseball, football, basketball. I coached PAL. I coach AAU. And I would go into the projects, and the trunk of my car, I would load I had a bag of flags, I had footballs, I had basketballs, and we would play football or basketball. And I was in a project. It was called Pine Haven at the time in Daytona, and we were in the field, which is next to the basketball court, and we were playing flag football. And there was a kid. He was 12 years old, and at 12 years old, he was 6'1". He was a monster. He was huge. His hands were like, he could palm a basketball at 12. I mean, this kid was amazing. And, you know, people don't understand, you know, what true racism is until you put yourself where I was, because I'm going to tell you a story about true racism, and it's going to make people cry, because every time I think about it, I get, I get choked up. So I'm the automatic quarterback. So I'm about 46.5. It's called. You get out of the car and you just kind of mingle and you walk around. You're available for calls. So I'll get, kids would run up to me and we get, shirts and skins. So I was automatic quarterback. So I lined this kid up as tight end, and I would send him on a fly pattern straight down. He'd just tower over. He's a man amongst boys. This kid was amazing. So as I'm playing, there's a building, one of the project buildings is about, 60, 70 foot away. And the door opens and I hear, I'm imitating what happened, but I'm going to be I sound just like her. She goes, Kunta. She named her son Kunta Kinte. Honest God. She starts screaming at him. And so he stops and he runs over to her, and I hear her pointing at me, telling him that I'm the white devil and I've got blue eyes. I told you never to play with that blue-eyed white devil. First of all, I don't have blue eyes, I have green eyes. But he comes back over to me. He has to get his shirt, and he says, Miss JP, because I have a nickname, and he says, I'm sorry, my mama wants me to come in. I can't play. And I looked at him and I said, I'm sorry, son. And about, 3 or 4 months later, I got put in a specialized unit. It's called street crimes. And that's basically the guys you see that wear the black T-shirts that say police. And it's called jump out too. We roll up on a high crime area and we jump out of the car fast. This is how we used to do it. And everybody run, they'd throw their dope. We chase them down and catch them. It was like shooting fish in a barrel. I'm not kidding you. Back in the crack days. So about 3 months later, we did a buy bust. So we sent somebody in, and they went into his mom's unit where she had her brother, and he was slinging dope and she was slinging dope. So we wound up arresting them, and she was a habitual offender. So I'm talking to the kid, and I never knew his last name. So I find out his last name, and we're like trying to figure out where to take him. And I said, do you have a grandparent close by? And it was the baby's, it was his father's mother, which he didn't, he was wound up getting in trouble, which really surprised me. But anyway, he told me the name, and it turns out that the grandmother was my kindergarten teacher. So I took him there. She came out. She was teary-eyed, and she was very appreciative because she wanted him out of that environment, but there was nothing she could do. She tried everything. The courts weren't helping. And so we'll fast forward about 5 years. I was in Champs in the mall with my two boys, and they were like 9 or 10 years old. And I'm sitting on a stool, and one of my sons is picking up shoes. And all of a sudden I get these big arms picking me up off the stool. I'm 5'10", 220, and he picks me up like I'm nothing. And I'm like, who the hell is this? And he's giggling, and I turn around, and he looks at me, and he goes, Mr. JP. And he looks at my sons, and he says, your dad saved my life. And he was getting ready he was being looked at by several colleges, and he wound up going to UCF. And he's now a very successful businessman. Not sure what he does, but I know that he's successful. But all my years being an officer and being a detective and going through the diversity that I have to go through. And, people don't understand what it's like wearing a badge because, they have a job to do. And, you can't sideline quarterback what's going on. It's like people running up when someone's being arrested and they're putting cameras, trying to video them and antagonize the police. I don't think that's right. It's not conducive to any good behavior to do that. And then something gets posted online or a news media gets it, but you don't know what happened before that. If somebody, threw dope and I chased them down the road, it's not like this is reality. People just don't throw up their hands and say, I give up. Detective John, go ahead and arrest me. It's not the way it works. They run. If you catch them, they resist. You could be a 90-pound, little dweeb. And if you don't want me to arrest you, it's going to be hard. Squirrely people, you've got to use force. And people don't understand that. I mean, they sideline quarterback everything that law enforcement does, and you only see in the media what they want you to see so they can get ratings. But you don't hear the story about what led up to that. You just see the officers on top trying to arrest the guy, and he's resisting. And, sometimes you got to give punches by the bunches to do that. This is reality. People need this stuff that I see just irks the shit out of me, man. It's crazy. Let the officers do their job. They're there for a reason. They're not, I didn't go to work saying, I'm going to arrest a black man today.
Right.
Or I didn't go to work with that mindset. Unfortunately, we have to work where the crime is. And I'll tell you point blank, straight up, 100%. People, there's things called pretextual stops. Okay, so that means if I'm on the interstate and I'm doing interdiction on the interstate, and I see a car go by, and I've got my lights shining on the road so that I can see who's in the vehicle, and I see it's a black guy or see it's a white guy with long hair, looks like a doper, I'm going to go after that guy because of the way he looks. That's called a pretextual stop. And it happens. It's the truth. It's just the way it is, and cops do it. But I can tell you this much. If you're in a black area and you're a white dude at 2:00 in the morning, you're driving down Martin Luther King Boulevard in Daytona Beach, and a cop sees you, your ass is going to get pulled over. Sorry. So is that racism? Is that pretextual stop? So you don't hear about stuff like that. That's truth, man. That is absolute 100% truth. I got into a debate on Facebook with one of my peers that was a black officer, and he's saying all kinds of stuff that's just unreal. So I called him out because we worked together. I said, so I'm not going to say his name. I said, so let me tell you something. So when we sat together on MLK and South Street and saw white boys come up on bicycles or white boys come in cars and drive slow, and you pulled them over, is that racism? Did you pull them over because they were white? Why don't we hear about that kind of shit? Because that's truth, man. That's 100% truth. Is it racism? No. Is it a cop using his common sense going, why is this white dude in the hood at 2:00 in the morning in a high crime area where known drug deals take place? Is that racism, or is that using your common sense? So you figure out a way to investigate that and try to do the job that you were paid to do. And you can't do that anymore. It's gone. Police work is gone. I wouldn't suggest anyone be a cop today. Ever. Never. I have a good friend that his son wants to be a cop. I said, don't do it. Don't do it. Because I asked him, why do you want to be a cop? Because, basically he said, because it's exciting. I want to arrest bad guys. I said, well, I'll tell you what, if you go out there and you self-initiate anything, you won't last a year. Your ass will be fired because the department's not going to back you. Someone's going to videotape you. You're going to lose your job. I'm telling you right now. So you just can't do it like you used to be able to do it. I'm sorry, I'm speaking the truth. You know, when I was a cop and I saw a known drug dealer standing on the street, I had a guy, his name was Lauderdale. He called him Lauderdale.
Mm-hmm.
And I would literally roll up and he would drop his pants and pull his ass cheeks apart, because that's where we always found dope on him. He would actually do that. So I got tired of him doing it. So I arrested him for lewd and lascivious. And, we get him to the jail and he does have his dope up his ass. It's shoved up his ass. That's where he kept it. So that's the truth. That's reality. That's how it is, man. It's how it is. People need to stop criticizing cops. It's racism. Everything is racism. You pull the race card on everything. It's such bullshit, man. It's 100% bullshit. I never went to work, and I'll be totally honest with you, 100%. All my years in Daytona, I never, ever, not one time heard a white officer use the N-word. Never. But I'm going to tell you the truth. I had many, many, many black officers use the word cracker or do all kinds of stuff and get away with it. It's bullshit what's going on. It's a double standard. You would never hear me say that word ever. I respect everyone, but I can tell you right now, I went through McDonald's the other day. It was after a sporting event, and I had my daughter in the car, and I was in a convertible, and there was me, there was two black people behind me, two black people in front of me, and the girl at the window was a black lady, and she's shooting shit with everybody that comes through there. I get there, she just sticks her hand out the window, doesn't even greet me, doesn't say a word, takes my freaking money, hands me my change back, and shuts the window, and I go up to the next one. I sat there. I made her open the window. My daughter was humiliated, but I didn't care. I said, "Where's your manager? You're a racist." And I called her ass out because she clearly hated white people. I'm so tired of this bullshit, man. It's total bullshit what's going on in this world. And the government is doing it. The government is creating this hate. It's total bullshit. I pulled up to the next window. I asked for the manager, and I said, loud as I could say, that girl at that window is a racist. She hates white people. And the people inside that were ordering started clapping. They loved it, because we can't allow this shit to keep going on. We have to stop it. And the government is doing it. And we need to think about who we really want running our government. We want people that will help and people that will not drive wedges. We have driven wedges in between whites and blacks that took decades to gap, and things were going so great, and now we're back. We're walking back, man. It's unbelievable to me that we walk back decades. It's wrong. I'm sorry, I'm in the South, and black people down here hate white people. Not everyone, but a lot do, man, especially in the projects. And the reason is the government has created this for a reason. They want division. They want division. We need to unite as Americans and stop this bullshit. Stop this enabling. It's just wrong. I could care less what race you are. You know what I judge people by? Their character. Their freaking character. It's like you, T-REV. You've been through some shit. You told me some stuff when we talked, and you're an open book, man. You have no qualms with telling people the truth, and I'm speaking the truth. If people want change, they need to vote, and not vote for. I don't want to get political, but it's just I'm speaking from the heart. I'm speaking from a white guy that wore a badge for many, many years, man. And I had been subjected to so much racism. It is unbelievable. It is unbelievable what people don't know. And it's because of ignorance. It's because of what's being taught to our children today in schools. Schools are it's unbelievable. My daughter is 18. She's in college now. She's going to be a teacher. But she, it's just, we need to teach our children. We need to, I'm not gonna have some teacher tell my children, things about personal things that they experience in life, try to mold them into what they believe. Their job is to teach a curriculum, not force agendas. And that's what teachers have become today. They force their agenda on our children, and our teachers are very important people in children's lives. Stay away from the personal shit and teach our kids math, English, science. Leave the political shit out of it and your feelings. You're not there to give impressions that I don't want on my children. I don't want my children to talk about sex. I don't want my children to talk about any of that shit in school. It shouldn't be talked about. If my 12-year-old kid needs to know about sex, I'm going to have the birds and bees conversation with them when I feel like it's necessary, not when some freaking teacher decides they want to spew some bullshit and get away with it. It's wrong. I'm sorry, I'm spewing, but
yeah. What about
things,
what about these? You know what I mean? Like we have these crazy incidents out here though that just is uncalled for. You know what I mean? And it's me when I look at it. I don't want to say it's hard for me to like my opinion on it, because when I see a human's knee on somebody's neck and he dies, I don't, whether he was doing something bad or not, whatever they arrested him for, whatever, etc. Right? You put him in jail, but you got your knee on someone's neck and you kill this person, and that I don't know. You got to be held accountable to a certain standard of you know what I mean?
I'm gonna give you real perspective on that. I'm gonna tell you the truth on that incident. He was. Did you see the toxicology report on him?
No, I'd be lying if I said I seen it. Right.
Yeah, he was loaded with fentanyl. He had, they said he had enough fentanyl on him to kill a horse. So, but he was jacked. He was, he fought, and he did this before. So, if you've ever had to try to handcuff someone that doesn't want to be handcuffed, it is very difficult. Unless you get them in an arm bar, or twist them up and hurt them, they're not going to comply. That was a big dude. Now, I'm not condoning what the officer did. There was a crowd gathering. He had his knee. He had his knee on between his solar plexus, and we are trained to do that. I'm gonna tell you straight up, because if you control the head, you control the body. Generally, I'm a Dan in judo. I know how to do that. I mean, I trained some of my peers in defensive tactics, and judo is a martial art where you can actually, kick someone's ass and not leave marks. I mean, I know every arm bar, every sweep, everything you could imagine, because I wore a gi. I was in a gym for since I was 6 years old. So, but some guys aren't trained in any of that stuff. So they just know how to punch. They just know how to drive knees. They just know what they know. So officers, I'm full out and 100% agreement that officers need to be trained better when it comes to effecting arrests, but they have escalations of force. So when someone doesn't comply, you have mace, you have a taser, you have all kinds of things that you can use. I don't remember. I don't think a taser was used on him. I don't remember. I just remember seeing him down with, the officer had his knee between his solar plexus, and he went into a cardiac event. He's screaming he can't breathe, but at the same time, he's not complying. He's under arrest for passing counterfeit bills. He's been doing it. They knew him. They knew his face. They were waiting on him to come back. And you know, the person working the register recognized him and called the police. So you know, he didn't comply. He's dead, and that's unfortunate. But I mean, the officer didn't go there to kill him. He didn't intentionally kill him. There are mitigating factors that led to his death. Again, I'm not condoning what happened, but that we are trained to control the head. We are trained in defensive tactics to control that upper body, and throwing a knee and holding somebody down between the solar plexus is very effective. Now, you know, I didn't follow up on that and what the ME said about his death. I don't remember any of that. I really didn't pay attention because it kind of aggravated me.
Do you regret working? Do you regret being a cop?
No, I loved being a cop. I loved it.
No, but do you? I mean, what I mean to really ask is what it became, and like because it's a big thing, man. Like
I would never be a cop today. I can tell you that.
That's
right
what
now.
that's kind of what I was getting at, and you touched on it.
I would never do it because it's a profession that the media has impacted so much, and you know, I wore a badge. I'm gonna cut to the chase here and tell the truth. I grew up. My stepdad was a major drug dealer. I've seen 12 kilos of cocaine in Champaign, Illinois on the counter of our bar in our basement. We moved from here to Illinois because he was running dope. I saw that from the time I was 6 years old till, you know, I was almost 15. You know, he got popped in the airport in Terre Haute. He got popped because he had a quarter key strapped to his leg. I think somebody dimed him out. I don't know what happened, but you know, he got popped. He got arrested, and he wound up flipping. So he flipped on a major supplier that was at my house with, you know, there were a couple and they had a little girl, and you know, he wound up flipping on them. So I opened the door one day to walk out to catch the bus, and guess what stuck to my door?
What's that?
A butcher knife through when my mom was pregnant with my brother. There was a butcher knife stuck into my door through a baby doll with blood poured all over it, dripping all over the front porch. That's the kind of shit that I saw. So you know what? I've never smoked anything in my life. I don't drink, and I don't care if people drink. I've just seen so much shit. So in my life, I wanted to go out, and I really wanted to affect kids because, you know, I went to a high school called Mainland High School, and it's in central Daytona, but it's surrounded by projects. So I was an athlete, so I was in the projects a lot. I would take some of my friends home, you know, and I would see people standing on the corner slinging dope, making, you know, $500 a day, you know, for 2 hours of work. And I'm not kidding, man. A 20-cent piece, 50-cent piece, you know, you throw several of those out, you're loaded. You know, you're done for the day. And what do you tell a little kid that's standing in a project shooting basketball, watching his cousin or somebody he knows stand there and just sling dope all day, and you know, driving around in a hoopty with, you know, 24s on it, and you know, has everything. So that kind of shit right there made me want to be a cop, because I wanted to go out there and I wanted to make a difference. I would arrest people, and I can remember one, and we just had a reunion, and one of the guys told the story. I ran a guy down. I was fast. I ran a 4.340. I was a fast white boy, and I did that in high tech. And I ran a guy down. I caught him.
Don't you think these terms that we use these days too? Like, I mean, I know the government is part of certain shit, but I feel like these terms that we, you know, like white boy, you know, this and that. I feel like it throws
It
out.
does. Why you gotta everything? I mean, you're in the rap industry.
Right.
What is, you know, I love rap. I listen to Tupac on my yard today. I listen to Tupac all day long.
Right.
You know, I love everything has to be about race. Why has it got to be about division? You
Right.
know,
We like
I
Delana
get it.
said in chat, we should be united, not divided.
Yeah, and that's what we are. That's what America has become. And you know what? To be honest with you, 10 years ago, it wasn't like this at all. Things were actually, you know, seemed to be going well. You know, but we've had 15 years ago, but it's just going downhill. And we need to stop, man. We need to stop, because if you look at what Putin just said, you know, he's claiming the West, you know, is the devil. We're all Nazis, you know, and all this crap. I mean, I watched his press conference day before yesterday. You know, you know what he said? You know what his number one topic was? Basically, look at the West and look at the family values that don't have anymore. Look what's going on. There's no family values in America anymore. And he had, you know, the Catholic Church, you know, clergy there, you know, he's saying there's no God, you know, God be with them. And, you know, he's using that, and they're laughing at us, man.
Mm-hmm.
They're laughing at us. America has become a shithole. I'm going to say it. I don't care what anybody says. That's what it's become.
Well, our government has divided us so much, and that's why I don't pay attention to shit.
It's 100% divided us. It's 100, and the reason is so obvious, and no one wants to say it. And I'm saying it, man. I am saying it. I don't give a shit. I'm going to tell the truth, because it's the truth. The reason why, and I'm going to say housing projects, you know, in the South, loaded with African Americans. The reason why they're stuck in that position is because the government is enabling them and keeping them there for votes instead of helping them. Help the people that don't have the ability to get out there, because maybe they have 5 kids and they don't have daddies to help them. You know, but teach them a trade. You don't have to go to college. You know, I don't even suggest college hardly in today. Find a trade. Learn a trade. Get out there. You don't have to go to college to be a success. You don't have to. I think college is overrated. I'm sorry. It's bullshit. Learn a trade. Get out there. Be diligent. Be articulate. Learn how to communicate. And here's a problem. I'm going to say it again. I'm going to say this. Here's the problem with kids today. What we're doing right now, if we were face-to-face communicating, they can't do it. You know why? They can sit down at a keyboard or on a cell phone and be a keyboard tough guy or tough girl, but when it comes to actually face-to-face dialogue, communicating, working shit out, they can't do it. So what happens when they do get in a position like that where they lose? They lose because they're not behind the screen, and they're not spewing crap to somebody or insulting somebody behind a keyboard and a screen. When they're face to face with somebody and then they can't take it anymore, they lose their minds. They blow their brains out. That's why suicide is so high, because we're not teaching kids to have dialogue anymore, face to face. No one can communicate, man. You know, technology is taking it away. Our brains are going to shrink. You know, I don't. Marie says he was suffocated to death. Okay, but Marie, I mean, the officer didn't mean to kill him. If you watch the video, he's pointing to people to stay away. He's trying to get this guy, you know, situated and cuffed and get him in the back of the car. You know, yes, he died. That's unfortunate. But that officer didn't mean to kill him. And he didn't go out there and say, okay, I'm gonna the first guy I arrest today, I'm gonna shove my knee in his solar plexus and I'm gonna kill him. You know, that's blown out of proportion. That's not right. You know who was wrong there? The perpetrator. The perpetrator was wrong. Why is he not held accountable for resisting arrest and putting himself in that position? That guy's dead. Yes, because the officer put a knee in his back and he had a cardiac event. That was unfortunate. But it's not like that shit happens every day. People are treating it like it happens every day.
Mm-hmm.
It's wrong. Yes, I watched the video, baby boo. 100%. But he didn't kill the guy on purpose. I'm not condoning what happened at all. That's training. There needs to be better training in defensive tactics and arrest tactics, period. You know, tasers don't work a lot of times on people. That's a big dude. I've tasered people where they just kind of looked at me and laughed. You know, they don't always work. It's an escalation of force. If you tell somebody they're under arrest, then what a person should do, a diligent person would stop, put his hands on his back, and let you cuff him. You know, everything becomes, you know, an event. You know, if somebody is arrested, there's John. You know, there's manslaughter. Yes, I know manslaughter. I know the law. I know all about. But to take that situation and put it out there like all cops do that is total bullshit, people. It's bullshit. Cops don't go out there to freaking kill people. You know how many times I could have shot somebody and got away with it? I wrestled a guy. I had a rider with me in the car, and a guy on the corner at South and MLK in Daytona Beach had a gun. I wrestled him, slammed him on the hood of the car. The gun went flying up toward the firewall. I could have stepped back and double tapped him and been totally justified. You know how many times shit like that happened to me? It irks the hell out of me. And it irks the hell out of me when I see an officer that's in a chase and the car is running and the car gets caught up in a dead end street and then turns around to try and get away. Get out of the fucking way. Get out of the way. You can't, it's bullshit to me. I'm 100% agree. You don't shoot somebody because they turned the car around and they came at you. Just step out of the fucking way. How is that justified? I'll totally go. I'll go to my deathbed saying any cop that shoots a car, turns around and comes at them is not justified. It's bullshit. But you know what? He'll win. I do agree with shit like that because it drives me crazy. But you know, people need to think. You know, you need police. This defund the police is unbelievable to me. It's just wrong. And police are getting trained better now. You know, there's role playing that, you know, you need to role play. You need to put yourself in situations, you know, and learn how to communicate with people and defuse situations. There's cops out there that can't do that. If you can't do that and they put you on the road and you get past your FTO, then shame on them, because you need to be able to articulate well. You need to be able to work on conflict resolution. You need to be able to do these things. You can't just go to the academy and, you know, for 3-4 months and come out and I don't know, some are shorter, some are longer, but you can come out and they give you a badge and put you up with an FTO and, you know, go to some calls. You need to do a lot more. I totally agree with what people say on training. And yes, there are events where, you know, people are arrested and they die, you know, but you know, it's not like that shit happens every day. Cops do a job. You know, there's hundreds of thousands of cops out there that are doing a job every day and out there for you to protect you. You know, you know what? I was a cop. You know how many tickets I actually wrote? Not many. I didn't write tickets. I was in the hood. My goal was to get the dopers off the street. That was my goal. My goal was to get the white boys coming to buy the dope. My goal was to get the prostitutes off the street, do reverses, do things like that. I didn't care about traffic. You know, cops that go out there and they work traffic. You know why they work traffic? I'm gonna be totally honest with you. They work traffic because they want to keep busy working traffic so they don't get a call. So they don't have to do nothing. There are cops like that. So if you have a cop that does nothing but write tickets all day, he doesn't want to answer calls. So he's always busy. He's always pulling somebody over writing tickets. So when a big call comes in, he doesn't get it. That's the truth. I call cops like that perimeter riders. They ride around the perimeters of the bad areas and they write tickets. I don't believe in writing tickets. I think it's bullshit. Now, if you see somebody freaking blowing red lights, doing, 70 miles an hour in a 35 zone, yeah, stroke that guy a ticket. That's ridiculous. That's
Coffee
reckless driving.
Cake said every high schooler should have to go through police simulation, and then you will never want to bother a police officer. I think that's what they're saying. Or police office. They are adult babysitters.
Here's what I believe, and I agree with this. I agree with Coffee Cake. So the curriculum in high school needs to be changed. They're teaching kids stuff that's totally irrelevant to life, to developing life skills. So when I was in high school, we had debate. They don't hardly do debate anymore. So what you need to do, you need to have a curriculum where you put kids in situations like being arrested, disorderly conduct. Okay, an officer, you're at a party and you're disorderly, you're intoxicated, you're misbehaving, and the cops come. They're gonna arrest you. For DI, it's called. So what do you do when the officer says you're under arrest? You gonna resist, or are you gonna say, okay, sir, what for? Disorderly intoxication. Put your hands behind your back, like you're praying, and let me snap the cuffs on you. We'll be done. I'll give you an NTA, notice to appear, and you'll be out of here. That's what you do. You don't go into, you're violating my civil rights, blah, blah, blah. There's a day for that in court. But if an officer tells you you're under arrest, he's giving you a lawful order, you should comply. And they should teach that in school. I totally agree with Coffee Cake, 100%. And I also believe that there should be role playing in curriculums in high school. I mean, my daughter had to experience something, where she was in civics, and they developed like a Congress, and they developed a government, and she was elected president. So they created a bill, and it surrounded a topic that I don't care what your sexual preference is, but if I'm heterosexual and I say I believe in being a heterosexual, then automatically I hate gay people, and I don't. But my preference is women. I dig men. Sorry, I mean that I don't care if you dig men, but if you get in school, and today my daughter went through this story. So guess what? They were talking about gay marriage. And my daughter, she has she believes. She believes in a man and a woman, and it's not that she doesn't believe in the other, but that's her preference. She's going to marry a man. She's not going to marry a woman. And so she was forced out. She came home because she didn't agree with some of the kids. And I said, you know what, honey, you don't have to go along to get along. So stick with your beliefs and you'll be fine. Don't insult anybody else and what they believe. You just have your beliefs, but you don't have to go along to get along. And that's what kids are subjected to today. They are forced to go along instead of actually having their own belief. There's so much pressure today on these kids, but high school needs to role play with kids, sit them down, create an event, figure out how to resolve it, talk face to face, put the phones down, put the laptops down, quit bullying people online, and actually look at somebody in the face and create a dialogue and figure it out. We don't have that anymore, man. We don't have that anymore.
Like Laughingstock said, acknowledge excessive force at minimum. I agree with that statement.
What's that?
That excessive force. Like I agree with that. I mean, what I see, I can only go off what I can see, and that shit was overboard. Period. You know what I mean? And that's just my opinion from what I seen. What I see is overboard. Like, there's no need for all that. How many up there are you? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, there's no need for that shit.
Well, the only thing I can say to that, man, is unless you've ever had to try to arrest somebody that doesn't want to be arrested.
I mean, they're acting. The
you
dude, they
would
act like the mother.
understand.
They're acting like he murdered someone, bro. Like, I mean, that's a little. That's way too excessive. It's not even a little excessive. It was way too excessive. It's uncalled
Yeah,
for.
I agree. I'm not disagreeing with it.
And
I'm just saying.
wherever they went to school at and trained,
Yeah.
they should be fucking
Well,
sued.
Well, that officer had a history too. So that officer had a history.
When
of
they were a
excessive force.
bouncer, I heard that he was a bouncer or something with
Yeah,
George or
and he
whatever.
had a history. So based on his history, what I remember, he was disciplined for it, and he should have been fired. But he's back out on the street, and there are cops like that. I'm not condoning what he did, but what I'm trying to explain to people is, you know, when you see an officer or officers trying to arrest somebody that doesn't want to be arrested, what do you want them to do? What do you want them to do? If the person doesn't want to be arrested, they have to be cuffed. It's policy.
Well, they have to be cuffed, but knee on the back of the
be,
head when the guy's already pretty much.
No, you don't do that. You don't do any of that. You shouldn't strike anybody in the face. You know, that's all training. That's what I totally agree. You don't do shit like that. You know, but you know, it doesn't happen every day. It's the statistics are virtually nothing.
What's your theory about the Idaho 4 then? Somebody asked in the chat. What's your theory about the Idaho 4? Why did Brian? Why do you think Brian did what he did?
Well, like I said before, I believe that he at some point when he was heavy set, he at some point in his life decided he's going to make a change. So he became a vegan, and he lost a lot of weight. So he felt good about himself. He was confident. He became aggressive. He decided he wanted to he even did ride-alongs, and he wanted to be in law enforcement.
Right.
And I think he became infatuated with studying the mental aspects of what it takes to become a serial killer, what creates a serial killer, or a mass murderer, because he was having those feelings. So for him, he needed to understand what it took to become that, and why he was having those feelings. If this makes sense to anybody, I think that he morphed into what he was obsessed with. But I think he was having those feelings, and I wouldn't be surprised if there's bodies somewhere else. He may have done this before, but I believe he came over to go to school to get into some form of law enforcement, whatever he wanted to do. And I think, once they did a background check on him and they realized that he's never going to be a cop because he's got a heroin addiction, so that's not going to happen. And he's wants to go a different direction and become work at college as a professor. So he had his own office, he had everything.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that he morphed into that. And I believe that he had his end result was that he was going to commit these murders, and he was going to get away with it. And then he was going to have a classroom, and he was going to actually have people give their theories on what actually happened, and he would know the truth, and he would grade them accordingly. I think he's that mental. I think he had a plan, and he was going to do it again. And he would have an own case to talk about, and get people's perspective on who did it and why they did it, and he would grade them accordingly. I think he's a nutbag. He's absolutely insane.
Did you see the new list of evidence that or not evidence, but stuff that they collected during the arrest warrant?
No, probably not. I haven't been really looking at it. Did they release it?
Oh yeah.
I thought there's no gag anymore, so they're releasing more stuff.
Gag, but they released it. Let's go ahead and talk.
What was it?
I'll tell you right now, and then you let me know where's it out of here. I saved it in here. It's right here. Okay, so the full list of evidence taken from Brian Kohlberger's house Knife, book with underlining on page 118. AT&T bill for Brian Christopher Koberger. Glock 22 Gen S 40 caliber serial number BMX VSQI. A Smith & Wesson pocket knife. A folder containing vehicle paperwork. Acer laptop. Green leafy substance in green container. Documents. Green leafy substance in plastic bag. White paper with password. Power cable. Cell phone. Three Glock 40 caliber magazines. What is it? Books, black gloves, one black hat, one black mask, personal identifying documents, New Balance shoes, dark color jacket, dark jackets, dark color shirts, dark color pants, clear plastic glove, laptop with damage, record of sale for the Glock 22, item photographed but not taken, note and desk, criminal psychology book, documents, XL, Columbia Navy fleece, a man's hand drawing. What was it? ID curls inside glove, or ID? It was some type of ID inside of the glove, inside box or something like that. It says right here. It's chicken scratch to me, so I'm trying to read it as best as I can. So various criminology books, notes, license card, dark color hats, black gloves again, black gloves, motherboard, Washington State University paperwork, note from Brian from Montana, medical documents, court documents, note to dad from Brian, colored spiral notebook, dark colored clothes, HP all-in-one computer, dark clothes and laundry basket,
Dark colored clothes. Ooh.
Taylor cutlery knife with leather sheath, 4 buckle swabs, 2 pair of dark colored boots, and 1 pair of brown boots.
What is it? So
Say what?
No van shoe.
You're breaking up.
Wasn't there an impression of a van shoe in blood? Wasn't determined to be Vans, so they didn't get Vans. They just got boots.
That's one of the things that I see a lot of people talking about right now, and a lot of people are assuming that, allegedly, speculating. People are speculating that it's Dylan's Vans or Bethany's Vans.
Could be.
A lot of people are speculating that. Me personally, I don't know, but
it seems like I remember hearing somewhere there was a boot mark too. There was a boot impression somewhere. But who knows? I think this was just the beginning. He's got, what did he have? 3 weapons. He had 3 guns.
The boy had a Glock.
Correct.
He had that Glock in there. Let's see.
He had He had 3 magazines. For one of them.
Yeah, 3 Glock 40 caliber magazines. So on the
I think we were looking at him. We were looking at a guy that probably was on the fence on what he wanted to do. He wanted to either, and what would have the most impact. So it's like I said before, we've become so desensitized to gun violence that if he'd have walked in there and blown away with that Glock 40, do you think that it would have gotten near the press that it got? No, hell no. But because he used a knife, it created, this thing blew up because of the motive, or the modus operandi.
Yeah. Okay. So all right. So for you being a detective before, I know you were about to say something, but I do want to ask this: what about the number one thing posted on that list, which is knife? It doesn't say a brand. It doesn't say none of that. Why is it listed like that? And that was just my biggest question out of the whole list.
I caught that too. That was the first item, knife. That if that's the knife, that's incredible. I mean, I don't know. Remember when I said I honestly don't think that he planned to do it that night. I really don't. I think that something happened, and he just spontaneously decided to do it. He had been thinking about doing it, but I think that when she said she was there for one last night, and then she was heading to Texas, I think that when he saw that on social media, he sees the opportunity to do do the event then. I mean, because she's going to be gone, so he's not going to go to Texas to get her.
Right.
He's gonna do it that night. So I think he was damn sure. I'm damn sure positive that he was going to do it, but I just don't think that was the night that he was going to do it. I think that something happened, and I think maybe that social media post where she's in town for just tonight and then she's gone. He seized the opportunity, and he didn't put a lot of thought into it.
Mm-hmm.
He made a lot of mistakes. I can tell you right now, if I wanted to kill 4 people, you'd never catch me. There's no way you would not catch me. So that's just the truth. So you just have to understand his mindset. He had for one of those girls, don't know which one, but I heard that they found pictures of one of the girls on his phone. So he snapshot.
That's what I heard too, but I don't know if
so. Unless you hear it, like you said, unless you hear from law enforcement, it's all bullshit. But,
oh damn! I think we dropped. I think my man dropped. The detective won. I think, John, I think you dropped. Your call dropped. That shit said, "Poo-doo-doo-doo." Hold on, I just saved every single one of them. Let me pull it up. Let me pull this up. I got one right here. 1, 2, 3. I think you dropped.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. Sorry about that.
Yeah, what is your
burger,
thoughts on that whole entire, all of those, just the list in general? My biggest thing that I was thinking about was like, why did they just put knife on that one, but then list the Smith and Wesson knife? And what I mean by Smith and Wesson pocket knife, but then they did, and then they listed the, what was it, the Taylor cutlery something with the leather sheath also. So that was interesting to me too.
Well, it had a leather sheath.
That's what it said.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. It seems like it'd be more descriptive on. It just says one knife. That's it.
Yeah, look, I got it pulled up right now on the screen. You can probably see it right now. I mean,
I see it.
Let me drag it.
Knife with a line.
Yep.
Knife. Yeah, that's probably the knife.
What about the 10 ID cards? What does he have 10 ID cards in his glove box? They didn't specify really, but
I think this guy is 100% a psychopath, sociopath. I think this guy was going to do much more than this. And
oh my God,
he's definitely gone, because finding this, the black clothes, he was wearing dark clothes. I mean, if those are the clothes, he's a done deal. Okay, you can wash them, but there's still the proteins from the blood. It would take a lot to get it out.
Mm-hmm.
They'll still show up, and he's got to have blood all over him. I mean, I was reading some people's comments that he's innocent. I'm like,
there's a lot of people, dude. You would be surprised. There is a lot of people that think he's innocent.
I see it, and it's just, if you're watching this Murdaugh case, it was amazing. The work that they did. I don't know if you watched any of that, but I did. And the OnStar on his Suburban nailed his ass, because the new OnStars on these vehicles now will track every time you put the key in the ignition, turn it on, and it'll track you everywhere you go. And he didn't know that.
I mean, he's size 13. I think. I don't know. I keep seeing it around. Where's this 9?
Well, size
size 9
13
van or so. Somebody, I don't know if I think that's I don't know if it's a rumor or what at this point, man. It's
well, the size 13 imprint. I mean, there's there's less than 10% of the population. At least that's the way it used to be, because I've had cases involving shoes that wear above a size 10 and a half. 10 and a half is the the average shoe for a man, but 13 is there's not many people out there, so that could be circumstantial evidence right there. If he's a size 13 and it's a 13 shoe, bam, it's just part of building the case.
black face mask. I wonder if that was what kind of black face mask are they talking about?
Yeah,
Would
I'm pretty confident that's going to be the clothes he wore.
Wow.
I'm pretty confident, but I think that he wanted to create a murder that would draw as much attention as it could, and he'd sit back and watch it.
They got the black face mask. It says black. I don't know if it's saying black face masks. Like, is it multiple? But it does have it separate on 16 and 19.
There's an S on the end.
Because
So.
why did they put it like this in here? They put if you're a detective, you walk in, right? You've been a detective. You're going into a place, you're collecting evidence or whatever the belongings that he had on him, etc. You see how they listed this right here? Black face mask on 16, and then at 19 it says one black hat and one black mask. So what's the difference? Like, they didn't specify what kind of mask.
What is 17? A prescription? Does it say prescription?
That's what it looks like, but it looks like a third grader wrote that. You know what I mean? Second grader.
Yeah, it's not even spelled right if it's prescription.
Yeah, and this was directly from Brian Ensign.
Yeah, I don't. Black gloves. What type of black gloves are they? Medical style gloves, rubber? What are they? I mean, not very descriptive there.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I was like, why didn't they get? You know what I mean? It just doesn't describe it well for me.
Well, this is actually just a list they're jotting down. So when he does a supplemental report for the search warrant, it's going to all be typed out, and it's probably going to be described better. But they, like I said, they're not going to release, the meat of everything they found right now. That'll all come out in the hearing. I think they listed that knife as vague as they did because it is the knife. And if they said it was a K-bar knife, we'd all be saying, "Oh, there it is." He's a done deal.
What do you say to those who go, "I don't think the evidence is strong enough to convict from what we know"? What do you think about that? What would you say to people who say that?
How are you going to explain DNA on a sheath on a bed underneath a girl that was brutally murdered? How are you going to explain that?
Yeah, that's what you would say to those people.
100%. The DNA's enough to convict him. He's a done deal. There's so much more that they have that we don't know. The triangulation with the cell phone. He's got photos and all stuff like that. It's all circumstantial, but it is allowed. So, this is going to be a good case. I mean, you've got multiple agencies involved. The FBI is involved. He's a done deal, and he wrote a letter to his dad. I wonder what that letter says. Something's he morphed into what he was obsessed with. Bottom line,
innocent till proven guilty. Yeah, absolutely. In the United States, innocent till proven guilty. But
I'm just that she's right, Brianna. You're right, 100%. We're in the USA, so he's got to be judged by 12 members of a jury, and they're going to decide his fate. Fortunately, they have the death penalty there. Texas Angel doesn't think there's enough evidence. Well, we don't really know what evidence they have. We know very little. You know,
Goldilocks says, "What about a connection with Brian Koberger and Brent Kopeka?" Which is, man, I read those comments daily. I see that all the time. People are connecting them two together, and I just don't. I'm not seeing it. I don't
I'm not
see it.
seeing it either.
I know that he met,
Well,
but the only part I seen it at where it was just him mentioning it, or him and his dad, or whoever the hell that was talking, mentioning
his
that.
dad mentioned it. Yeah, it wasn't even what happened. Wasn't even what he said. He was wrong.
Really, that Netflix series on Murdaugh was really good. Go Girl, it was really good.
Yeah, the murder. Yeah, I haven't watched that yet. I watched the trial though.
He said nothing when arrested, just only me.
He said what?
No, I was reading what Lindsay Book said. She said, "LOL." He said nothing when arrested, just only me. So meaning,
yeah. When he said, "Am I the only one that's been arrested?"
It's reported that he said that, but I mean,
if he said that, I think he was concerned about his dad, because you'd have to be pretty ignorant to not suspect him, knowing what's going on. White Elantra, they had to be freaking out. So I would have loved to have been fly on the headliner in that car on that drive to Pennsylvania, and those two traffic stops. There's no way people are saying that they were just spontaneous stops. No, they weren't. Those two traffic stops were calculated.
Somebody said the IDs were at his parents' house, not in the Elantra, which it does say. Let's see.
Were they fake IDs or were they just multiple IDs?
It did say Brian evidence collected at Brian Koberger's. Let's see. I'll tell you. I'll go right to it because I want to actually read it verbatim. Right here, I got a bunch of shit saved in my phone that I was looking at over the past couple days with this. Actually, over the past couple weeks. What it said, the full list of evidence taken from Brian Koberger's house, which in Pennsylvania. It's no way he killed 4 in 8 minutes. Rambo or John couldn't do that. I'm messing with you, John. Y'all think you've been done 8 minutes, 20 minutes short.
Well, I can tell you right now, a 9-inch K-bar knife plunged into you anywhere in your body is going to incapacitate you. And I can tell you right now, that guy's in shape. He's probably the guy that stands in front of a mirror and simulates stabbing people. He went into martial arts. He was in a boxing. He did some boxing. He was 8 minutes. 8 minutes. You can do a lot in 8 minutes. I mean, I could kill 5, 6, 7 people in 8 minutes if I knew how to wield a knife.
Do you think? Did you write like this when you were a cop, or you got better writing than this? I feel like whoever wrote this shit wrote this.
Honestly, my writing's pretty atrocious. My writing's about like this guy's. That like I said, this will be in the report, but this will all be typed out and be be neat. He's just doing a preliminary list, and then it'll probably be very, very descriptive in the actual,
Mind Over Matter says report. This is proven facts. Touch DNA is nothing. What do you think?
Touch DNA is nothing?
What would you say to that?
I would say there's plenty of people convicted on touch DNA. I don't know why you say it's nothing. Is there a particular case, or is there a case law created somewhere that says that touch DNA means nothing? I don't think so.
Shelly says, how do you explain DNA not being on the rest of the sheath?
Who said it wasn't?
Yeah.
Nobody said it wasn't. I'm sure it's on the sheath, but the easiest place to swab for DNA would be that metal snap on the sheath. So you use your thumb to push down on that snap. you deposit DNA. So they swabbed that and they got DNA, but I guarantee you there's DNA on that sheet. You know, him walking in the room, he's dropping DNA everywhere. So, you know, I'm sure there's more DNA.
Somebody said
But
that's because one of his family members posted a comment on social media that they were together that night and Brian was framed. Where's that at? Can you email that to me, Aaron? I'd love to take a look at that. Honestly.
Yeah, you know what, man, I'm just gonna be honest. When people post stuff like that, they're just trying to create dialogue. You know, they're trying to agitate people. I mean, they want to hear themselves, and they want people to address that. I don't
And you're
even,
meaning it's people that or whoever put that information out there?
Yeah, it's just you know, it's conspiracy crap.
Yeah, but I feel like even though it's a conspiracy, if it comes across, I'll take a look at it. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
no.
I'll
Take a
I'll
look at it. But it's just you know, it's to me, it's just people spewing, you know, whatever they want to say. That's fine. Just say it. I don't care. We'll talk about it. You can talk about it all day long. I'll address it right. I don't agree with that. You know, he wasn't framed. Why would anybody frame him?
Somebody said,
I mean,
okay, so touch DNA is highly arguable in court. Peep the current Zachariah Anderson trial.
you can argue DNA all you want. You can hire many experts. They'll try and fight the DNA, but it's all going to depend on who has the best attorney, who has the best expert. Touch DNA is it's real, man. I mean, I don't know where whoever's saying that's getting their information, but I mean, been in many cases where I've been in dope cases where DNA was found on the frickin' baggies. I had a group of people, that were arrested because they were with the dope. So the state wound up no processing everybody else because this guy's fingerprints were all over the baggies. So I mean, I don't understand the thinking there. I mean, DNA has come a long way, man. It's
Nah, Lex, it actually is on the first page. The knife, she said, wait, there's a knife listed, but isn't specified which kind of knife it is. Is that what Detective John just said? No, that's actually what I said. But I'm sure it says it on the list for everybody to look at. If you want, the documents are on Brian Enton's Twitter, and you can easily get them there, or I have them.
Well, who released this list? Did they release this list, or was this like?
I mean, Brian Enton posted out there. I didn't see who actually released it themselves. Also, there's this place on Twitter, dude. This guy is good at getting documents. It's called what is it? Something? It's a document page, but they're good at getting legitimate documents. I don't know if it came from them.
He files a request. I know who you're talking about. He's the dude that got in all the shit. What's that guy's name? Because he was lying. He's got multiple lawsuits, all this shit. What's that guy's name? I know who you're talking about, but
I can't read.
Yeah, he gets documents. I mean, you can get that list right there is just a preliminary list. So when he goes back to the office and he goes through the evidence and they tag it and they do everything they're supposed to do, I'm sure that the report will indicate what type of knife it is, what size it is, and then they're going to send it. They're going to test that knife for DNA and see if there's blood on it, because I guarantee you, the guard on that knife, if he's plunging that knife and slicing, blood is gonna run down that knife and get where that guard is. There's a gap, and unless he, cleaned it really well, there's gonna be blood on it. I still find it.
I mean, there was no van. There's no vans in the car. They got some New Balance shoes though.
Well, what was he wearing when they arrested him?
The hell was he wearing when they arrested him?
You know what? I don't recall.
I don't
I
know,
didn't
but
know what she was-
this looks like I wrote it down. I'm serious. I'm dead serious. My handwriting is
What's
just
that
like
scratched?
this.
What's that scratched out right there on 25? What is that? A
Uh,
new laptop?
yeah, it says something like that, and then it says clear plastic glove next to it. So it's scratched out and put clear. I think it says a clear plastic glove.
Yeah, like I said, this is just a vague. It's just a list, and then when they get back, they'll be much more descriptive.
Dude, I can't even read this shit right here.
And it doesn't matter if we
Signature.
can read it, as long as he can read it and transcribe it onto his laptop and type it in. That's all that matters.
I'll call Cap. Touch DNA is nothing to the right lawyer. Even 25-year DNA specialist made a video saying this is not enough.
Yeah, they're all going to say that. I'm telling you right now. DNA is going to nail him. His phone's going to nail him. There's a lot of circumstantial evidence that's going to be admitted, and there's a lot that's not. But if that knife, that number one thing on the list, knife, why would that be number one? I mean, that's what they went there to look for, was a knife. That was their main goal, was to find that knife.
Mm-hmm.
So they found the knife. So that's telling me, I'm just kind of using my common sense. I'll be surprised if it's not the K-bar knife.
Shelly said they found it one spot, or they found it in one spot on the sheet, or on the sheath. Yeah, that's why I asked.
Yeah, they did say that, but when they swab that snap, that's the quickest way to retrieve the DNA. I'm sure they sent that whole sheath off for the lab to retrieve DNA that they couldn't retrieve. That's what we would do. The snap is the easiest place for them to get DNA off of. So, that's a leather sheath. I don't know what condition it's in. Sometimes leather is smooth, sometimes it's very porous. So
my man Mike Jones said, "I'll bet $1,000 he's been in that house before."
Oh yeah, I would not be. I said that all along. I think he's been in there. I think there's been multiple parties. He was infatuated with. We can speculate on which girl, but which one I think it was. But I think he was rejected, and he snapped. This guy's not right. I can tell you that. And like I said, I think he became what he was infatuated with.
He would have to be the CD says he would have to be the unluckiest person alive to have all these things happen to him, to put him in that place at the time with his DNA.
I would say he was the most careless person alive. I wouldn't say unluckiest. I think he was careless. The sheath. So if you watch anybody wield a knife to fight, the sheath can be used as a weapon too. So when you train to fight with a knife, if you have a sheath in your hand, you can use that to knock people away. That sheath is pretty stiff. It's a thick leather sheath. You can use it as kind of like a slapstick. There's all kinds of things you can do. But I think he went back because he realized he left the sheath, because they have him going back. Then he go back at like 9 a.m. or something. He went back. But there's all kinds of. I've heard all kinds of stuff. They planted the sheath. They did all this blah blah blah. But that's how they knew. In the beginning, when we were speculating on how they knew, they have materials now that simulate flesh, so they can tell what type of knife, whether it's serrated, whether it's smooth, whether it's double-edged, all kinds of stuff. They can tell. They've done studies. They go to school for this stuff, and they probably determined, we were speculating, they determined what type of knife it was because of the knife pattern. But now we know that they had a sheath, so they knew exactly what type of knife it was. The K-bar sheath.
Here's a better list. Somebody was actually able to get out here. Now, let me make sure. Here we go. I got it blown up here. Somebody wrote it all down. Knife, book with underlining, and then phone bill for BK. The Glock 22 Gen 5.40 caliber. Fucking, let's see, Smith & Wesson pocket knife, folder with vehicle paperwork, Acer laptop, green leafy substance in green container, documents, green leafy substance in plastic bag, white paper with password, power cable, cell phone, 3 Glock 40 caliber magazines empty. So that was right on this first time. Books, black face masks. So it does say masks. Prescription black gloves, a black hat, or one black hat, one black mask, personal identifying documents, New Balance shoes, dark colored jacket ×3, dark colored shirt ×3, dark colored pants ×2, clear plastic glove, two something, one laptop with question mark. I guess they read it or typed it out the best of their ability. I get it. Recordive cell Glock 2 Gen 5 40 cal, number 29 and 30. Who the heck knows? Criminal psychology book, documents, and DeSales University's notebook, extra large Columbia Navy fleece, a man's world drawing, 10 cards inside glove, 10 cards inside glove, inside box. All right, I don't know about that, but is that what it said? Various criminology books, notes, license, card, and then you got dark colored hats.
That's a lot of that's going to be circumstantial. They're going to try and get that stuff in to show that he's actually studying, how investigations are run, and he's trying to dodge investigative techniques, and they're going to try and get that stuff in, and they're probably not going to allow that in. It's relevant, but the judge isn't going to let the prosecution win everything. The defense is going to object to a lot of this stuff being admitted. He's going to school for criminology. Of course he's going to have these books.
More than one killer? What do you think?
What's that? You
think there's more than one killer?
No.
You think that anybody conspire with him still? You still to this day hold it? You think it's him?
No, I think it's him 100%. No, there's nobody else. I think when he asked just me, he was concerned about his dad. Because they did the search warrant on his parents' house. His dad might have had some weed in there or something. Who knows? May not have been related to anything that he did. Maybe he was just concerned about his dad.
Note, what is this note from Brian from Montana? Could have been something about school, or I don't know. I don't know what that is.
Note to dad from Brian. I mean, I'd be interested.
I wonder if that holds anything. It could be just regular something, but what your dad's riding with you. What is there a note to him for?
Dark colored clothes, HP all in one computer, Lenovo. Man, he's got what has he got? Four laptops.
They collected a lot of shit. Man, it's crazy. They're probably, I would guarantee they're testing a lot of the clothing for any type of trace evidence.
Yeah. They're looking for proteins from blood, and you could wash something 10 times, and it's still going to have the residual blood. You won't see it until you light it up with they've got, it's not just luminol now. They got another chemical that they use, and I can't think of the name of it, but it doesn't destroy DNA. Luminol will hurt DNA, it'll break down DNA, but you can still get it, but it's just not as viable. But they have a new product out that's pretty good. But I don't, as far as two people, I have I have 2 laptops too, but that's not unusual. I thought it was like 4. Was it 4 laptops or 2? I just kept seeing laptops.
Yeah, there was. I didn't count them to be exact, but I mean, either way, those hard drives are getting ran.
Was there a tower? Did it say there was a tower?
I think from his apartment there was a tower. I could be wrong. I did from what I've seen so much shit on this case is starting. You know what I mean? I have all the
Seems like
paperwork.
I saw him carrying.
It's on my
I
old
saw him
computer
carrying one
that I did all my lives from. I have a whole folder full of all this shit. I save it and drop it in there after I look at it. I got a tons of shit from this whole thing, from the whole.
I have a shovel in my car for planting flowers on my son. Okay.
What if BK was set up and they lied about DNA?
All right. Anything's possible. I mean, anything. I'm not going to say it's impossible, but it's unlikely.
Somebody told me today. Now, what I got a question for you, ex-law enforcement. Somebody told me today that they were looking up. What was it? They couldn't find Madison. I believe it was. I'm trying to remember who told me that. Was it James? Somebody. I think it was somebody hit me up and was like they couldn't find any of them, with no trace of them when they searched them on. Was it Truth Finder, People Finder? I forget which one it was, but nothing from them showed up when they searched it, which they thought was weird.
Yeah.
Deceased or not, wouldn't you show up if you search somebody's full name? Wouldn't they show up on a database?
Yeah. Yeah. Yep.
Well, that's what.
Absolutely.
If Chains is in here, I'm gonna have to go back and find the message. I think it was on Discord. Could you imagine all the touch DNA that in that house from parties? Absolutely.
Absolutely, and that's what the defense is gonna. He can say, you're not going to be able to prove that he wasn't at a party.
Right.
You won't be able to prove that. So if he says, I attended, there's a plethora of parties there. It was like the party house for that whole area.
I mean, really, the only people that would be able to say that is a roommate. You know
that
what I
he
mean?
wasn't there.
That he was, and if he did go to one, and I'm speculating.
Yeah. Well, no, I'm saying if he said that, if I were him, that's what my defense would be. Hell yeah, I was there. I partied there. I know those people, and he knows enough about them from social media, because, like I said before, and I think somebody took me wrong. I was saying, one of the girls had diarrhea of the mouth, because everybody puts shit out on social media, like step by step where they are, what they're doing. And that's why if you have a daughter, a teenage daughter, tell her not to do that, because you don't want people knowing where you are at all times. You could have somebody potentially stalking you, and you're letting them know. It's crazy. So I think we're going to find out that he was infatuated with one of the girls, and he was rejected, possibly at that restaurant, where they all hung out. 2 of them worked there. So I think, but I still don't believe that he planned to do it that night. Too many mistakes were made. I think that he saw the social media post that she was going to be gone after that night, and he acted on impulse, and he just decided he was going to do it then, because that was his only opportunity.
And you're talking about Kaylee.
Yeah, Kaylee. Because it was posted that was her last night there, and she was going to be going to Texas or something like that. I don't remember the verbiage, but we won't know. He's not going to confess. I mean, if he gets convicted and he loses all his appeals, he may be the Hannibal Lecter that sits in the cell, and he chooses who he wants to talk to because he wants to be known. He wants to be famous.
I mean, it's the Hannibal Lecter.
Yeah, I mean, that's why you get a guy like this. You want to know his mindset. You want to study people like this.
Right.
There's something that set him off, and I believe that he was probably rejected most of his life. His parents. I read a bunch of stuff. I actually got online and looked up his parents. His parents had financial issues. One of your callers at one time said that he was a rich boy. His kid was not a rich boy. I mean, his parents lost their house in foreclosure. They got another house, and they were in trouble financially. They're teachers; they don't make a lot of money, and I think there's a lot of things that probably affected his psyche. And they said, he came back after a summer. He lost a lot of weight. So what happened to John? I had a stroke, Cynthia, but I'm okay.
Yeah, Lee. She said this guy talking was a cop. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. What about item photographed but not taken? What does that mean?
It was something that was of potential evidentiary value, but they didn't feel they needed to tag it for whatever reason. Who knows? It doesn't. There's no description. What was it? Does it describe it?
Nope, it doesn't. It doesn't describe. What did they get from the neighbor's trash? I wonder. Yeah. If you're throwing something in your neighbor's trash can, you either one got something to hide or two have no room in your trash.
Well, what did I say in the very beginning? What did I say? We all laughed at. Garbology is going to get him.
I remember. I remember you saying that.
Garbology is going to get him, and they did garbology on him. And garbology is just a term that we use when when you pull your trash can to the road. It's abandoned property. You don't have to have a search warrant to get in it. You don't have to do anything. You can just go up there and grab it.
Lex, a motherboard is to a computer.
Yeah.
A motherboard. Yep. It did say motherboard, and then a motherboard's to the computer, to a computer. Like my computer has a motherboard.
Why wouldn't they take the whole tower? I don't know why they would pull the motherboard.
You want to see a motherboard? There's your motherboard right there. I'll show you that on camera. There's a motherboard. So we have one of these in there. So you see the stuff that RAM is hooked up to that I got on my computer right now? That's a motherboard.
Yeah, but why wouldn't they just take the tower? Why would you take the motherboard, risk damaging it? When you can just take the tower. Right. That doesn't make any sense. I would take the tower.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't take the motherboard. Take the motherboard when you get it back for forensics.
Yeah, I don't know what I think he might have just had a motherboard and switched it out. Maybe he gamed.
Oh yeah, that
online.
Could have been just laying there. You're right. Yep, maybe that's it.
That's what I'm thinking. Maybe he switched the motherboard out, got a better motherboard, and put it in the computer.
Yeah.
Probably gaming.
He's probably a gamer. Yeah, he's probably a gamer.
Yeah. And
one good note: if your child calls the suicide, what does that say? It went up too fast.
Trev, this one is from his parents' house, and those are the car, and one from what he was wearing. I have a shovel in my car for planting flowers at my son and daughter's grave. Wow.
Yeah, that's one. Was there a shovel in his car? Did I miss something? Did they find a shovel and did they release what they found in his car?
Did they release what was found in his car? I mean, I never read that specifically.
No. I'm asking that.
No, I'm saying I've never read that specifically. I've never not. I seen it from the apartment, and then they had from the house in Pennsylvania. I haven't seen nothing about what was in his car. I guarantee they stripped that shit down and lit that
Oh,
whole thing up.
they lit that car up, but didn't a witness say they saw him cleaning it for freaking hours or something?
I don't know,
Like
man.
I saw that somewhere too.
You can't know
But
what
it's
to
not gonna
believe.
matter. They'll light that car up. And I guarantee you they're gonna find blood.
Said I was serious. No, I believe you were serious when you said you carry a shovel for your planting at your kid's grave. That, and I'm sorry to hear that. God bless you. It must be hard.
Yeah, and I thought at first when I read it, I thought it was like I did get to read the whole thing, and then I read it again. Yeah, I'm sorry for your loss.
Yeah, that's tough.
Let's see, Jeffrey Public.
You can remove
They took the brake and gas pedal from the car as well. Yeah, they probably did. It's just a rubber piece of rubber that molds around. They pull it off for DNA.
But on a knife sheath, why? Jennifer B says.
What did she say?
No, but on a knife sheath, why? Like, I mean, I think she's referring to the DNA.
Okay, so a lot of people that carry knives in their car or truck, and they'll keep it in the sheath. They'll put it in the door box, in the where you put stuff inside of your door. And it'll stay in the sheath. A knife like that, you keep it in the sheath. Oh, look at the puppy. Dog saying hey.
Yeah, he came up and headbutt my hand.
So that's not uncommon. He didn't wear the sheath obviously on his belt, so he grabbed the sheath so he could wield it, like he probably simulated doing this, thought about it many times, Remember in the very beginning,
it's alleged that he wanted Maddie, you know what I mean? But we hear multiple things, and it's like we're not really gonna. I feel like we're not really gonna get.
Well, when we find out who was on his phone, that's gonna be the one that he was targeting. I guarantee it.
Mm-hmm.
But they haven't said who was on his phone. I don't. Did that come from law enforcement, or was that just something out there that he had pictures of one of the girls on his phone?
Yeah, I heard the same thing. Actually, that was on News Nation.
Oh, was it?
I'm pretty sure I heard it on News Nation. Correct me if I'm wrong in the comments, but I swear I've seen that on News Nation.
Thank you, you too. I appreciate it.
Our sources say Kaylee and Ethan aren't deceased. Cynthia, from what I was gathering, a friend and family member of the Rev Gang family brought to my attention that when they did searches on maybe I should read part of it verbatim. Let me see.
Kaylee and Ethan aren't deceased. Cynthia, can you elaborate a little bit? Are you just saying that, or are you seeing that somewhere?
Let me get to her message because I want to actually see it. Show them my truth. I got you. She said, okay. So this is what she said. And, she does a great job. She said, Trev, I've been busy. Lord, I've been busy. Look at this. I paid to do background checks and I'm dumbfounded what I found. I did a background on myself to prove all my information is correct. I can't find Kaylee. I'm not going to say her full name, but we know her Kaylee Gonsalves. I can't find Kaylee Gonsalves anywhere. Nothing. I ran Madison. She comes back deceased, as does Xana. But get this shit, and I have proofs. Ethan is in Washington, and Hunter is 22. No, what? No, no. I think she meant to say Maddie. No Maddie ever mentioned either, or Macy. No Macy. I don't. What did you mean on that? Chains. She said,
so
Brian.
She's saying she did a background check and she couldn't find anything on the zone. I mean, they're not going to have a huge footprint to find anything. They're still pretty young. I mean, I'm not,
It's possible, but I'm pretty sure that it's out of there. I mean,
I can't hear
there's
you.
no reason. Can you hear me?
Yeah, now I can. So she's also said Brian Christopher Koberger, not a damn thing on him in PA or Washington. Brent Kopech, never in Pullman, Washington. Brent Payne is only one I have information on, but doesn't say he's a cop. What the hell is going on? I have screenshots of everything. So I was like, huh? That's kind of
Brett Payne? Who's that?
cop.
He's a cop?
Yeah. Thank you, Aaron. I sent you the article within the post in it. I don't necessarily believe it, but it is interesting, and I can see how this story could be possible. I'll check it
Well,
out.
it's just like, all the speculation when this was when we were, when this was hot and heavy. I mean, people can say anything, and you can address it here and agree or disagree, or I don't think you ever disagree. You just listen to what they say and say, oh, okay, that's what you do.
Yeah, because
That's
to be
what
honest with you, I don't know what's truth with this shit. Besides
Yeah.
I see what law enforcement puts out. I look.
Oh yeah,
at it.
Brett Payne's the lead detective. That's right. Yeah, that's the young kid, right? That he actually turned out to be impressive. Sharp. So, going back to the beginning of this whole thing, you remember all the speculation that we did, with, trying to figure out who did it. This was a whodunit. You had Dave call you, or send you a message saying, knock it off, I'm not gay, all this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But we entertained everything, and I was trying to give motive for whoever was involved with the girls and him. Why would they do? If the ex-boyfriend is the first person you're going to look at, he's an ex. Of course you're going to look at him.
Mm-hmm.
So we only had what we have. But I can remember saying multiple times, it may not be any of these people. And there were some people that came on here and said, it's a serial killer. And I said, I don't think it's a serial killer. But he's not a serial killer. He's a mass murderer. There's a difference.
Okay, so Texas Angel did say this. She said, yes, they released items taken from car. It's on Plunder and Grizzly. I missed it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, email me the video, Texas. I'll pull it up. I'll check it out. I didn't see that.
That would be interesting to see.
I thought you knew about the shovel.
I honestly remember I said everybody's saying that he would discard the knife. I don't think he would. I really don't. I think that knife is a trophy for him. I don't believe he would discard it. I think that knife is probably the knife that they found.
Okay, shovel in my truck during the winter. Thank you, Jens. Thank you for having a platform that allowed brave women to share.
Did somebody laugh at the grieving mother? I didn't laugh at the grieving mother. I only read part of it because it went so far up so quick. I thought it was somebody joking, but I didn't see the end, and I apologized. I wasn't laughing at what she typed.
Keister put me on too. She even said they released a list. See, I missed that. I missed that part. Send it.
Oh, Detective John, why do you think there were a list of all this stuff, mom and pops?
External.
Gyps, I don't know. Mom and pops? Oh, at mom and pops. So you're talking about the parents' house? That's not where that list came from. That came from his apartment, correct? Wasn't that list you showed?
T-REV, ask him why they won't tell us if it's the knife or not. They know by now. Because it'll be used in trial, right? I mean,
because
that's the case.
Because, all right. So remember when we were talking about trying to It's going to be difficult. They're not going to try this case in that county. They're probably going to go, you have to try the case in the same state. And Idaho is not a highly populated state. So they're going to have to go somewhere probably, south and find a different venue. But they're going to have to also, the defense, when you get selected for the jury pool, you're interviewed by the defense team and the prosecution team, and they fight over who they want. It's like a job interview. They ask you all kinds of questions, so they want to feel you out to see whether like this is going to be clearly a death penalty case. So the defense is obviously going to want somebody that's against the death penalty. So, it's to find someone in Idaho that doesn't know anything about this case is going to be very difficult. Mm-hmm. So if they put out that they did a search warrant on his apartment and they found the knife that was involved, that was used to perpetrate the crime, that's telling everybody he's guilty. So I think they're being smart by being vague, if that makes sense. And you're not going to see the report because I wouldn't think you would see the report because of the gag order, because that would have to fall under the gag order. So I'm surprised that even got out. That might have been leaked out. But I'm surprised that list got out.
I'm about to check out that. There's 2 videos on it. I'm gonna check it out real quick. I'm gonna get off here and play it right now. I'm gonna play the video and we're gonna check out the items. Let me know.
From the car?
Yeah, I'm gonna do
all
that.
Right. I'll address some of these questions. Do you want me to?
Yeah, I'm
wonder whose IDs were found inside the glove box.
I'm gonna play it for the whole stream.
Oh, gotcha.
I'm gonna get off the phone and play it for the whole stream.
All right.
You'll see. I want to see what tell me. Let me know what you think. Let's see. All right. I'm gonna hang up. Detective John, I appreciate you calling in and talking shit. We talked for about a good damn 2 hours, 3 maybe.
All right, guys. Hey, everybody. God bless. See you later.
My man.
Peace out.
All right, my man. God bless you, brother.
See you, buddy. Right,
hope
bye.
you're feeling better. Detective Juan. All right, let's jump. Let me see this video. It's time we see this video. Let me see this damn video. I need to see it right now. I hear shit like that. I'm antsy to see it now. Let me pull it up. Do I have anything pulled up on this side? Okay, here we go. I'm gonna pull it up and then put it on the screen real quick. We got I see a bunch of so defense looking for motives and items from Brian Kohlberger's car. Where is it on Grizzlies? Where is it on Grizzlies? Somebody send me the video. First one to email it to me. Somebody said watch Plunders or watch Grizzlies. I can't find it. I'm looking through it right now. And I'm a member on Grizzlies too. Let's see. Okay, is it the video where she talks about it? Brian Kohlberger's unsealed search warrants. She put out a 29-minute video. Is that the one? Let me know in chat if that is it, because I'll play it. It says it's 29 minutes. Thanks for the little short chat. Marlon says, thanks, detective. Somebody said, glad that fucking clown is gone. Man.
Oh my God.
There's going to be all types of opinions on people out there. People come here and share their opinions, whether it's I've seen some crazy shit, but hey, I respect it. If that's your real opinion, I respect it. But Let's see. I think so. We did this already, Detective John, last time you were on. Who says you can't be aware of the case to be on jury? That's your duty. You said, why would they move the case when I discussed Parkland shooter case here? Huh. Yes, I think so. Salvatore. Above link is Grizzly update. I don't even see a link. Doesn't show me that on StreamYards, but let me look over here. Okay, here we go. Nope. Somebody dropped the link in chat again. It's moving fast. Drop it one more time. Drop it. Somebody said they dropped in the chat. You can't put link in chat. You not a mod. I was about to say. I personally want the car one. I can't find. I looked it up. It's on other channels, but you guys said on Grizzly. I see it immediately right here on what was it? Law and Crime. I'll tell you right now. You got it on News Nation, Law and Crime. Release item seized from Brian's car. Yeah, Law and Crime Network. 2 minutes. Should I play that one? The 2-minute one? Fuck it, I'll play that one. Here, let me pull it over to the main screen.
And I will say that we have found an Elantra.
For weeks, a white Hyundai Elantra was the only clue released by police in the University of Idaho quadruple.
That's not it. Get the hell out of here. It's release seized from Brian's car and home. Okay, here we go.
Shocking details emerged
Here we
in
go.
the University of Idaho murders as freshly unsealed search warrants shed light on the items recovered from murder suspect Brian Kohberger's car and his parents' Pennsylvania home. Among the items officials collected, a criminal psychology book, a .40 caliber handgun, and a shovel. The Pennsylvania search warrants unsealed Thursday morning give a detailed description of the items collected when the home of Kohberger's parents in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania was searched on December 30th of last year. As Law and Crime Network first reported, Pennsylvania state troopers were contacted by the FBI and Moscow, Idaho police on December 28th for assistance in the University of Idaho murders investigation. More than a month earlier, on November 13th, 2022, 4 college students were found stabbed to death in their off-campus home. For weeks, few details about the case were made public, except that investigators were searching for a white Hyundai Elantra they called a vehicle of interest in the case. Investigators later revealed Kohberger drove a white 2015 Elantra. Court documents unsealed this week show a lengthy list of items seized from Kohberger's vehicle, including multiple plastic bags, gloves, hiking boots, a shovel, goggles, and a wrench. Investigators also took items from the vehicle itself, including the seats and cushions, headrests, a seatbelt, and a visor into evidence. Separate documents describe items recovered from Kohberger's family's home, including a Glock .40 caliber handgun and magazines, a Smith & Wesson knife, a laptop, cell phone, and a book with underlined words, though court documents don't specify what the book was or what words were underlined. Investigators also recovered a criminal psychology book and documents from both DeSales University and Washington State University. Prior to his arrest, Kohberger received both undergraduate and graduate degrees from DeSales University in Pennsylvania, majoring in psychology and criminal justice. At the time of his arrest, he was a PhD candidate at Washington State University. That campus in Pullman, Washington, is about 15 minutes from the University of Idaho campus in Moscow, Idaho. Kohberger was arrested at his parents' home in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania, after completing a cross-country road trip with his father from Washington to his family's home. After Kohberger's arrest and an appearance in Monroe County, Pennsylvania court, he was extradited to Idaho. He's now being held in the Latah County Jail without bail. Reporting for Law and Crime Network, I'm Sierra Gillespie. Now to the latest in the Idaho murder.
There we go. latest. What was that? 1 hour ago. Can't wait until June. Expert applauds unsealing of Kohberger warrant. I want to watch this now too. And after this, you can, if you want to call in, go ahead.
For investigations, defense lawyers for the accused killer are fighting to keep that gag order in place. Brian Kohberger's defense team filed the opposition with the Idaho Supreme Court yesterday. The gag order claims restrictions are needed to protect Kohberger's right to a fair trial due to, quote, twisted media coverage. The move came days after 30 news organizations asked the court to overturn that order. The lawyer for the News Coalition argues the order violates the right to free speech. It also prevents the victims' families from having attorneys speak to the media on their behalf. The attorney for one of the victims' family filed a separate motion to clarify the gag order because they say it's too vague. Meanwhile, we are getting more clarity on what exactly police found when they arrested Kohberger at his parents' Pennsylvania home after authorities unsealed several warrants this week. A Glock 22 handgun with 3 empty magazines, a knife, and black gloves were among the dozens of items taken in connection with the stabbing deaths of those 4 Idaho college students. For a deeper look into what these latest developments mean for the case, we're bringing in former FBI Special Agent Jennifer Koffendorfer. Jennifer, thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me, Natasha.
Let's start with that gag order, basically barring attorneys, law enforcement agencies, other associated with the case from talking or writing about it. What are the benefits of limiting information surrounding the case to the public? And if the gag order remains, could this actually leave room for misinformation to proliferate?
Well, I think the gag order will stay in place, and I think it's important that it does stay in place. Really, it protects not only Mr. Kohberger and his rights, it also protects the rights of this case being justly coming to fruition for these victims. And what happens when there's a free flow of information from attorneys, from witnesses, from lawyers, it ends up getting tried in the press. And moreover, it also causes a possible tainting of a jury pool. So I think the Supreme Court in Idaho will keep this gag order in place.
Meanwhile, this week, authorities unsealing several warrants that show the items that were seized from Kohberger's family home, including a knife and black clothing. I want to get your initial reaction to some of those items. What are you reading into that? Is there a high probability that these items were directly involved with that night?
Well, I don't think they were directly involved with that night, but they certainly are interesting. We've got a mask, we've got the black covering or cap, we've got those gloves, the knife, the Glock. I call it a kit bag, if you will. Just have seen this type of material before in offenders such as this, and I thought it was very telling. In addition, I thought it was very interesting, and I'm so glad law enforcement took the gas pedal and took the brake pedal and the cushions within his seat so that they can properly be analyzed for possible traces of blood.
I appreciate that. And that is not a detail that immediately came to my mind. Meanwhile, plenty of people do own black gloves or knives. Could these items just be viewed as circumstantial evidence?
Well, they're circumstantial, but look at the person we are looking at. It's somebody who the court has said there's probable cause to believe he's killed these people. When you add it all together and throw it all together, it does have meaning, particularly, of course, the 3 knives, the Glock. There was other information too. There was a book that had some underlying in it that's very interesting. We don't know exactly why they took that, but obviously they believe it speaks to possible motive. Also, a letter to the father. These are all things that probably are going to speak to his mindset and possible motive. We cannot wait for June to come.
Now, what do you make of the timing of this? Speaking of June, Kohberger not expected back in court until that month. Why unseal those warrants now?
Well, they have to be unsealed by law. Whenever you have a search warrant such as these, you have tight parameters, and it had to be unsealed, and it was unsealed. And I'm glad that they didn't try to keep it sealed and let the public see the kind of evidence that actually is coming forward on Mr. Kohberger.
All right, Jennifer Koffendorfer, always appreciate your time. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Natasha.
Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com to find News Nation on your television provider. And don't forget to click the red subscribe button below to get more of News Nation's fact-driven.
Right. That's not a K bar. That's not K bar. All right, so let's hear it. Let's hear it for some people. Let me hear. Hold up. Let me put this up. And boom. Go ahead. Call in. Who wants to call in? Whoever wants to call in, go ahead and call in. Let's hear it. I'm ready. Bring it. Hear your thoughts. Hear your thoughts. 916 in the mix. Papa Salvatore. You know Salvatore. You know Papa Sal wants to talk about it. He's always ready to talk about this case. Boy, allegedly. That's good shit, Ghost Devil. I like it. Allegedly with a middle finger, right? All right, here we go. Oh, my search history alone is scary. Oh God. 916, you're in the mix. What's going on?
Hey, T-REV, can you hear us?
Yes, absolutely.
Hi.
How you been?
I was listening to Juan, or is it John?
It's it's Juan, John. A lot of people gave him a nickname.
So, I'm white and I'm from the country, and I want to preface with this with saying, I got a felony from being. I'm just gonna go and tell y'all. I got 4 fucking DUIs within 10 years, and 2 of them were a .06 and a .07. And where I was, I'm not gonna say where it's at, but it was in far NorCal, and I had the nicest car. I was everybody knew who I was. I had a Mercedes SL 500, and that was my second one, and everybody just knew who I was. My family was, everybody knew who we were, and everybody knew who I was. And they just kept pulling me over. What sucks is that I'm the one that used to work for Congressman Wally Herger and got the $250,000 Cops More program grant for them to put more cops on the street. Unfortunately, it worked against me. And so you have to show a need for that grant in order to keep receiving it. And so you have to show a need. You have to keep getting DUIs in order, X amount to show that you need that grant.
Mm-hmm.
And so I was a standout. And so they just kept pulling me fucking over. And I was like an echelon of the citizens. I mean, I did the mayor's loan. I did every doctor, every fucking attorney. I mean, I had my degree in political science. Everybody knew who I was, and they just kept fucking wrapping me up. And they gave me a goddamn felony. And I want to say that I also, as a white person, know what it feels like to be profiled, though. And I do think that Black people, in my opinion, have been profiled. Truly, and where I'm from, we don't have a ton, but 2 of my best friends growing up were Black. Colleen Lawson and Paula Anderson. First boy I ever kissed was half Black and half white. And they were good friends of my brothers because they were on the football team. They were athletic. My brothers were athletic, so we were all best friends. But the truth is that they do get profiled, but so do we. How many times have you been in a car where you get profiled? Now, as a white guy, but I do want to say 2 things. Number one, okay, I'm gonna go out there, and people might just get real mad at me. Black people, in my experience, because I have friends that are, in law enforcement, tend to run. They tend not to want to get arrested. They fight. They want to fight. They don't want to get arrested. They're going to fight back. And then hence law enforcement, comes back real harsh, and they get sick of it. One of my best friends is a captain or parole here.
But I do feel like, and I'm not trying. You can. I want you to keep going with what you're saying, but in general, from my experience, from where I come from, like where I grew up at, I mean, white, Black, even a couple of the Asian homies. I mean, I've known a lot of people that ran from police, etc. Yeah, just in general. So I mean, some people see things different. I don't know if it's where they grew up at, but from where I grew up at, it's normal that everybody runs, or not just everybody, but people that I knew white guys that ran, black guys that ran. Like I said, a couple of the Asian homies I went to school with, they would run, like people run from the cops, teenagers all the way to adults. Like, so I mean, in general, I've personally don't look at it that way, but some other people do.
I mean, fair enough. I'm in Sacramento. I'll say where I'm at. I'm in Sacramento and California. And, statistics are here that whites, Asians, Mexicans, I mean, unless you're coming over the border or you're
you're
doing
in
something fucked up
Sacktown?
like that. Huh?
You're in Sacktown? Yeah,
Yep.
shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're in Sacktown.
Yeah, I'm Sacktown. But I'm from far north town. I'm not gonna say where that's at, 'cause just in case any motherfuckers are listening. But I'm from way further up north, like near Mount Shasta. But that being said, my good buddy here in Sacramento is the captain of parole, and I can tell you truly, my brother, and you didn't like this last time I said this to you, but my brother has life. He started done 26 years in, man. He was one of the first ones to get the 3 strikes law here in California, and he just came up for parole. And he's gonna get out. And my dad did 14 years in T-REV.
Wow.
Yeah. But everybody else in the family is like amazing and super educated and amazing. That being said, I mean, I got wrapped up a little bit. What I have, truth is, guys, blacks are notorious for not being willing to be arrested in Sacktown. 100%. So it becomes when police get into they're gonna roll on something, they already fucking know what's gonna happen. And unfortunately, it's like it's repetitive behavior. And so we had to change that. But I will say that I think that needed to change. And I have been mistreated by police officers where they're giving me a fucking DUI for a .06 and a .07 with zero tolerance in California after one DUI for 10 years. So, I mean, but I do think that police, it needed to change with the police officers, in my opinion. That, they were way overstepping their power, 100%, in my opinion. Truly. But at the same time, we have to look at who is pushing them. Both sides need to fucking regulate themselves. The cops need to back up and realize that their power only comes to this level and then it stops. And then as criminals, we need to realize, I need to realize that if I push somebody far enough, they're going to get angry and about had enough of me. And it's going to be repetitive over and over and over. You go into a druggy area and you just know you're going to get the fucking same shit. So I disagree with him on that. And I do think that reform needed to happen. I really do.
Resisting arrest, like, what is your? I'm trying to understand what you mean by you saying.
Well, I mean,
blacks are known to run. What do you?
Well, they straight up hop. They're like fucking out of there.
Yeah,
but resisting arrest. They're like, they'll have like one fucking cuff on, and then they're like, bam,
yeah, but
super fast.
But I mean, I see a lot of people that resist arrest, and I'm not just talking color. I'm mean all walks of life of resist arrest. I mean,
right. And what happens? They get manhandled, and they should get manhandled.
Right.
But they should, in my opinion. I mean,
it's just when we, us as Americans, we label these things as like, black guy, white boy, this and that, and I feel like it keeps that divide going, even though the government pushes different things. And I don't want to get into the government talk and all that, but in reality, they push shit. But I mean, we as people can stop this shit. You know what I mean?
How?
Stop dividing ourselves by colors and things like that. That's how I feel like. You know what I mean? Like, because everybody, you know what I mean? No matter what, if I hit you right now with a knife, what's gonna happen to you?
I'll die.
You're gonna bleed, right? And
Well,
what
probably
color is
die.
your blood? Your blood is gonna be the same color as everybody else who gets, whether you're whatever color you are. So I feel
Yeah.
like, you know, us as people divide each other up and by color, and that's where this race comes in. That's where the race argument comes in. It's like, well, you know, and I'm not hating on you because that's your opinion for what you just
No,
said
you're right.
about
I don't think it is.
like
But
I'm not hating on you. I'm just talking in
I'm
general.
white. But what I
Right.
am saying though, is that in my opinion, that blacks have been, you know, historically, you know, looked down on, and they also need to like fucking claim why they have been, you know, with police. And I can tell you with my buddies that, you know, it's because in my town, they're the most notorious to give a resistance and have, you know, police can't just go and they just know that they're going to fight them for an arrest. It's going to be a fight. Okay. So that's why they police anchor up, and then it becomes a little bit more violent. It's because they're violent. But the bottom line is, I can just say that people do get profiled. You probably have been profiled. I have been profiled.
Yeah,
just
people
with
get
my fucking Mercedes Benz.
Yeah, people get profiled 100%.
100%. I got 2 fucking DUIs under an 08 because they're like, oh, there goes West End girl. There she is, fucking in her Mercedes. Let's get her. Woo, woo, woo. And 0.06, 0.07. I got a fucking felony for 4 DUIs. 2 are under an 08.
That topic boils my blood, and I sit here and the race topic boils my blood, right? And it's just
let me let you talk. Go ahead, darling.
And I'm just saying in general, like the race talk boils my blood is because my best friend's mom pretty much, you know, she always gave me a place to lay, and my best friend, he's black. And I've seen lived in their household and seen the pain that they have went through from people at school, or you know, calling him the N-word and and not only that, his sister, I've just seen a lot of different things within that household when I lived there, that a pain that I've never experienced, in case you were, you know, that somebody would never experience in case you're there. And I've experienced that with them and seen different things, and was inside the perspective, and I was like, damn, like I really see how this affects households and people, and I see where it divides, and still to this day we get divided off. We get divided off.
So wait a minute. So seeing that, because I grew up with those my friends like that too, and a lot of my black friends up from far NorCal actually had more money than we did, because we were homeless and truly. But how did that affect you? I mean, so you saw that they were being mistreated. Did that make you mad? I mean,
Hell yeah, it made me mad. I fought people.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Of my own rate. I fought just for calling him the N-word with the hard ER at the end. Like, yeah, like it made me mad, because that was my best friend. This is somebody that I love. You know what I mean? It's somebody I love, and somebody that I hang out with, that I tell everything to. You know, I talk to him about everything. This is my boy. We grew up, and you know what I mean? It's just, we connected. Yeah. We've been best friends for a long time, and that's how it was.
What was his name?
Chris.
His first name. Prince. Oh my God. I used to have a friend. Oh my God. We had Prince. We had Solomon. We had Paulette, Charlotte. We had Colleen.
Chris, his mom's name was Debbie, and she passed away now. Rest in peace, Mama. I know you're looking down on me right now. I know she's looking down on me. She seen how my household was, and invited me a place to stay anytime I wanted to, and I went and stayed there a lot. She'd feed me dinner, everything. They never, you know what? One thing I can say, they never treated me like I was nothing else. I was treated normal. You know what I mean? There was nothing. You know what I mean? Like I've sat at the table and had conversations with them about things, and it's crazy. I feel like we as the people should be able to stop this divide that that is out here. And
I mean, let me ask you a question for a second then. Hearing Captain Detective Juan, because I was listening for, I could only listen for so long. You know, I know he's like, should be a brother of mine, he's white, but I really couldn't quite gear up with everything he was saying. I'm like, can I call in? Can I call in? But how did you feel hearing some of the stuff that he was saying and coming from your perspective? How does that conjoin? Do tell.
yeah, no, I tell you, I sit here and listen to it, makes my blood boil. But I listen. I'm good. As you guys see, I sit here and listen because I feel like everybody should have a voice. But at the same time, there's a certain, one thing I just don't like is when when I hear that when the color talk comes out, like I sit here, I may look calm, but it does bother me. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
It bothers me. It bothers me.
Well, I think that we do, honestly, like, so you can trust me knowing that I am not, I don't discriminate at all. I'm like, most of my best friends are black. So, trust me, don't even come at me that way, but, like, don't even worry about it. But what I'm saying though, is that even their conversation with me and with everybody, they feel is, hey, we do need to talk about education within the black community, mental health, and so not, there's a lot of things. You know what? In the white community, we got a bunch of child molesters. In the black community, people are like violent. So every community, in Mexican community, are pushing drugs. I mean, everybody's got their specialty.
Like me, for instance, I can't relate to white collar and all that shit because that's not how I grew up. I come straight from poverty. Like literally,
me too. What's your race?
I was showering at my neighbor's house with no electric and had, you know what I mean? Like literally was walking around a dark house, no electric, water getting turned off. Mom's buying meth instead of buying, paying the bills. At the age of 13, I got up and said, "Fuck this," and left. Literally.
Are you white? What's your race?
I'm white.
Yeah, me too.
I'm white, Indian, whatever. I mean, it doesn't and really don't even matter. Like I'm white.
Doesn't matter. I'm just trying to figure out where, but bro, I feel you, man. We were homeless. We had the worst abuse case ever recorded in Tehama County. My dad did 14 years in San Quentin, Pelican Bay, Folsom, and we had to fucking escape him, and we were homeless, and I mean, forget about it. So fucking bad. It's not even funny. So I feel you. I feel you so much. I really do. I promise you I can get you. I do.
Yeah, I just don't like me. I don't relate to that old
but I think
part I mean, I see people talk about it all the time. I just never could relate to it because we grew up straight out of poverty. I grew up. That's how I came up.
Yeah, I mean, fair enough. But so who do you relate to anything? Like what are you saying to me? You don't relate to me? I think that you and I are
No. I'm not saying I don't. I would have to know more about you in general, but I'm not saying I don't relate to you. I'm saying in general, like I'm talking about specifically when us as Americans come out and say, and a lot, and I'll just go out on the limb and say this: when people come out and say, "Oh, well, a lot of black people," like the comment you made, you said a lot of black people get arrested for running from cops.
Absolutely.
But from my experience, I mean, my own brother did 6-7 years in prison, and what was one of his charges? Running from police, resisting arrest, fighting cops. Like, I mean, so I just can't relate when somebody says that when I've seen total opposite. But I've seen all of it. I've seen a little bit of all of it. You get what I'm saying? I've seen all different types of people. So that's where I get that's where I'm like, I don't like, where'd you grow up? Or were you No, I don't. When people say stuff like that, I'm like, where did they grow up? What kind of neighborhood did they live in, etc. When I hear people talk like that, that's what I think in general, because I know where I came from was way different. People had beautiful lives, and I'm like, damn, I wish I grew up there. You know what I mean? Like, I wish I grew up where no gunshots were going off and I had electric and water every day. I didn't have to see my mom doing meth and smoking crack and heroin and all that shit. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
I hear about all these white collars and this and that and all, and I just don't. I didn't grow up that way, so I was like, I didn't see that part. I seen all the negative shit.
But hold on,
And
let me
race
ask you.
was one thing that we never seen. That race was never talked about in my household. We never
I
talked
understand,
about that shit ever.
dude. 10-4, Roger that. That being said, where you grew up, so for you it was just like it was a mix of everybody, you know, within the illegal. Listen, I was part of the illegal community, you know, myself for a while when I was young. So it was just a mix. So there was like not any one standout race. So, but I will tell you, if you can just listen to me for a moment, my friends that have been in police work and parole and whatnot for 30 years, there is a repetitive certain race. They know when they get to a certain area, it's going to be repetitive, certain this. You go down to Texas, you know, it's a repetitive certain race that they're going to have to roll up on. Down in Texas, you know, it's going to be Hispanics. You know, up here, it's going to be Blacks. So it's a, you know, there has become that. But what I wanted to say is that, in my opinion, I think that a change did need to come, because I think that Blacks were not as respected. I mean, I don't. I think that they weren't. They didn't have. Now they went to this extreme of, oh, call me queen and then whatnot. It's like, take it easy. Call me king. I mean, to me, that's like, okay, I don't want to be called queen. You just call me, you know, call me by your first name. How do you feel about that?
How do I feel particularly about?
Are you mad?
Nah, I'm not mad. What do you mean? Well, call you what? Call you queen? What do you mean? Am I mad about what?
I don't want to be called queen. I'm saying that you know, when the movement happened, it was like the Black women were like, call me queen, and I didn't think that was cool. I thought that was an extreme of a movement that needed to happen, but that was an extreme. So, are you mad that I'm
call me
saying
queen?
that?
Isn't what? No,
The
like
Black women were like, call me queen. They went crazy, especially here in Sacktown. They did.
Call me queen. Am I mad about them saying call me queen? Is that what you're asking?
Are you mad at my position? Are you mad at me?
I mean, that's your opinion, right?
No, it's reality of what happened here. I mean, truly, that's what happened here. So
no, I'm saying, but it's a opinion from what we. I mean, I've seen so many different opinions about it. The race topic's really, really tough for me in general, because of who I grew up with and around. So it's a tough conversation for me.
Well, I think that you and I are actually on the same page. I think that you're not realizing we're on the same page.
I'm saying in general, me talking about it is rough because I just don't have the same views because I grew up in a different area, a way different way. So it's just like it throws me off in general because I just haven't experienced what some other people have in that area, if you get what I'm saying. Like some people see things way different. I hear things and then I reflect on myself and the way I came up, and that's what sets it differently. And then when I growing up and now seeing everything on social media and just things, there's just a lot of shit. Yeah, there's shit I don't agree with, and I feel like everybody should, you know, be together.
Well, I think that you know, like listening to Detective Juan,
Detective Juan,
that were kind of controversial, you know what I mean? And he, you know, and I was proud of him.
Super controversial, right?
Well,
I said super controversial for people.
Yeah, and so actually irritated me, even though I'm white, because I kind of lean the other way. You know, I mean, I'm somewhere in the middle. I'm a moderate. You know, I consider myself intelligent, so I'm not right. I'm not left. I'm somewhere right in the fucking middle. And so hearing some of the stuff he said, you know, kind of set me off. And so it really did. And I'm like, well, wait a minute. A lot of this stuff, you know, needed to change. And I do. I think that things needed to change. At the same time, behaviors needed to change within our own communities, including their own and our own. But, you know, I'm not really against this change. I'm not. I think it kind of needed to happen. And maybe everybody's pissed off that I feel that way.
Yeah, let me. I don't. Nah, it's your opinion, right? And maybe I need to go back and listen to what you said again to understand what you just said about the whole queen thing. Like I don't even think I heard of that, to be honest with you.
What I'm saying is that, you know, in Sacramento, where I'm at, when you know, 2021 happened, shit fucking blew up here, man. I mean, like, houses were burning down. We were like in the middle of Oregon, like this is a central of violence. Talk about the riots. I mean, we were in the thick of it. It was on point here. And then I don't, have you been to Sacramento lately?
Nah, no. I mean, I watch battle raps out of that take place in Sacramento.
Well, Sacramento's super city. You know what I mean? I love Sacramento.
I see
but it's
battle
super
raps.
city.
I watch battle rap. That's what a lot of events take place there. But in general, though, to get back on track, on what we were talking about, like as far as the Koberger case and the case today with the woman that killed the 3 kids, and what's your stance on the woman that killed her 3 kids and the 2 that are in ICU? What's your stance on that? What's your stance? What do you think about that?
Well, number one, I want to thank you very much. I hope it pissed you off by talking
No. I say the race talk boils my blood. Even hearing, like, I hear Detective John talk about it. I mean, all of it boils my blood here when I hear
Well,
that.
do me a solid and go back and listen to what I'm saying, because I think that you and I are on the same page, and I think that the emotion got, and you didn't quite hear me totally what I was saying, because I'm on the same page. I'm saying I've been profiled too. I think that shit needed to change. Like, I think that, blacks were not treated right. And I also think that they have their own responsibility to have stepped up for their own community. So I don't know. I'm somewhere in the middle. And is it okay? Are we okay? Are we friends?
Yeah. What do you mean? Are we friends?
Are we gonna be okay? You're not mad at me, right?
I would have been hung up.
Right. So the question about the lady that killed the 5 kids, the 3 kids. I've heard a lot of discussion about that, about post-traumatic or postpartum. I struggle with that one, because I feel like, that one lady said it right. She was like, imagine, I think it was Mary that said it, imagine if, your little baby and your mom is, comes in killing you. It's a sense of betrayal. It's not about the physical pain. It's about the heartbreak, right? Of getting murdered by your mom. And all this chemical stuff. I don't know. To me, I don't know. I feel like if you have 5 kids, at some point, my mom had 6 of us. We're all back to back. My mom has all 1 year apart. 3 boys, 3 girls. We grew up Jehovah's Witnesses. We grew up in the country. My mom had one of the boys in the bathtub. And I know that had she been struggling from one of us to another, she would have said, I'm not going to have any more. You know what I mean? Had she had any kind of feelings of wanting to pick us up and, sling us around. And to me, I'm not really sure if I'm okay with that. So that's how I feel. I feel like Donna, who was amazing for coming out and saying what she said, I mean, that's a fucking gut. But I also think that with her kind of emotional intelligence, because she seems very smart, that why not give them up for adoption, that one, or just say, hey, or let somebody take custody of that child for a couple of years until you can get your head right. What do you think?
She already did.
Oh, she did?
Yeah. They weren't, and she didn't have custody of him, from what I read, in case you read something different.
No, I'm talking about Donna, your caller.
Oh, you're talking about Donna?
Yeah.
Nah, Donna, as far as custody of her kid, I don't. Donna was from earlier, guys. The chat's asking who's Donna. Donna called in, told her story earlier about the shit that she was going through, throw the kid, etc. And it was a very touchy story. Like that, her story on that was touchy. But as far as custody, I didn't hear all that. She didn't, get straight to. She said she has a relationship with her.
She just said that?
I'm pretty sure she said she had a relationship with her. Now,
as a guy, as a little boy, I also think that, like, listen, as a little boy, I think that it's very different for boys' connection with their mother than a little girl's connection with their mother. And I kind of feel like a lot of times it's bigger betrayal for a little boy to have the mom, betray them, because it's kind of the same thing as like a little girl, really fucking counts on her dad. What's your position? I mean,
What's my position on what? Like, as far as
well, what's your feeling on that? I mean, what do you think
on?
On the three murders and
the kid? Yeah, no. I mean, she's gonna. What I think is that she needs to be put away.
Right, and no excuse, right? Or
No excuse whatsoever. You killed 3 of your kids. You killed 3 of your kids, and the other 2 in ICU. You need to be put away. Whether it was, even if it was 1 kid, you need to be put away.
Right, and but also, like, she stabbed him to death.
That's what I'm saying. Either way, stab, drown, whatever it made. It doesn't matter. She needs to be put away. You killed your kids. You kill anybody. You kill human life. You need to be put away.
Right.
Right. What are you doing out? If you, in case it's justified defense, you're not defending yourself against your kids. You killed your kids. You murdered them. You need to be put away forever. And that's just my personal opinion. Like, you need to be put away forever. Now, you don't get no bone. I don't, that's why I said I want to understand what postpartum depression is, so people in the future can get help. Like, there is success stories where people had it and they were able to actually get help and then end up in the position that they were in and take their, kids' life and end up in prison for the rest of their life. So in general, that they need to, if you can recognize that, get help, and what needs to be happening, instead of, we see what happened here. 3 kids dead.
The thing is that
2 in ICU, and that bothers me. And when I seen that shit, I was like, what? Nothing justifies that.
Well, so let me relate this to you. Like, so you're a man, you got your son, all right? You guys are tossing ball. You have that relationship with your little boy, right?
Mm-hmm.
You can imagine. That's your son. You have that connection. That's my boy, right? Women, we naturally should have that connection with our children. I said oxytocin gets released. That's a natural chemical that gets released. And something's wrong. And something's wrong that, like, a caller, I'm not going to say which one, said she was, like, wanting to pick her child up by her arm. Like, I got that. And she wanted to fling her. And I appreciate that person coming out and saying, hey, that's the truth, because I know a lot of people feel that way.
Mm-hmm.
And it just, like, I'm speechless about it, because I don't understand how you could ever want to pick a baby up and just, like, grab it by its arm. It's like picking up a puppy.
Mm-hmm.
And flinging it.
That's why I said I wanted to. You really look into that definition: postpartum depression, things, hearing voices, this and that. There's things that, and that brings it back to mental health. There's things that other people that are going through some shit in their mind mentally that the other person does not understand whatsoever, because they don't deal with those problems. You get what I'm saying? So why you got normal people who don't go through those problems on the outside looking like, the fuck?
Right.
You gotta look at some mental, like, I'm not saying everybody should use mental health as, oh, I did this because I have mental health. No, if you really had those problems and you're able to identify them, that's a different thing. But
like, so Rev, I don't have children. I chose not to have children. You don't have, you're a man. You haven't had any children, unless you've had, somebody. Do you have children?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got 2 kids.
You do?
2 kids that I never see ever.
Well, how old are they?
Old. 14, 13.
Really?
2 kids that I never get to see because their mom runs all over.
Oh, I'm so
Yeah.
sorry. What are their names? First names?
You said, what are their names?
Yeah, what are their names?
Are you digging into me?
No, hey, take it easy, man. No, not at all. No.
Nah, that's no secret.
No,
My kids'
forget about it.
my kids' names are Austin and Alana.
Austin and
But
Alana.
there's a long story behind that. There's a long story behind the whole.
Am I
No,
digging you?
it's not even
So
like
much.
those are kids' lives. They deserve better than what they're getting. But that's
Yeah, I mean,
not for this.
look,
That's not for
really.
this platform for me to talk about. I mean, in general, I talked about it multiple times. So if you've went back and watched any of my lives and caught where I've talked about the problems with my kids, like, and I have 2 kids. Well, I don't even know if they're my kids because their mother said they're possibly not mine. So I've been trying to get a DNA test, but yet can't get no DNA test. So there's a problem there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And the state lets her just run around and move state to state and play me, and I don't get no fucking answers whatsoever. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's the shit that I deal with. And it's crazy
I'm
because
a
say what?
I'm a big advocate for father's rights. You know, I've got 3 brothers, and I'll tell you, man, I love them to death. They're the best and the best. I'm a big advocate of father's rights. Big.
Mm-hmm.
You know, a lot of times fathers can give their children better upbringings than the mom can. Sometimes, you know, so yeah, 100%. How old are you, T?
32.
I'll say my age. I'll go first. I'm 47.
Yeah, I'm 32.
Okay. Sound like your aunt.
Shit, I don't even know. I think all my aunts are dead, honestly. I don't have the only aunt I know is dead to me from what she did to my grandmother, but that's something else.
Really?
Yeah.
You got a tough life, bro.
It is what it is. Everybody's got tough lives. You know?
True.
Everybody's got a story. We all have a story, and that's why I open the lines.
Yeah.
We all have a story. I open the lines because some people don't ever get to speak. They spend their life listening to everybody else speak and never get a chance to say shit. You know what I mean? People aren't heard. They want to be heard. And that's why I have my platform, so people can speak. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah.
That's what it's for. I appreciate you calling in. Thank you so much. Where you say you're calling in from Sacktown?
Yep.
Well, shout out to you in Sacktown. What did you say your name was?
I don't want to tell you because it was a bad. It was a bad call tonight. I don't want to tell you. I don't want you to, you know.
It's okay. Don't worry about it. Yeah. Thank you. Have a good night. She's fishing. I know. Next. Where's Sal at? Call up, Sal. Let's hear from Papa Sal. Bring some sparkle in here, Sal. Where you at? Where's Papa Sal at? Oh, that one aunt. Yeah, that one aunt. That one aunt. Let's see. 304, you're in the door. What's going on?
Hey, T-REV, this is Sherry in West Virginia.
How you doing? You said Sherry in West Virginia, right?
Right.
How you doing?
I'm just wanting to call and say I'm glad to see you back on. Haven't seen you in a while.
Yeah, no doubt. I appreciate you. I remember you too.
Yep. I'm glad I heard said you were sick. I'm glad you're doing better. And I heard you just say you're 32 years old.
Yes, ma'am.
That's how old my son is.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, my son's 32. So, but I'm not going to keep you on here. Just wanted to let you know I was tickled to death to see you back, and I'm just here watching you.
Well, thank you, Sherry. I appreciate you.
Okay. You have a good night, bub.
God bless you, man. Thank you for calling in. I appreciate it.
Bye-bye.
God bless your heart. Shout out to I love that type of energy. You know? We like that type of energy. 219-885-9693. Who said yes, food? Yes, food. Yes, food. It's all right. You can look me up publicly. 352. What's going on? You live. 352. You there?
Hello?
You live. What's going on?
Yes. Are you okay? You seem to be having a rough time.
Nah, I'm fine. I'm
For the
good.
past 3 hours, I spoke to you once before. I don't know if you remember me, but I called you a good boy.
Oh,
It's just a saying from where I was from.
yes, ma'am.
And I'm listening to this, and God bless you.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're very patient, and take your time with whatever you have. Everybody has an opinion.
Absolutely.
Well, and I hope you feel better.
You know, I be seeing people that
Okay?
are like, hang up or do this or that. I'll let somebody speak. I don't care. That never
Well, you
bothers
see,
me.
I'm from New York, so I'm very short.
No, you're sure.
I was feeling bad for you. You know, this is such an open platform. You know, I don't go for that stuff. I don't want to bring it up again because it's not nice.
Right, right.
But you know, but make sure you take care of yourself. And I'm so glad you're back. And I wish I had your patience.
Well, thank you. I appreciate you, man. God bless you.
God bless you too, sweetheart.
Thank you. All love, light, and energy to you, and God bless you and your family, man.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, man. Shout out to her. Yeah, what's up? What's up? We got Black Top One. You're on the phone. What's going on?
What's up, brother?
Papa Sal in the building. What's going on, my man?
It's Salvatore.
It's Salvatore.
I like your mic.
Yes, sir.
Very nice. Very nice.
Yeah, I gotta get it straightened out though. I gotta get a new desk or something, you know?
I don't want it to hide your beautiful face, you know what I mean?
Yeah, no doubt.
Although you've been moving it around and you turn it around to where you're doing good.
I'll be trying to find a good spot for it. It's all right. I just put it up yesterday, so I'm just trying to, situate it.
Yeah.
What's on your mind, man? What's on Papa Sal's mind tonight?
Well, let me see. My brain is a mush because we started talking about women losing babies. And then Detective John came on and he started acting like Jackie Chan with the fucking knee in the neck. I'm all confused.
Yeah.
But let me tell you, I have a 1.5-year-old grandson.
Mm-hmm.
And when he comes into my room and he wants to dance to Rod Stewart or Michael Jackson or play ball with me, there's a bond. That kid, he's a bond. That you could tell he doesn't say the words. If I tell him, Chris, get me the ball, he'll get me the ball. Chris, get me the black ball, he'll get me the black ball. He knows, but he doesn't know how to talk,
Right.
But he understands and he gets it. And when I look at him, when I ask him to do these things with me, and he's playing, like I look at him like there's nothing in his head. There's nothing in his head. He's developing.
Mm-hmm. For sure.
And when I see him with his mom, my daughter-in-law, he's attached to the hip. He depends on her. He depends on her for everything. And even though he only goes, she knows what he wants. It's a mother's love. And I know I'm going to get shit for saying this, but a mother's love is everything. Everything a mother grew up.
For sure.
You know, if I heard, if I'm carrying my grandson,
Mm-hmm.
and I heard a voice that says, drop him, I'd look around like, fuck you, drop him. You know, I couldn't do it. I can't drop him. I would jump in front of a train, a fucking train, and that's the last way I want to die. But I would jump in front of a train before I touch a hair on that little boy's head. And
Say that for the people in the back, Papa Sal.
You can't hear.
You know?
They can't hear.
Oh yeah, no. They can hear you. I just said, just say that for the people in the back. You know?
Yeah.
Because I've seen you. I've talked to you on Face Chat and Discord. I know you're being genuine about that.
Yes, I am. And it, you know, it bothers me. Let's go back to that. What's her name? Sandra Yates. Is she the one that drowned her kids in the car?
I'm pretty sure that's what they say. Was that the name, guys, in chat? Hold on. You said
Andrea Yates.
Andrea Yates. I'm gonna look that up.
I think she put her kids in the back seat of a car, and she pushed the car into the lake. And when they found them, the two brothers were holding each other's hands while they were.
Yeah, Andrea Yates. Yeah. Now, actually, I do remember Andrea Yates. After Googling it and seeing it, I've definitely seen her on the ID channel.
Yeah.
The one that drowned her 5 kids.
Yeah, I think there were 3 or 2. I don't know about 5.
She drowned 5. I just looked it up. She drowned her 5 kids in a tub in 2001. And I remember seeing a special on that on the ID channel.
Yeah. I was getting to that one next.
Okay.
But I'm talking about this lady that put her 2 kids in the back seat of a car and let it roll into the ocean. I thought it was Andrea Yates, but it probably isn't. And when they found the kids, these poor kids were holding each other's hands when they found them. And the fear, and the mother was saying that the older boy kept looking out the rear view window, like saying, Mommy, when are you going to help us? Mommy. Fucking bitch. You know, those words have to haunt her for the rest of her life. Mommy, when are you going to help us? And they fucking drowned her there. And she wasn't PTSD or whatever you want to call those initials. She did that because she was dating another guy, and the guy didn't want children. I can't hear you, Jake. Oh, I see you moving your mouth, but nothing's coming out.
He said, I see you, but nothing's coming out. I wasn't talking.
Oh, I see.
I'm listening to you. I was looking up I was trying to the chat won't let you go back far enough. I can go all the way back on here, but there's a lot to go through to get to that name. It says Susan Smith. Susan Smith.
Yeah, that's it.
So Susan Smith drove off, and then you have Yates, who was in the tub. I was trying to go back and chat, but then I just scrolled down. It's right in front of me. So
Right. That's Susan Smith. There was nothing wrong with her head. She just didn't want the kids anymore because her boyfriend didn't want kids.
Right.
Fucking disgusting. Okay? That's fucking disgusting. I don't care what anybody says. And then you got that other one that drowned the kids in the pool, the bathtub. I mean, I think, how many kids did she have? 3 or 4?
Which one?
The one that drowned them in the bathtub?
Yeah, 5.
She had 5 kids.
5 kids in 2001.
Okay.
That's when she did it.
After the first kid, those other kids, when they seen that kid laying with little bubbles coming out of his mouth. They were shitting in their pants. And she chased them around the house. She chased each and every one. Could you imagine the fear? And they were saying, Mama, 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 why are you doing this, Mama? You know? If I was delivering something and I heard that at her door, I'd show her fucking mama, all right? But there are some fucking crazy ladies out there that do that shit, you know? And you know, even tend to, who the fuck you talking to?
All right. You there?
Yeah. I see you talking, but I don't hear nothing.
I think you might be behind a little bit or something. Like on maybe you're behind on YouTube.
Well, I understand the delay, but this is something different.
I'm not talking. I'm just sitting. I'm dead ass sitting here. I'm listening to Papa Sal right now.
Yeah.
Salvatore.
Listen. I don't know, man. You can't do that. You just can't. These kids are innocent.
Right.
Innocent. They are, and they're the one that they need the most is their mommy, their mom. And if you're going around killing kids, they're like, so not only are they scared, but they're hurt. Like, why are you doing this to me, mommy? Why are you doing this to me? And that kills me. That fucking kills me. I don't know. I can't take that shit. Don't fuck with kids.
Yep. I mean, everybody's saying in chat that was Susan. Yeah, Susan's the one who drove off, and then you got Yates is the one who drowned the 5 in the bath.
Yeah.
So I mean, but it's still I get what you're saying.
It's fucked up.
It definitely is fucked up. You know, what would drive somebody to do that?
You know?
That's why mental health is important to me, man. Because people, you know, even though Sal, I'm, you know, diagnosed with these and I'm on disability for mental health problems. I've never once thought of taking a life in case I have to defend myself. Never once crossed my mind, thought about it, nothing.
I know. I love these people that say, well, he was on drugs. Hey, I did all kinds of drugs. I smoked crack. I had, you fucking name it. And never once, not once did I ever want to harm a dog or a cat or kill somebody. I'm just not built that way. Can't do that, no matter how fucking high I am. Now you piss me off, that's a different story. Not to say I'll kill you, you know.
Right.
But if we fought and I lost, I'm coming back. You understand?
Absolutely.
All right. You're gonna tell me what are you talking to somebody?
Who? Me? No.
I'm gonna slap that fucking hat right off your head.
I love you, pal.
Who are you talking to?
Nobody. I promise you. I promise you. You can run it back, man. I'm chilling.
Is anybody listening to this? Is he talking to somebody?
That's a special kind of crazy. 5 Yates, a special, or 5 kids, Yates. No, see, they're telling you. They're saying I'm whispering. Who's whispering? I'm not whispering. Swear to God. Y'all are making me freak out saying this shit. You're talking to somebody. I haven't said one word. I'm sitting here quiet as day. Are you hearing something else?
Kate.
Yeah.
Kate.
Can you hear me?
I gotta kick his fucking ass. Does anybody hearing this? He's not talking, right?
I'm talking.
Kate.
That's weird. Hold up.
What, you talking to two of us?
Nah. What? I'm right here.
Kate.
Yeah. Nobody can hear me?
Kate.
I'm here, Bubba. Can you hear me?
Kate.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I'm gonna fuck you up.
He can't hear me. He can't hear me. I'm gonna hang up on him and call him back. Watch that, because he can't hear me. That's crazy. He said, "I'm gonna kick your fucking ass." He's just playing, guys. By the way, Papa Sal is good. He's just playing.
What the fuck?
Can you hear me?
I hear you now.
What happened? I don't know what happened.
I see that you were talking to somebody, you were laughing, having a good
To you.
time.
To you.
A dime.
Papa Sal's talking to you the whole time. Everybody says they can hear me and hear you, but you couldn't hear me, which was weird as shit.
Wow.
That's why I'm about to use there's a different way. The number will probably change because Google Voice it's trash as hell. I don't even know why I bought the little plan thing on here. It's trash.
Yeah.
It's trash. I'm about to switch it because it's way the other server that I looked up is way better.
Yeah. No, it's good to have primo equipment, you know.
Yeah, for sure. I just checked my download speed. I'm at 1,000 upload, 1,000 download.
Yeah.
You had me thinking my connection was messed up or something. I just did a connection test. 1,000 upload, 1,000 download. There's no way.
You had me thinking you were cheating on me. You're fucking talking to somebody else while I'm talking.
Oh my God!
There you go again. There you go again.
What was it?
Nothing. Nada. Zilch. Nothing's coming out of your fucking mouth.
Right now?
Talk to me.
It's coming. It's out there. Can you hear me, Pat?
Yeah, I guess it's a longer delay than what I'm used to. Maybe that's what it is.
That's weird. I wonder what's doing that. It's not the connection speed, and it definitely ain't the computer.
No.
It definitely ain't the computer. 1,000 upload, 1,000 download, 24 cores, the newest Intel processor that 24 cores with a friggin' 4090 GeForce RTX graphics card. Nah.
Maybe you got me on a longer delay in case I say something that's gonna get you kicked off.
Never. I would never do that to you. I would never do that to you.
And then what are we talking about?
No, we're talking about whatever true crime in general. Just these two the case that I seen earlier when I seen it, Papa Sal. I'll tell you, it enraged me when I turned on YouTube. Right, I just turned it on, man, and I went there, and when I seen that, I'd seen the video at the top, and it was the video of the mother killing the 3 kids and the 2 in ICU, and I was like, man, what the fuck is going on?
Me too. It pissed me off. And don't get mad at me, women out there, but I mean, you have a child and you're not feeling the connection. All right. So you figure you call your mother-in-law or your sister, somebody that, would take care of the baby, because no matter how it cries, you don't care. You don't feel like going over to him. Now you open your legs again and you have another baby. and the same shit happens.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Right.
Now you're feeling like, wow, I can't really take this. These kids are driving me crazy. I can't take it. So you go out and you do it again and have 4. Now you got 5. Are you out of your fucking mind? That's what gets me. They keep having children.
I mean, that's kind of like the I don't even want to say what I was about to say. It's kind of, but I mean, there it does hold a little bit of weight. You got responsible people, responsible women out there, and then you have irresponsible women out there. You got irresponsible men out there, and then you got responsible men out there. I mean, it goes both ways, right? It goes both ways with it. It happens, and shout out to all the people who hold and people make mistakes and go through things, but it's not about how you start, it's about how you finish, right? So that's how I look at it, Papa. So I don't know about you, but it's not about how you start. You're gonna go through trials and tribulations and all different types of shit throughout your whole entire life, but it's about how you I love a good comeback story. You know?
Yes.
I love one. I love a good comeback story. That's what it's. I go for the underdog all the time, and I never want to separate. But in general, we're on topic. We're talking about this. That's why it's coming out the way, and we're not. If you were in here from the beginning, then you guys know what we're talking about, especially with the mom that killed the 3 kids and stabbed the other 2 when they're in ICU. I think what Papa Sal's trying to say is, there's irresponsible mothers out there that do these things that just don't need to be mothers. I think that's what Papa Sal's saying. Aren't you, Papa Sal?
That's exactly what I'm saying. I mean, if you, like, I remember seeing one of the girls or somebody saying it comes gradually. It doesn't, you just don't snap. Okay, so if you're shooting out 1 and you're having a hard time with it, shooting out 2, now you got double the fucking, and you're doing 3 and 4 and 5. Oh, it's time to close your fucking legs. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that and for men who are going around getting women pregnant, it's time to get your fucking balls clipped too. You know what I mean? And if you're going around, this ain't sex ed or nothing, but I'm saying in general, if you're going, it goes both ways, man. You got.
That's what I'm saying is the mother is the one that's around these kids more than anybody.
Absolutely. But this mother, you want to hear the shit on this though, Papa Sal? After reading the report and going through the story, the mother didn't even have custody.
Right. I kind of heard the story, and the sister stabbed her children or something like that.
One of her kids killed. I think it was in 2021, per report from that I read, or actually that video that I watched. It said it word for word.
Yeah, that kind of, I don't know, man. Fucking stab your kids. You stab your fucking kids, really?
Yeah, I could never make sense of it. I could never make sense of it.
I don't know what kind of a world we're living in, but I want to jump off. I want to get off.
Well, you know what, Sal? Papa Sal, man, it's a fucked up play. It's getting crazy, right? And a lot of people are yelling end of times, and a lot of this stuff is echoed through the internet. Everything, all the crimes that happen, everything is more publicized today than it ever was. Remember, I know back in your day, it was a newspaper at your door, right? And in a TV, black and white TV, right? You know what I mean?
Yep.
Back in your day.
Black and white TV with 3 channels. I think you had 2, 4, and 7, I think, were the channels. And my sister would be the antenna fucking guy. Every time the TV was skipping or something like that, I let her get up to fix it. Stand right there, D. Stand right there. Don't move. Don't move.
mean, social media is, it's toxic. It is. It's a toxic place. That's why I'm trying to create that's why I like the old school type of layout when it comes to, but instead you can see me like I'm on camera. That's why I like doing the call-ins, because it's like old school radio, and you'd pick your phone up and wish they answered the phone, and you get to request your song, or you know what I mean, whatever. That's why I like doing this, man, because you get to hear from people.
Yes.
I repeat that a lot during my streams, but I don't care. I'll say it till I'm blue in the face.
I'm all for it, 1,000%, just so I don't have to type. I'm all for it. This is so much better because you can't express in a text or a comment. You can't express when you're talking to somebody over the phone. You talk, and then you can feel the emotion and the feeling.
Absolutely, and that's what I mean. Remember, I don't know if any of you guys in the chat remember the call from Miss Patty. Remember Miss Patty? She had me in tears on stream. Remember she called? Remember Papa? I don't know if you heard it or not, Papa Sal, but you remember she called? Yeah, actually, I think you called right after that. She said, you're all I have, T-REV. I wake up every morning, play the piano, and listen to you, and you're so she just touched a string in my heart. There's nothing like being able to, because I can sit up here, watch videos all day, and talk to people typing to me all day, right? Which is beautiful to talk to people that are in here. It's awesome. But I like hearing from people that want to speak, that watch all these things and have a bunch of thoughts and want to talk and want to have somewhere that they can let out what they're feeling.
And that's what separates your shows from the other shit that's out there. You got a fucking best show. You get it. You get it. No matter what the topic is, no matter how sad or sympathetic the topics are, you're right there. You are right there. We all love you for that. I mean, you are unbelievable.
Well, I mean, Sal, I got to get to know you since you've came on. I mean, now you went from, I remember I disappeared. You went to Extra Measures and made a fucking Twitter to find me, and I'm grateful for that. I'm grateful for that. You came out. You checked. Are you okay? And I bet where you been at, man. I'm going crazy, and we developed a bond, and that's that period. I developed a bond with a lot of people on here, and I love you guys, man. You guys keep and for somebody that goes through mental health, you guys that I've met, that I'm close to, that I talk to every day, are really family to me. You know what I'm saying? And that's real shit.
We worried about you. It isn't like we just went somewhere else when you weren't on. We were all worrying about how T-REV is doing, and we were worried.
Yeah, man. I'm just saying that. I mean, that brings tears to my eyes even talking about it. To know that people, or at me and their thoughts like that. It's really awesome to have that type of bond and also be able to hear from you at the same time, and it's just cool, man. I love it. I enjoy it more than fucking anything.
Yeah. You're all about the love, and that's what you're getting back in return. The love that you give out, you're getting it back with your callers and the family.
I love it. I love it.
And like I said, I would do anything for you. And I know you don't know me, but I want you to know I mean it. I am loyal, and I would do anything for you.
Oh, I know.
Under my fucking wing, that's it. And brother, you're it. And so is the family. They're all great people. I can kid around with them. They can take a joke. I mean, all night I've been fucking blasting comments and that was stupid, but a lot of them thought it was funny. You know, it was cool.
Yeah, then I'm glad that you were able to get through and during the time and that was a rough time, man. I just remember waking up every morning during the Idaho 4 case and just being and it's still the case is still going on, but I'm saying in general nobody caught. I woke up and it was just like every day that's the first thing I thought about as soon as I opened my eyes. Did they arrest anybody? I hit my phone, Google, boom. It just I don't it was every day. It was we were at it every day.
Yep, and you were at it more than any other. I mean, you were killing 10, 12 hours a day, 7 days a week. I was blown away. I even told my son, I go, Anthony, this guy doesn't shut the fuck up. He doesn't get the air, you know? He's unbelievable. He's been going for 10 hours, 12 hours.
Yeah, I mean, this is a T-REV live right here, 6 hours. This is like, and this would be like my minimal hour.
Detective John took up 3 of the fucking 6 hours, if you know what I mean.
Detective, I looked at the time earlier when you said I seen you say something in chat, and I went and looked at the time, and I said 90 minutes. Feels like I've been on the phone with him for 10 minutes.
I'm glad he's doing okay. You know, sure sounds like it.
Yeah, he said it sure sounds like it. He said it does. I mean, he got Detective John. Man, he's a good guy. I like Detective John. You know, he may say things that we don't agree with, and there's always opinions that people have that I don't agree with. But that doesn't make me dislike somebody as a person. You know, some people do that. Some people, if you have an opinion that's just not fitting with them, they just dislike you. Now, there's a couple opinions out there that I could never agree with or get down with, which is people who hurt kids, child trigger warning, child molesting and rape and stuff like that. That's something that you could never rehabilitate somebody like that. Which that's the only thing, that's really I can't agree with any of that, but
yeah,
you know how it is, man. But as far as from everything you've been seeing and hearing and reading on the Idaho 4 case, what's your thoughts on that? Because I see you in Discord and I know the chat goes fast in there, but I never got to pick your brain in there.
Yeah. Well, with this new list that came out, it's something, I like the knife. Why would they just call it the knife when you have Smith and Wesson this, you have all the names of these other knives? Why just the knife? Let me ask you something. And this has been in my head for a little while too. Here it goes. He had the sheep. He lost the sheep, right? And they say that they didn't find a knife. Well, what if the knife sheep the knife didn't belong to that particular sheep? Like just a regular hunting knife instead of that army knife. What if he had a different knife? Just because that leather sheet says this is a K-bar knife, what if he didn't? What if he put a different knife in that thing? But I told you this from the beginning. I always thought that either he had the knife or the police have the knife.
Yeah.
More that the police have it because they weren't really looking for it. They didn't come out with, we're still looking for the knife, get on the news and ask for help. No, because they had it already. They had the knife. I also believe that he kept it as a souvenir, trophy, as they say. I don't know, but I don't really like what they say about the girl. You know, I know she didn't want them dead. I just feel it. Like, she didn't want them dead. She didn't team up with some guys to kill her friends. Come on. These fucking people, man, they're stretching. They're reaching for shit. Man. It's just not, it's crazy. You know, how he left the sheet there on purpose. No fucking way. No way.
Oh, so you mean like what people are saying? Hey, I think he left the sheet there on purpose. You think they're out of their mind?
Yeah. You think he's gonna leave a calling card? Really? He didn't want to get caught. That fuck didn't want to get caught.
Absolutely not, man. There's no way. I mean, that'd be some crazy twisty shit. You know, that's some shit you see in a movie.
Right. That exactly. They're making a movie out of this fucking thing. No. He fucking went up. He did what he did, and in the struggle, he lost the sheep. Period. That's how that goes. Period. There's no, well, I'll leave this here to fool the police. No, I don't think so.
They're gonna make a movie out of this, and the
I'm sure,
and like just like with Gabby Petito, and
yeah,
I'm sure. And because I just seen a comment that said that too. Thank you, Kathy Baker, for bringing it up, because I was thinking about that. Like OJ, of course, right? Then you got this Murdaugh, which is going crazy. The Murdaugh, and when it comes to that Murdaugh trial, and I really think that allegedly speculating, I really do think that they're connected with Steven. You get, if you know what I'm getting at.
With
Steven, the kid that was found in the road.
Yeah, see, I didn't really follow the fucking case, you know.
Me neither. I watched that Netflix series, Sal, and it just nipped it right in the butt for me. People were watching the trial. I started to watch it, and then I was like, man, this is NyQuil. It's putting me to sleep. First of all, I don't know anything about the Murdaugh case at all, and even me being into true crime as long as I have, I didn't even hear about the Murdaugh case.
Yeah.
But then again, I mostly watched all the shit that's on the ID, like the murder tapes. I mentioned that multiple times, but yeah, that's the stuff that I watch. I see all those cases on there, cases that are really never even heard of that they broadcast.
Yeah, because they're interesting. You know, I love the ID channels. I love all the shows there, and anytime I get a chance, that's why I don't come and watch it in the movies with you guys.
Oh yeah, when we're watching the Discord, but Murder Tapes is on up right now in the other room. I got it on right now in Discord in the other room. Guaranteed it's playing still.
Yeah, I enjoy it better on my TV, you know.
It's in there playing right now by itself. I got it in the movie room right now, running.
Yeah.
Literally. I like that. I like watching these true crime shows with you guys too in there. Like Delana, Callie, everybody who comes in, we sit there and watch and talk, and we talk about every single damn day. When we're all awake and not falling asleep, we're talking about these cases as they're coming on, and it's just man, it's good to have other people to pick their brain, and what why did he do this, or why we're able to talk about the weird things that we see, and I've never had that. It's great. It's awesome. It's a good feeling to be able to have all you to talk to, man. It's different, because before that it was like I said, speaking to myself. Or if I talked to any of my friends, they didn't like none of my friends like true crime.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like none of the friends that I had at the time like true crime. Period. Nobody.
My Gina, she turned me on to true crime 12 years ago. You know, I'd be like, how the fuck did you watch this shit? Wives with knives. Who's your neighbor? This and that. And we would watch it all the time, you know. And,
Oh yeah. You said Wives with Knives?
yeah, that's one of the ID shows.
Yeah, I know exactly
Snap,
what you're talking about.
Snap. There's all kinds of them, you know.
Snapped was on that one. What the fuck was that channel called? Can't remember the company what Snap was on, but I've seen it all the time.
Yeah.
As a kid, it was out when I was young in my teens. You know?
No, well, maybe, but like I said, I just started watching it 12 years ago. You know, all these true crime shits with my Gina.
Mm-mm-mm.
You know?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, buddy. I'll let you go. You got a lot of callers. They're probably cursing me now in the chat room that I'm taking too long, right?
No, nobody's saying nothing. Hey, man, you know what? Sometimes I will go without a timer, and sometimes I'll go without a timer. I just like talking to you guys, man. Like I said, I chill without a timer. You know what I mean? Like I don't always got to have a timer on. Sometimes, I'll have a timer on sometimes, but there's gonna be sometimes where I just want to, have a conversation.
Yeah.
And depending on, sometimes it can go for a long time, and sometimes it could be 5 minutes. Sometimes it might be 8 minutes. It might be 3 hours. You never know.
Yeah, I can see that. I can see it.
I mean, I could talk to you all night till you're sleeping off the Ambien. You know what I mean?
I swear. And the best is I just took an Ambien, Trazodone, and 4 Tylenol PMs to get Detective John out of my fucking head. I love you, Detective John, if you're listening, but I don't want you to get too excited. You got to take care of yourself.
Yeah, man. They're calling him the Energized Money. Fear Thy Neighbor is my shit, Freckles. We watched that. Actually, I don't think I've watched it with anybody in Discord. They got a newer season that's out too, and I love that show. I hate what happens to these people, but I love these shows because you learn so much about our justice system, especially the ones there's really good ones on Hulu that have that actually have, it goes through the case and then it shows you after the case, it shows you what happened in court. I love that. I love that because you get to see every angle of the case from start to finish.
Right.
On the Stand, there's a few different ones on Hulu that I love too.
Yeah, Fear Thy Neighbor, Freckles. You got it.
She's got it. She's on point with it. Be nice, Sal. That's what Keith said.
I'm sure you've seen all my shit in the comments, right?
Shauna says, love listening to you and Sal shooting the breeze. Can't get enough.
Thank you, Shauna.
We appreciate it. Jennifer, thank you.
I appreciate you guys. I really do. I tell you, I'm proud to be you allowed me to be a member of your family,
Oh,
very proud.
Don't mention it. Don't mention it, man. It's, things happened. Things happen and for a reason. I'm a firm believer that certain things happen for a reason. I firmly believe in that shit, man. I believe that you're meant to meet certain people in your life. You're meant to, you know what I mean? And
yes.
Things take you down. Things take you down different paths, different situations take you down different paths.
Yep.
Jennifer Taylor says, I'm back. Why hurt, kill children? It's gut wrenching.
I know. It's the children that get me. I know, and I only maybe, and it isn't even maybe, but like I said, when I'm playing with my little grandson, and he's just got that innocence about him. How the fuck could you take a pillow and stick it over his head, or a knife and cut him up? Why the fuck? If you don't want the kid, give the kid away. Give the kid away. Why do that?
Mm-hmm.
Don't kill him. And he's heartbroken that you did, because he depended on you. He depended on you for his life. He depended on you. It's not good. Very sad, Chief. Very sad. And I get this thing that happens to women, but it's just very sad. Yeah.
All of it's super sad.
Yeah.
Man, we've did everything on here. Cried, laughs. That's what makes it so personable on here. I mean, the relationships with you guys. Like I said, I'll say that shit till I'm blue in the face, Trev. But why was everyone talking about that man 2 weeks ago, and now nobody talking about him? What was the big drama about? Enan Harsh. You're talking about Enan Harsh. A lot of people think that Enan Harsh is allegedly speculating involved in the case. That's why he was brought up. But in reality, 2 words to why Enan Harsh is not talking right now: gag order.
I'm sure. Yep.
You know what I mean?
And do you remember when that lady and that guy were interviewing him, and he was talking about like being some kind of a rock star? He hands out autographs now and all this shit. I mean, I couldn't fucking believe it. I couldn't fucking believe it. I'm like, damn, this guy's a real asshole.
Papa Sal, man.
Go ahead, brother. Go talk to the rest of the family.
Well, I appreciate you calling, Papa Sal. You know I love you, Bubba.
I love you too.
You know I appreciate you. We definitely got to get on the Discord chat again too, and get us a little group chat going again. That we got to do that every now and then, you know.
Yeah, we got to do it with the phones. Let's call in.
Yeah.
What is that, like the FaceTime shit?
Yeah, Discord. I think like 20. I think 20 of us can be in there at once.
Okay.
You know?
Yeah. First come, first serve.
Yeah. Everybody get a chance. Yeah. I'll hang out. I appreciate you, Papa Sal. Thank you for calling in, and we spent a good 31 minutes. I could do another 2 hours, honestly.
Me too. I love you, man, and you sleep well. And I'm glad that you're back. We need you out here every couple of days or whatever.
Absolutely.
Although we understand that you need to take care of yourself too. I get it.
Absolutely.
Well, I love the family.
We love you too, Papa Sal.
I love our crew. Our crew is the best. All right.
Absolutely. I love you, Papa Sal. Take it easy, and I'll talk to you in a little bit, Bubba.
Okay. Bye-bye.
All right, Papa Sal. Shout out to Papa Sal, man. Be honest, I want to hear from Detective John again. Detective John probably ain't even in here. He probably sleeping. Detective John again. Detective John.
Hey, Sal, I'm glad I'm keeping you up at night, buddy. Dude, if they ever do a big mafia, movie again, they got to cast him. He's perfect, dude.
Oh man, I was video chatting with him in Discord, man. He looks how he sounds, you know. I'm serious. Like, Papa Sal's got that mafia look, man. I'm telling you.
Papa Sal, man. Well, what's funny is you know, we're addressing. People are asking me questions, and we get off. I didn't bring up the knee in the back or that. Somebody asked about it, and you actually read it. Now
I brought it up. I
right?
brought it up.
Yeah, I mean, I don't care about that shit. I totally disagree with what happened, but you know, people don't understand what it's like to actually try and arrest somebody that's resisting. It's not an easy task. You know, the hardest arrest I ever made was a guy in a wheelchair. That's the God's honest truth. And he had a colostomy bag. It was bad, dude. I'm not going to get into that. But you know, this was about, you know, a disturbed mother who stabbed 5 of her children. 3 of them are gone. Why did she do that? So it's just like the Idaho case. We're going to speculate because we're not going to know for a while unless she talks. But what pushes a mother to do that? You know, and you can only imagine the stress that she was under. You know, 25 years old, you have 5 kids. You know, DCF has taken the children away. She's probably looking at some kind of criminal charge anyway. And then, you know, there was an order to have supervised visitation, and that didn't happen. So something broke there, and she was able to get there and kill 3 of her kids. So what do we do? I mean, as a society, how do we stop this behavior? You know, there's a reason for this, and somebody's got hormones in there, and Jennifer's probably nailed it right there. You know, people lose it for different reasons. You know, women have hormone issues, men have hormone issues, and you know, what drove a woman to stab her children? You know, that's the question. And we don't, you know, we're just going to speculate, but I have my theory because I've been there. I've seen it. I know what these poor women are going through because they're being used. You know, sorry to say it, but you know, women are used all the time for sex. You know, these men, probably none of those men gave a crap about her. She just was a piece of ass, and she wound up, you know, pregnant 5 times. And you know, how do you stop this? You know, all you can do is hope that you're raised right, and you know, you don't make mistakes. But you know, we're all human. You know, I try to give a perspective of what goes on out there, you know, in the world that a lot of people don't see, man. And I've been there, and it's sad. It's so sad. It's just a never-ending, you know, devastating society, you know, that we have that we need to change.
It's fucking.
You know,
bro. It's all over the place.
It is, and you know, I wasn't bringing up race at all. I'm just saying, you know, unfortunately, you know, the hood, you know, the projects, you know, they're not loaded with white people, man. I mean, that's just a fact, especially down here, you know. So it's.
I feel like there's different projects though, because where I grew up from, for instance, my neighborhood was mixture of everybody.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right. Well, down here, there's diversity down here. We have, like just west of me is DeLand, Deltona. That area has a lot of Mexican population. So, but over here, it's, you know, it's primarily Caucasian and black. It's over here, but over there, the projects are, you know, there's Mexican, but there's trailer parks too. The trailer parks tend to be, you know, white people. You know, that's just fact. It's got nothing to do with race, or I'm not, you know, that's just.
Somebody
that's
say
just
you're
fact.
echoing.
I need to turn the TV down.
It's probably it's the TV.
Yeah,
it's definitely.
Sorry.
Now you good.
But you know, these I'm not speaking or spewing lies. spewing reality. And we need to. Somebody lives in Deland, small town girl. Deland, she knows. I'm in Port Orange, Jennifer. I'm actually a mile north of Cabbage Patch. It's bike week here, guys. It's crazy. I can hear bands right now at Cabbage Patch. But we got that was your topic when I turned it on, was that, and we addressed it because we're trying to figure out what's going through this woman's mind. It could be a lot of things, but I can guarantee you she's stressed out. There's something that set her off, and
100%.
She's doing it. She probably did it to not just hurt the kids, but to hurt someone else. You're taking 5 children. DCF is taking her kids away from her. I mean, could you imagine somebody taking your children? Well, you do. You said it earlier. You don't get to see your kids, and that's unfortunate.
I've told you about that off live too, but I've also talked about it on live multiple times for years during multiple lives that I've done. I mean, I've been doing these long marathon lives for a long time. Like,
right,
it's different spurts, but different topics, different things, everything. All my lives have been different, but I mean, when I do lives, I usually do them like this. I've been live for 6 hours and 30 minutes right now, so this is like my normal. Like 6 hours is 5 to 6 hours is a normal for me.
Right? Yeah, it is. You've got 12 hours.
Dude, I've been live for 19 hours, and Keister Bunny was there. During the Kylie Rodney case, bro. I fell asleep on live probably at about the 19-hour to 20-hour mark.
Hey, you know what you said the other day? I was watching, and I didn't get on, but I'm proud of you, bro. Because I'm gonna be honest with you. When you were firing up blunts, you weren't yourself.
Yeah,
So,
I know. I felt that myself too.
Yeah, you got weed is so much different than it was. I'm 54 years old.
Dude, it's strong.
The tetrahydrocannabinol THC is so much more potent than it was when I was a kid. When I was a kid, people, they smoked the leaf. I don't smoke the leaf anymore. You smoke the bud, the elbow. Elbows are an elbow is like from the elbow to the tip of your fingers. That's the bud now, and it's hydroponically grown. It's amazing. I've been in mansions in South Florida DA school with 15-foot Sinsemilla plants inside, all hydroponic. Look at the outside of the house; it looks totally normal. And they had generators out back with 2 Cubans. They paid $1,500 a week just to maintain them. I mean, it's not the same, man. The weed today is crazy.
Weed is for, and I personally don't have nothing against weed or anything. I don't care if people.
No, neither do I.
People can blow around me, whatever. You want to blow 20 blunts, go ahead. I'm cool with it. But I just personally, I was smoking for a couple weeks, and I noticed that it dug into my depression. And everybody's different, but it affected me that way. It was digging into my depression. It was turning my. Like I don't know, it was turning me into like a where I just didn't want to talk much.
You seemed like you were getting a little aggressive. Does that make sense?
Could be that too. Yeah.
You were like right now. You're on key. You're there, but you seem like you were getting a little agitated, which I'd never seen in you. But to its own, I don't care about weed, dude. If that was our only problem, we'd be blessed as a nation. Weed ain't shit.
Yeah,
I don't give a damn
lovely.
about it.
It's good for people,
Yeah, I mean it has a purpose, but it's just not for me. I don't need to be high. I'm the Energizer Bunny. Somebody said.
Yeah, no. There's a lot of that going on.
I'm just passionate, man. I just wish I could change things. I'm that guy that would love to change things, but we got to do it in numbers. People have to stand up and do the right thing, and stop this shit from going on. You know, this you know, you have 3 kids that are dead, and there's a reason. You know, somebody didn't do their job. Whoever if that's the grandma that they released the, you know, custody of kids to, she didn't do her job. She was, you know, DCF gave her the kids and said, look, I know how it works. Said, look, she's not allowed to come see them without, you know, a representative from DCF that's going to be supervised. And I guarantee you she was lackadaisical about it and didn't pay any mind to what they said and let her come. And this is a premeditated act, and I think it was a revenge act. I think this mother killed these kids out of revenge, you know, for whatever reason. You know, so if I can't have them, nobody can. And you know, that's what goes. People snap. This woman snapped, and it's sad. It's so sad.
Mm-mm.
But you know, you talked about the Murdaugh case a little bit. I'll give you my theory on that is, you know, when his son was involved in the boating accident, and you know, he was drunk and he killed that, you know, that young girl died as a result. They were being sued for $30 million. So because of his son, he was going to lose everything because of his son's act. But he was also, you know, stealing money from clients. You know, he had one client, one of his maid. I don't know if you followed this, but his maid fell and hit her head and died. And he told the son that, hey, you know, I'm not going to do it, but somebody else in my firm's going to represent, and we're gonna sue. And they got, I forget, $3 million, I think, something like that. And he told the kids that it was going to do, he was going to do the right thing, give them each $100,000. Never gave it to them. You know, so say you feel the same about alcohol as you do weed. I don't drink. You know, I don't need that shit.
Buster.
I was a cop, dude, and I'd never drink a cup of coffee. Never in my life.
I remember you saying that.
People don't believe it.
I've
never
done it. Like people said, the THC is, there's nothing wrong with that THC whatsoever. Like I love it. I could lay my face in a bag all day long. I love the smell. I love everything about it. But for me, it grew to give me panic attacks and make me feel a certain way. I started smoking.
Well,
again.
you know, it can,
doing okay.
You know, I've seen it a lot. There's a lot. You know, THC can cause panic attacks, paranoia. Paranoia in this THC today is very common. You didn't used to have that. You used to calm people down, but you know, it's just strong. Is Detective John LBS?
Do you like donuts, Susie asked?
Yes, I do like donuts.
Oh my God!
Yeah, donuts is good. I love donuts. Shit, I need a dozen right now.
Right.
I'll take a dozen right now. Seriously.
Oh yeah.
Who doesn't love donuts?
You got Krispy Kreme up there. We got Krispy Kreme down here.
Hell yeah. Not here, not where I'm at now, but in Virginia, yeah.
I think we got the first Krispy Kreme or the second Krispy Kreme ever built right here in Daytona.
Boston cream, says Geo Theory. Absolutely love Boston cream. Fire.
I bet you people are jumping now and running to 7-Eleven to grab some donuts.
Shit, I'll DoorDash a dozen from Dunkin' Donuts right now.
You know, so I hope I didn't offend anybody by cutting loose there for a while, but I'm just trying to give perspective on what goes on in some of these communities. The stress that is on these single moms it's unbelievable, and some of these single moms are very bitter. They're upset. You know, they're under a tremendous amount of stress,
but they're not getting the help that they need. I mean, I don't get sending billions of dollars to other countries when we have so much need here in the United States. You know, we could make a difference, you know, if we direct that money to the right places. And I just don't understand why we allow it to happen. You know, people need to stand up and, you know, call your congressmen and women, you know, complain, do the right thing. You know, Krispy Kreme hot light. But, you know, I, like somebody said, I speak the facts, and I you know, being in the position I was in, man, I saw so much shit. It's disgusting what goes on, and you know, people are enabled, and they need to be given a chance. They need to be directed, you know, because a lot of these people don't have a family life. You know, they don't have that structure. You know, we talk about race, and you talk about, you know, Hispanics. Hispanics are amazing. I've never seen a group of people that love their children so much. They have so much public display of affection. I mean, they're hugging their kids, they're loving them. They don't care. They kiss them all over. Poppy, poppy, poppy. You know, it's amazing. La Familia. I mean, it's real. You don't see that anymore. I mean, it's weird. You know, cultures are so different, and diversity. When you run multiple cultures together, you're gonna have problems because people don't. It's like, you know, Latin music. You listen to Latin music. You're into music, T-REV. Does Latin music have the same exact beat every song?
No.
Doesn't it? I mean, it's the same beat every day. Almost every song has the same beat.
Different BPMs though.
Right. But
You know what I mean?
And when they listen, when Latin people listen to our, you know, rock, they think it's the same beat. You know, rap's the same way. Diversity is what I've had to deal with, man. And I could walk into a house and switch up, and I switch up my personality and try and blend in and make people comfortable. That's why I could get people to confess. You know, it's just, you have to have the gift of the gab and to do that job, and you have to be able to diffuse stuff. And some cops shouldn't be wearing badges, you know, and it all starts with the interview process, you know, and when you're interviewing, it's, you know, some agencies have a real strict, you know, interview process, and they run scenarios through you. They'll say things like, I remember with me, they asked me, you were in a 7-Eleven and your partner was with you, and, you know, you bought a Coke, and he grabbed a candy bar and stood right next to you and walked out without paying. What would you do? So I said, you know, it was a great answer. I said, well, I would pay for his candy bar, and then I'd confront him when we got back in the car and say, hey, did you forget to pay for that candy bar? And if he stole it, then his ass is grass. I'm going right to to IAD and turning him in. You know, so, you know, but that's where, you know, it needs to start, is like Keisha Bunny says, acknowledging and appreciating differences is what SEPT is all about. Diversity comes when this isn't the norm. Yeah, she's right. 100%. You know, right. And that's true. The Italians have a culture, you know, it's everything's different, but, you know, we don't need government to drive wedges between us and make us hate each other. It's freaking crazy to me. It's crazy. The government wants us to hate each other. It seems that way to me.
Yeah, they definitely want us. Italians make a
They want to drive wedges, and it's not right. It's all about power. All about power. But I'm gonna let you go, brother. You have a great night, everybody. God bless. Thanks for all the well wishes. I'm doing good. So no residuals. My tongue feels like it's half asleep, but other than that, I'm good.
No doubt. I'm glad you're coming around, man. I'm glad you're coming around because tons of people were asking about you on the last live.
Oh, right on. I appreciate it, man.
Tons of people. If you go through if you watch that last live and let the comments run, you'll definitely. A lot of people were asking about you. So
yeah, that gives me a warm feeling. I love talking to you guys. Love the family. Keep it up.
Absolutely.
I can't wait till June, man. It's gonna be good.
Let me know when you can. Whenever you feel okay enough to, maybe come up on panel and do a stream with me, and we'll tackle. Well, there's a couple cold cases and suicide that I think are pretty much. With my heart, believe they're murders.
I like a couple of cases. I can't think of their names. What's the kid that was found on the swing? That was pretty weird.
Christian.
And then the lady that was she was working out at the church and somebody killed her.
Missy Bevers.
Yep.
Christian Andriacchio, Missy Bevers.
Missy Bevers. That's intriguing, man. I would like to see, because they know the height of that person. I mean, there's software that they figure that out easy. But there's no attention on that case. Why? Why is that case? Is it a cold case? Are they doing anything?
That shit's cold, bro. 7 years.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's time that you can do it. Get talking about it, because
dude, if Hollis is in here, Hollis sent me something that was very interesting on the Missy Bevers case.
Oh yeah,
yeah. It was like 6 months ago. There was I think it was a boyfriend. Hollis is in here right now. I just seen her say thank you. She sent me this one YouTube video, and it had these two of these people's names on it. But
was it the LinkedIn guy? The guy that was on LinkedIn? Was chatting with her?
Workout. It was these workout people. I forget. I can't remember now because it's been a second. Hollis, bring me to light. I remember. I'm trying to remember exactly what it was, but I think I saved it. I have to go look on my YouTube list. Bring me to light. Bring me to light.
That case is very intriguing to me. I would love to work that cold case.
I'm trying to remember.
I think somebody dropped the ball on that one big time.
I'm going to it right now because I actually, let me see YouTube. I want to tell you about it because friggin' I looked at it, and this was, and matter of fact, before the one call that I called you another time before that. You didn't answer. I was calling you about what Hollis had sent me, but Hollis said that they checked into it and it really wasn't much. You know what I mean? She said that the police looked at it or whatever, but I got to pull it up to actually show you. Missy.
Well, you know what? Watching that video, I watched that video probably 20 times, dude. I just kept watching it, and it was. If you watch how the gait of that person, how nonchalant he or she was, just going to a door, getting to that half door. I think we talked about it before.
Dude, if you've seen this gate on this, hey Hollis, drop it in Discord. Drop that video in Discord. Detective John's got to see that video. The gate on this woman. It'll almost like when I seen it. I seen the gate on this woman, and oh man, bro.
I mean, it's definitely not a masculine walk. You know what I mean? it looks like a woman to me, but hey, and I would say that person's between 5'2" and maybe 5'6", not much taller than that. And I think the boots that person was wearing were way too big. You know, I don't. It's a brilliant. If it was just a burglary that went wrong, I mean, think about it. You're burglarizing a place. You're dressed in police attire, and let's say you run into somebody, like you ran into her. She ran into her. Okay, you know, I got an alarm going off. Okay, all's good. See you later. So they walk out when they're committing the burglary themselves. You know what I mean? So it's kind of.
I got the two names on the screen right now.
AJ Turner and Courtney Turner.
Yep.
So were they in her class?
I'm gonna pull it up right now so you can see it on the big screen. AJ, hold on, what is it? I saved the video in the files, but I guess I didn't.
Are you okay? Somebody said that something was wrong.
It's a video. It's on, supposedly the police checked into it, but here it is right here. AJ Tucker self-defense class role play. I'm trying to look for the Courtney, because she sent me a video and it showed a picture of Courtney Turner. And I was like, dude, that gate is familiar as hell looking. You know what I mean?
Right. I mean, it's
allegedly.
So AJ and Courtney were in the class. Are they taught a defensive tactics class or something at the church?
Self-defense, role play, groundwork. Victim waits for an opportunity, then goes for the eyes.
Is the autopsy, has that been released? Can you see if the autopsy's been released?
Check it right now. Missy Bevers autopsy report.
The ME would have a sketch that they might release, and it'll show all the wounds. I'm sure there's not going to be any photos, but it'll be at least a sketch.
She just had several puncture wounds to the head and chest, but I don't see no autopsy on here.
So to the head and chest, no defensive wounds, nothing on her hands, nothing on her arms.
See, they didn't. I think because it's you know what I mean? Because they didn't. Because it's still open. You know what I mean? Like,
right.
Nobody's arrested for it, so it's like.
So if it was to the head and chest, she was facing whoever did it. I mean,
right.
And that girl was in shape. So it doesn't sound like she was ambushed.
Oh, I got the video right here. Okay, so here we go. This is what I was looking for. All right, this is her gate.
Courtney Turner's mom is what, Hollis?
I got it up right here. If you want to look at it, it's on the screen. Let me make it big too.
Can you pull it over to my left if I'm looking at the screen?
I'm about to make it full screen real quick. Boom.
All
right. Look at that. All right, so somebody did that, right?
So is that Courtney?
I got it full screen. Yes.
Look at the right foot. Damn.
Now, Hollis did a good find. I was like, damn, how'd you? She said, I went down a rabbit hole and I found this. I was like, oh shit.
That's good work, Hollis.
I was like, you did good on that one, girl.
Look how the head sits on the shoulders. Like a turtle. It's like a turtle, right?
Oh my God.
How her head sets forward. It's the same exact. I mean,
what do you think about that, though? What is your opinion on that, guys? People in chat, Detective John, what do you think about what Hollis found right here? I just thought it was pretty, I don't know.
That's pretty freaky.
It's
That's good
freaky when
work.
you look at it because you know the killer is on the loose still, so it's freaky. You know what I mean?
So what's the connection though? Was she in that class, or was there a defensive tactics class that she attended?
Okay, so A.K. Turner and Missy were gladiators together.
Really?
Mm-hmm. That's what Hylas just put out. She did a deep ass dive on this, man. I gotta give her props on it because I was pretty shocked when I seen this. I was like,
Does she got a
damn.
face? Does Turner have a Facebook page?
Hollis, does Turner have a Facebook page? I mean, I can hit Facebook right now. You go to Facebook real quick.
I mean, damn, that is freaking. You know, that's
you know,
that's a common defensive, stance right there. But that's pretty damn close. Even look how the right knee breaks. Look how the left knee breaks. Look at the way the foot's turned on her strong side.
where's Denison, Texas? Hold up. I found one that's from
Gladiator.
Texas.
Somebody asked what Gladiator was. Gladiator is what that class. It was the Gladiator. I guess they called themselves gladiators or something, right? It was a gladiator class. They were trying to,
Gladiator is the type of class they do
right.
workout wise. It's a workout.
Right.
Left out of Dallas. Left of Dallas, Denison is? Because I found one on Facebook that's from there, but I don't want to jump the gun and be like, yeah, that's her, because I can't tell from that angle.
Yeah, like CrossFit. That's what it is. It's like CrossFit.
I can't tell from that angle, but I'm trying to see if she's friends with like Brandon or AJ. Let me see. Let's see. AJ.
What was the other guy? The other person, was that her husband?
Yeah. No. I thought boyfriend or something. Hollis knew it because she deep dove that shit. She answered you yes on something. Yeah.
Probably the husband question. So, yeah, let's get this one fired up, T-REV. Let's shine some light back on this case.
I mean, this is one that bothers me.
Oh, it bothers me too. It bothers me that it's not solved after 7 years. I mean, come on, man. Did you tell me that the FBI got involved in this?
Yeah, from what I was reading on it.
I mean, that's kind of odd,
Despite help from the FBI and seemingly strong suspects, the case reached a dead end. That was on June 5th, 2022.
Well, I'm totally speculating here, but I guarantee you they probably have interviewed the perpetrator.
Just like the same with Richard Allen.
Yeah, I guarantee you. I guarantee you they've interviewed the suspect, and somebody just sucks, because I can't believe this case has gone unsolved. But it's not until we get some light shed on it. No one's going to care. It's forgotten. This woman was brutally attacked.
Yep.
I'm gonna watch. Tomorrow. I'm probably gonna watch the video again because, I'm trying to I'm trying to figure out whether this was just a burglary gone bad or this was a premeditated act. My problem is this. Why would you take a hammer to commit a homicide? Like Brian, he used a knife. You know you're going to kill somebody with a knife, but you take a hammer to intentionally, end someone's life. I mean, I don't know. That doesn't make sense to me.
I'm on Facebook right now trying to find the actual, Facebook, but maybe if I don't know. I mean, let me go to, let's see. Missy Bevers' Facebook is still up to this day.
Gunshots loud.
So,
yeah, but if I'm going there to kill her, and I'm that size, I just can't see wielding a hammer to do a premeditated homicide.
I see Courtney's on her friends list, but I'm trying to find the right. Yeah, that's definitely not her. If you said AJ was her boyfriend, that's not her. Possibly could be. Hold up. Let me find out. I just hit the jackpot. I don't know. I can't. I gotta get a. Okay, which one are you in this picture, though?
Maybe someone else was there with a hammer in there.
I don't know. This person is large, but whoa. The way that they're standing, their feet are pointed inward towards each other. The person I found. Let's see. Where do they live at? That's not telling me that much when I'm looking at one.
I said the same thing about the hammer that would look more like a rock hammer. But rock hammers are used by burglars a lot because it's easy to penetrate glass with a hot rock hammer because it's not as blunt as a regular hammer. It's got a point on the end, so you can punch a hole through glass a lot easier and reach in without knocking all the glass out. It's pretty common for burglars to use rock hammers.
Is that her or no? I can't tell.
You need to show the video on the security camera. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I got that. That's right here.
Yeah, put the. I'm telling you, man, I'm just look at the head on that girl. I'm telling you, her head is so forward like a turtle, just like the perpetrator. That's unique. I'd like to see a video of this girl walking.
Oh my God!
Mm-hmm. I can't find that one on Facebook. I can't nowhere. I looked on Missy's friends list, but
where did Hollis? Did you snap this off of a video or is it a picture?
this is on YouTube.
So that's a video.
Well, if I play it, let me hit play.
Is that a video of her?
It's just a picture that somebody got from her, or from wherever they found it, which I'm about to look right now.
So that's probably snipped from a video. I doubt it's a picture.
Okay, so I'm starting to get some. There's people talking in the comments. They go, her boyfriend was AJ Tucker, who was having meetups with Missy Bevers the week before she was murdered. She was in the video. I think had maybe found out and did the murder. That's what somebody said in the comments.
So Missy was having an affair with AJ, who was this girl's boyfriend. What about her husband?
Yeah, Missy Bevers. What? Elizabeth Barraza's killer?
Are these comments on your feed or from somebody else?
No. I'm reading that video that I just watched. The video.
Oh, okay.
I'm reading the comments on her. Her name is Courtney Tucker. Derek, is that you, Derek Godzi? What? Who are these people talking? Somebody said, "Is that you, Derek Godsey?" Somebody's throwing names out on this bitch. That's crazy. Spread the feet are different. Spread the feet are different. Okay, look at the buttocks area. It leans forward. Background noise, Detective J. Somebody said.
I'm sorry, I got the TV up.
And hats are a rare thing anymore. Picking up a phone and communicating. Person drove.
Yeah, you look at the buttocks area. Remember now, she's wearing what
There's
I would
another
call
picture
maybe
from a different angle. Look right there. There's another picture.
I'm looking at her head, the way it sits on her shoulders.
Like this, like I don't know, like it's sitting forward. I don't know.
Right, how it's cocked down and forward, and her shoulders are kind of slumped.
Yeah, it's.
I like to see her arm down. Like a picture like that with her arm down. See how long her arms are. I'd like to see a video of her walking, because that gait is, that's a unique gait. She had like a duck walk, or whoever that is, man or woman, that had duck feet when she walked. That's why it's so hard for me to believe that this isn't solved. If that in fact is a local person that attended those classes, I guarantee they've interviewed the perpetrator, but it could be somebody from out of town, staking out places. Churches are commonly burglarized because they have high dollar video equipment, a lot of them, and they'll look for money from the tithing. We had a church that was hit. They took the entire safe, punched it through the wall and everything. He does great work. I'm not going to look at Discord right now.
That pic is just so spot on. Crazy. Tawan Zaylen.
Yeah. So, Hollis, this girl's been investigated and they've cleared her.
Yeah,
how do we
know
that? How do we know Courtney's been cleared? Is there documentation? Was there an interview, press release?
The Cavs. Livy Live said the Cavs. It's ridiculous it hasn't been solved. I agree.
It is. It's 100% ridiculous. What department? How many sworn officers are on that department?
Lindsay says, "Ha, I hope she's watching." I hope she's watching too. Not.
Are those pictures of her in that class? Is that at the church? Does Hollis know?
I don't know if that's at the church or not. It's so hard to tell from the small angle,
right?
Without having the whole picture. That looks like a gem, maybe to me, but
yeah. And had they released any photos of the crime scene or any of those? I mean, after 7 years, you'd think something would be out there.
Thank you, Vicky. I appreciate that. Yeah, no doubt. That's what I'm saying. I don't even know what rabbit hole that Hollis found this down, but she did a damn good job.
Hollis, if you're sitting at your computer, look that department up, and it'll list how many sworn officers there are, and see if it's a small department. That may be why they solicited the FBI for help.
Detective Hollis, get a three-way going now. Three-way phone call. We gotta get Detective Hollis on the line here. She came in Discord one day and this was during my little time off, right? She came in and dropped this video, and she's like, I want to tell you something, Rev. I dove down a deep rabbit hole with Missy Bevers case, and then she dropped this, and I was like,
How did that come? Was that on YouTube? I mean, did
yeah,
somebody else find that, or did
fuck yeah, this is on YouTube, and I think somebody else did find it, but you know how it's called Midlothian Monster 3775. Let me see. Can you add shorts to a playlist? Why can't you add them to a playlist?
so this girl had a boyfriend that was allegedly potentially having an affair with Missy?
Mm-hmm.
That's freaking big, dude. That's like, she should be, she should be on the top of the list.
Bro, I don't understand. FBI comes in, grabs, they come in, and I'm not trying to compare, but I'm just saying FBI comes in, they snag up Kohlberger based off a tip that came in from
You see what Shelly's saying? Yeah, I heard that too. I heard that the wife.
You want to hear
was
something that'll
saying-
blow your fucking mind though, Detective John? And this is
Go ahead.
and some people I know don't like Spirit Box, but I did a Spirit Box on November the 25th asking who was responsible for your guys' murders to the Idaho 4, and it said Brian. On
No
November
way.
fucking 25th, it said Brian, bro. It blew my mind out of my head. It blew the brain out my head.
No way.
A woman
dude.
came through and said, Brian. Full
way,
everything,
dude.
bro. I put everything on it. It blew me away. I tagged experts on Twitter. I was like, dude, this blew me away. Like, it blew me out my seat at the time. I just was like, what the fuck? They said, like, as I asked, I said, a man goes Brian, and then as I finish it, a woman comes in and goes, Brian.
Somebody said it sure effing did.
Bro,
That's
it did.
crazy, man.
I uploaded it on Shorts. Like, that's how much it mind. But like, I don't take credibility on a Spirit Box, right? I do Spirit Box because I'm fascinated with life after death too, just as well as I am with
Right.
true crime.
Right.
And I wasn't expecting that. I take everything that I hear with a grain of salt when it comes out of the Spirit Box. I don't run and say this is the truth. Oh my God. Because it could be a simple interference, right?
Right.
So I take it all with a grain of salt. But to go back and review it, I went back and I reviewed it because it was like the second or third time that I dove into the Idaho 4, and I just wanted to try and see what would come up. And I shit you not, on cue, intelligent. I said, who is responsible for your guys' murders? Or I said, who is responsible for this? And they go, Brian. I'm sorry, but that shit just blows me away.
John, it's Livy. I'm not just somebody, haha. So, I'm confused.
Livy's cool with you.
Oh, okay.
Livy live. She's fucking with you.
Yo, Livy.
Livy live. Livey live. Let's see. All right. So 28 officers in Midlothian, Texas, 6 part-time and 10 crossing guards.
Oh my God, that's a freaking dinky department.
Lindsay Book said, play it. I'll let you here. I'll just drop you the link. If you want to go play it, go play it. Some people don't like it, and I respect the people that don't like it. That's cool. I'm all for people who don't believe in that and stuff, because I'm not going to push religion or nothing on nobody, and that's not my place to
Hey, everybody. It's not for everybody.
That's what I'm saying, and I respect
dude,
that. I just hate when people disrespect. I just hate when people disrespect me on the other end.
My grandmother owned an assisted living facility. She had 12 patients. And, at 6 years old, my grandmother would have me go in one of the patients' rooms, and, that was getting ready to, pass away. And I would keep their mouths moist, with now they have these like Q-tip things with sponges on the end, but then, we didn't have that stuff. And my grandmother would just give me a bowl with a rag, and I would keep the mouth moist, till they took their last breath. and we had a 101-year-old. Her name was Natalie, and she was a teacher. She was 101 years old, and she used to sit and, tell me stories. I was just so intrigued with her. I loved her. She was awesome. My grandmother had her for like 10 years. And I got home from school, and she took me in there and said, Natalie's, she's going to pass in probably 2 hours, I think my grandmother said. And it was like almost to the dot. She took her last breath.
Jennifer Swain said she ain't playing. She said, what is so complicated about this? The number one suspect is the wife of the guy she's having an affair with.
That's what I just said. I mean, I agree. I mean, this chick right here, I mean, holy shit, she's the right height.
Thank you, Dusty Den. Yeah, right height. What else? What else do you think about that? Just with the picture side by side.
She looks like the right build. I mean, she looks like the right build. Her head rests forward. I refer to it as turtle because she's kind of slumped forward. I mean, look at her shoulders. Look at. I mean, I would love to see if that's a video of her walking. They've got to have that chick right there. Would be my number one suspect. I'll tell you that much right now. So the case file. Does anybody know if the case files if anything's available? If any of the reports are available?
Yeah, do you know what we could get? What would we be able to get? Because I've never really,
You'd have to send a request in like that one dude does under the Freedom of Information Act. You'd have to send a request in and see what they would release. I just don't know it because it's still an open case. But if they were smart, if that department was smart, they would use the media. They would use this show and other shows and send shit out there. Put the pressure on, Why after 7 years are you still sitting on this? I mean, there's no statute of limitation on murder, but damn.
Dippity Doo, did you go listen to this? This is the spirit box that responded to me on November 25th and said, Brian, 16 minutes into my stream of a 4-hour session.
Yeah, Dippity Doo, that's what I was going to get to. I could swear I saw her ghost, Natalie's ghost numerous times. She was awesome.
Detective John, I'm sorry, that shit blows me away, man. I listened to it the other day. I decided to review it, and I went through and listened, and I heard Brian, and that shit just fucking blew the lid off my brain.
I'll have to go back and listen to it.
What's the chances of that?
But I don't know anything about Spirit Box, but we have such. It's like our cell phones. Our cell phones are listening to everything we say when you're not using them. This. Look at her opening that door. I'm telling you, it's like duh. She opens the door and then she has this. Right on. But back to the Spirit Box. I don't know anything about those T-REV. I don't know how they work. But
yeah,
is it set up like a computer? How does it work?
Nah.
Tell me about how a Spirit Box works.
FM, AM, and it sweeps at 150. It starts out at 100 milliseconds and sweeps as low as 350.
So it's just a radio?
It
works on radio frequency?
Yes. But what I did recently, but at that time I didn't. I cut the FM frequency out and just sweeped on it. So is it linked to any kind of computer device at all? Absolutely not. No.
Okay, well that would have been what I would have said.
Absolutely not. 100% absolutely not. It's its own. It's like having a FM AM, but it just sweeps.
That's crazy.
Fast. And they call my name, dude. They say it says T-REV out of it. How the fuck is it gonna say T-REV?
I don't know. That's pretty insane.
You know, how does it say, "Hey T-REV, I love it," like crazy shit, full sentences, bro. Like and it's not hooked to no AI or nothing. It's the shit that Ghost Adventures uses.
Right.
Zach
I watch some of
Baggins
those
in them.
shows. Yeah. Yeah. I dig that stuff, man. I don't,
That's a different type of research I do. That's why I make different streams for that, because not everybody's for that. You know what I mean? Not everybody's for that, and I respect it, and it is what it is. That's why I make my own separate streams or do private shit on my own. Yeah, I have a real one.
right.
SB7.
The
It's called the S.
father-in-law.
Look it up. It's called the SB7.
I'm not on my
I don't
computer.
use no fucking phones. I don't use none of that crap. That shit is garbage. Don't. If you use a phone app, I'm sorry. I'm not hating on you, but they're just no.
Do you have a real spirit box? Ellie says.
Yeah, SB7. SB7 is considered a real one in the professional field.
I mean, look at this girl. She's got guns, dude. I mean, she was in shape. I remember when I first pulled it up, it showed older pictures of her before she started working out. I mean, this is your typical, married to a guy. She's got a couple kids. Her self-esteem was down. She was a little overweight, and then she decided to make a life-altering, decision and get involved in fitness. And she, from what I was reading, I mean, she was very, 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 very serious about,
health,
her classes, and she was really into it.
A lot of people had. A lot of people. The first person they
had a
pointed at
fair.
was him.
What's that?
The first person they pointed at was him.
Yeah, the father-in-law, right? Because of his gait.
The gait, and then how the head, the neck.
Yeah, he's got his head. That's that's the first person I thought too. But I think how tall is he? Because her husband's tall. Her husband's like 6'4".
Oh,
6'3".
dude, listen to this shit. And when I was doing a spirit box on Kylie, or I wasn't even doing it on Kylie Rodney, I was doing it on Trinity Backus, and I was just sitting there, and a voice came through and said, "I killed Kylie Rodney." Dude, the whole fucking everybody started freaking out. I freaked out. Like I literally freaked out. I personally think I got an attachment after, and I had to clear it out, bro. I had to get sage and shit because it was insane.
Really?
Yeah, dude. I had some weird shit going on. Like some weird energy in my studio where I'm sitting at right now. I had weird things going on. Like my speakers were doing weird shit. There was some weird stuff.
Well, how's Spirit Box linked to a living person? Does it do that? That's weird to me.
It came through as a male and said, "I killed Kylie Rodney," like that. Bro. Like it was super dark and insane, and it fucking it actually scarred me. I was like, "Damn, that's weird." And then when I was asking about Trinity Backus, I said, "How did it was speculated that she died from acid?" And I said, "How did Trinity Backus die?" And it goes, a male voice came through and said, "Acid." Like that, bro, clear as day. Like me and you talking right now. Dude, my monitors, guess what, Livy Live? That's funny you said that. My monitors haven't did that since. I cleared this room out with Sage and Palo Santo and all that, and I haven't had nothing. None of my monitors flickered ever since. None of my monitors flickered ever since. My monitor was turning off and on for 2 months straight, bro.
Wow. Hey, somebody posted earlier that lady that we're looking at, she had a broken foot.
So the lady we were looking at had a broken foot.
She had a broken foot because the right foot is definitely it's there's definitely an issue with her gait or whoever's walking's gait on the right foot. Seriously, Detective John, what I miss? Be very careful. You can get an attachment or dark entity. You think you got a dark entity,
T-REV?
Yeah, it was. It was, and I wouldn't say that. It was playful.
Really? So
Yeah.
what'd they do? Like an exorcism?
Nah, they were fucking with shit in the studio, bro. They were turning my monitor off and on constantly, and it would only be specifically like when we started talking about it that they started flickering my monitor on and off. And actually, dude, every time I would ask who's here with me from the Idaho 4, it'd come through and say Ethan. Like I kept getting Ethan, constantly say Ethan.
Wow.
Yeah, like I don't know who it was, but I think it was either a playful spirit or something else. I'm not gonna be like, yeah, it was Ethan, but people think that, but it was something playful. When you do that, bro, you're opening the gates because anything nearby can come by and toy with you. That's why I said I take it with a grain of salt. Just like we're talking now, there's life after death, in my opinion, bro. If you got spirits speaking and shit, like it's crazy.
Oh yeah, man. I think if you lose your life, suddenly, I don't know. I believe what I believe. It's God gives people free will, and if somebody murders somebody, that's free will. But I don't think God had anything to do with it. I think it was free will. So that would enable somebody's spirit to not ascend to heaven because it wasn't planned. It wasn't God's will.
Bro, there's another one. I'm like, I was talking to Abby and Libby from Delphi, like trying to reach out to them. I'm not gonna say I was talking to them because I don't know. I really wouldn't know that, but to get them to come through, I said, "Who, Abby, Libby, who killed you guys?" And it goes, "Richard," just like that, just the same way I just said it, Richard.
Wow.
Bro, like I'm swear I put that on everything, bro. Richard, just like bro, the same way I'm saying it now is exactly how it came through, and it was clear as day.
Wow.
Scary.
Hollis, they're also very suspicious about her. Are we talking about the
old girl? Yeah,
the girl in the class. She said something about a mother-in-law too. We asked John if he thinks that cops like F with Brian. I can't read that. What does it say? What is Ellie saying? With Brian, where Ellie said something. I didn't catch it. It was on the top of the screen.
Let me see.
Can you find it, T-REV?
Who was it?
Ellie.
Yeah, I'll find it right now. On my end over here, I'm able to scroll all the way back up.
Yeah, pull it down. It's up.
Does anyone believe spirits? Because mine's here.
No, the other way.
Something
the
in
other
my
way.
house
Go down.
time. I hope there is life after death, and I hope the kids from Idaho aren't anywhere but paradise. Absolutely. Absolutely. Marley Kate says check your DM on Twitter. Okay, I'm checking right now. Let me pull up Twitter. Here we go. Let's see.
I mean, if this is a dude walking, that is a very, very metro guy. Look how dragging that right foot, man. That's like a drop foot almost. When you wear a boot, I had to wear a boot because I messed up my foot. And after I took the boot off, I walked just like that because I was used to having the boot up to my knee. So I had no flexion in my foot. It was like, I had to learn how to correct my gait again.
How'd you find that page? Whoever just sent that to me on Twitter, I seen that. I don't even.
Is anybody else talking about this case?
No, bro, barely anyone. There's like a smaller pod. When I first did it, they were in here, and you called in that day. They were in here, and I was like, man, I'd be willing to get a PI. But in general, bro, we could do a lot of what a PI would do.
Yeah, but
it wouldn't hurt to put one on it, though. To be honest with you, like she needs justice.
I would suspect that there's already probably a couple PIs on it.
You think like as far as PI, what do you think like just regular people who are actually into the case or what?
I would, if I were the husband, I would definitely have a PI on it. And he's done some press conferences. He hasn't indicated that he had a PI, but he wants this case solved, So this is another whodunit because he knew she was having an affair, and I guess they worked through that. From what I understand, I don't know. But like that day or the day before, he was out of town. She sent a nice message about how she loved him and, yada, yada. That all came out. But I mean, look, all right, let's see what's her
Only Hannah Bevers.
Trying to pick the lock there? Or is he trying to, what's the person doing?
That's what I'm saying. I think somebody nailed it in chat earlier, my exact thoughts. And I'm trying to remember who it is respectfully. I seen your comment and they said, I think it was, matter of fact, it was Lex Luthor. I know for a fact it was Lex Luthor. Lex Luthor's, I think it was Lex Luthor. I could be wrong. But anyways, they said, I think that they planned it to make it look like a burglary, like a burglary. And
right
they botched it to make it look like that, but was really there for her. So that's why they did everything. They knew there was cameras or something. That's a speculation.
Here's what I would like to see, the timeline. Is she in the church right now? Or does she come in while this person is in here? So they should at least have part of that report, released.
What's up, my brother Matt? You good?
So there's video in there. So is she already in the class getting set up, or does she walk in on this? That's what I would like to know. Does anybody know the answer to that?
Matt Pry's funny. He said every morning, everyone T-REV trying to put in his 40 hours in by the weekend. Nah, but what in general, I don't know. It's like they shoved this case off in the corner, man.
Hey, dude, when something like this happens, they want it to go away. If it's a cold case, they take that box and that box of evidence is shoved up on a shelf, and they don't want to talk about it anymore.
I think Missy was already in one of the rooms. Says
that's what I'm wondering, because if this person's busting windows out and shit, so I mean that's an empty building, and that had to be loud as hell. So is Missy there? At this point, is Missy there? If there's cameras in there, why aren't they showing the cameras from where Missy is? How deep is this video?
See, 2 minutes and 8 seconds. Let me go back and look those all the church.
Ellie Wilson, you got that right. Just missing the money.
Let me refresh my memory on exactly the 2 minutes and 11 seconds. Right, so it's 2 minutes and 11 seconds, pretty much.
Right, so here we go. So somebody said she always held the class outside, but was holding it inside because of the storm. What is it?
Yeah, and that kind of holds down with the when you see this footage right here of them driving around this SWFA, which I don't know if this is the perp or not, but it shows the condition that morning.
Yeah, it was raining.
It's raining its ass off.
See, this kind of stuff right here is suspect to me, because, I mean, if you're premeditating a homicide, I mean, how you going to know that's? I mean, it's going to rain. I mean,
A laughing stock. What did you see on Mind Shock 2 years ago, brother? Hold up. My bad. I missed it. I missed what you were saying. What did
somebody else was asking me a question. I missed it too.
I,
Sorry.
I get to thinking about a lot of shit when it comes to this case. Dude, this case has fucked with me for a long time. For a long
But
time.
this car, this isn't the parking lot of the church, is it? Because I thought the cameras on the outside were. This is another business.
You know that if say this was the perp, right? Maybe say this was the perp, they would be able to go like, okay, it's for Hollis who found Courtney Tucker, right? Say she drove that type of vehicle. I mean, there you go, right there at that time in that year, whatever. You know what I mean?
That's
Like
that's an Altima.
right. That yeah.
That's
Nah, that's an Elantra. You know?
Yeah, no, that's an Altima right there.
Thank you,
for
Trinity.
sure. I mean, they've got to know more, and maybe maybe they're trying to get more evidence so they can indict somebody. I don't know, but this car driving through the parking lot, this car keeps going, and there's a bunch of cars parked over here toward a Sally Port for loading or something. So this could be the car if it was a burglary, and it wasn't a premeditated homicide, and this is a burglar looking for an opportunity. He or she sees cars parked there. If you run that video, you'll see cars parked there. I've seen it before, and that would deter them.
Laughing Stock said that he's been into this for a while on there, and 2 years ago he's seen that they had a time clock on the. Yeah, he's in here. They had a time clock on this. Yeah, no, is it shut? You good? Okay, good. All right, so they had a time clock on here. He said, and it was 4:30. The time of this driving right here was 4:30.
All right. So what time was her class? 5?
I thought she get there around 4:45. Laughing Stock's breaking it down in chat right now, following what he's saying. Let's see. Jennifer Swain, the perp was there an hour before Missy. Thank you again, Jennifer. I appreciate you. You don't have to type. You don't have to give me money for me to read your comment. I'm looking. But I do appreciate you. Yes, I believe that too, Detective John, to go away. Looks like the person walking is struggling with all that weight, like they weren't accustomed to moving all that weight naturally. What do you think about that?
Right. I mean, it looks like a person walking that was struggling with all that weight. They weren't accustomed to moving all that weight naturally.
Katie says it was premeditated. I definitely believe, personally, in my heart, I believe this was premeditated too. So I mean,
yeah, I mean, I'm leaning that way because being dressed and that's riot gear, but I don't think that doesn't look like real riot gear to me. It looks like some freaking off shit, like a Halloween costume almost to me. And they're,
Michael Clements. This video is from Missy Bevers. When they were doing an investigation, this is from. They looked into this video. The Sports Place posted this video for the investigation part of Missy Bevers' murder.
Ellie, it's definitely an Altima. They've already confirmed it was an Altima. It's not a Toyota. It's a 2013 or 15 Altima.
Ever heard of Wormy Miller? No. Yes, bones bowed out with weight on them. Bowed out. Yes, bones bowed out with weight on them. Libby says. Libby lied.
Well, somebody broke that down and made it look like it was a prosthetic leg. I remember seeing that too.
He said, look, Mike D says, is there someone walking in the rain by the far light post? It looks like someone walking in the rain.
By the far light post?
I don't know if he.
The chat's in the way. I can't see
I
that.
made it big. I made it a big screen just now. I don't know if it make it look any better, but
Can you? Yeah, let me see.
Max says definitely an Ultima.
Yeah, it's an Ultima.
Little too shiny, sleeping baggish. Wood says I don't know anything about this case. This is wild. Yeah, this case of it's just crazy. You know, her life was taken in her church. It's just it's insane. I don't know. It blows me away. And then I don't know. Even there's a lot of things that are just weird about it. But hey, I mean,
So Woods 2323. This lady had a fitness class that she had a bunch of people come to every whatever day of the week this was, and it was raining. She was in the church, and they found her dead. She was bludgeoned to death with probably that rock hammer, and no one seems to know what happened. I'm sure there's suspects, but they're not telling anybody anything. It's
thank you, Jennifer.
tight-lipped.
Right. There's definitely, dude. They definitely had people on that list. Okay, bro.
T-REV, I put my money where I think it's worthy. Okay. The problem here is you got a podunk department. I mean, I hate to say that, small department. They probably got. Did we find out how many investigators? What CID? How many officers they had as detectives? I mean, if it's 23 sworn officers, you might have 2 detectives, maybe 3.
Woods. Wow. Cameras everywhere and nothing. Wild. I think it's a reflection from the light. Hollis said supposedly she was shot also. And also the podcast channel that I was talking to, and that was right before I came back. And remember I caught COVID right after, so I was fucking sick. I wasn't live for a minute, but I was supposed to be talking to them, which I need to actually get back up with them. I forget their channel name, but I had their
So
videos.
where did the Hollis we need to did you find the ME report anywhere? Does it say anything about a gunshot wound?
They're a small department. That's what Katie said. I think Katie's from Texas too. She said they are a small department.
Right. So I mean,
do you feel like small departments struggle? What do you think, Detective John, on that? Do you think small departments struggle to investigate?
Small departments do struggle because their budgets are small. Detectives. If you acquired the status of detective, you need to go to IPTM schools, Wicklander. You go to all these schools, for training, and these smaller departments don't have the funds for that. They're not cheap. You got to put them up in a hotel. For sometimes they're a week long, sometimes they're a couple days long. But I don't know, man. And the experience on small departments like this, I mean, you don't get. When was the last time there was a homicide in this town? Somebody look that up. I'm sure there haven't been many homicides. So you got the experience factor, and you got to have the right people, because I know there's suspects. I'm sure that lady that we've been looking at was interviewed. I'm sure the father-in-law, he was interviewed. But there's a lot to this case. So let's play like we did for the Idaho 4. So what do we know? We know that she was having an affair. The husband found out. They were supposedly working it out. But if she's having an affair, threatening to divorce him, and we don't know the truth, but that turns out to be the truth, then, here we go again. He's looking at losing everything. The father-in-law is obviously very involved. And, if you look at the gait of his walk and the gait of the person walking, it's pretty damn close, both duck walks. And, if the father-in-law has a lot vested in the family, like, I don't know, he's given a lot, or he's,
What could we get on this case? You know what I mean? Like,
You'd have to file a freedom of information, request. Call the department and see what they would want to request, because they have to give it to you, unless it's.
Yeah, it's the same way that everybody got the body cam footages from the Idaho 4. Same exact way.
Right. Same exact way. They have to give it to you, but this is an open case, so they're probably not going to give a lot. But if I were them and I was, if I was a chief of police of this small department, I would release everything.
The part with
put it out
the husband too is that he was having an affair also. I do remember that, and thanks for reminding me, Donna.
Oh yeah, I did hear that. But I mean, you've got a toxic relationship. Who had the affair first? Was it did the other one have an affair because one have an affair, but the other had one out of revenge? I don't know. I mean, that shit happens all the time. But bottom line, there's the car. See the cars parked there?
Mm-hmm.
That would, if you're staking out a place and you see cars parked there, you're probably not going to burglarize that place. There's two cars, maybe three. I see two. So that indicates that there's people probably there. So he's going to move on to the next location. Where's this at? Is that the same place?
Say you can go to the county records online. Okay, you got to go to the county records online. I'm used to watching all the cases solved.
Well, you can try the county records. You might get it that way, but you'll get an incident report, and it's unlikely you're going to get anything that any supplementals to the incident report from any investigation as far as detectives. But you might get it after this amount of time. They might release it. I don't know. I don't know what their policy is. Departments are different. See, this car looks like it's casing out to me.
Seeing who's in the area, they swope around the parking lot. For what? What are you checking for, to see if there's any police back there, or what? What are you doing? Or
if you're gonna burglarize a place, that's a sports store, isn't it? Sporting goods store or something. Is that what that is?
Yeah, that's a sporting store for sure.
Right. So, I mean, is there one person or two people in the car? I think there was some good video. It looks like there was only one. But, I mean, it could be two people. And he's just looking for a place to, hook up with a girl or something. I don't know. But this looks like, this is where he parks or she parks.
Open relationships usually involve three ways, so this brings in the butch lady suspect. Cheats on cheats. Yeah, no doubt.
So you talking about swingers?
Yeah, that's what it sounds like.
Yeah, I guess he's referring to swingers.
That's what it sounds like to me. I'm getting the swinger vibe out here.
If that
Butch lady. the butches. You got the butches out there.
I'm sorry, dude, but I ain't sharing my girl with nobody.
Ain't no way.
Shit right there. I mean,
surprise, motherfucker.
Can you hear that when I hit that button?
Yeah, I heard it.
Does it play in your ear loud, like it's actually in your ear, or no?
No, I mean, I just heard it sound like a background. I hope so. To back you, sensitive, easily offended folk. Well, what is that?
You
Mar,
suck. Yeah,
I hope
jackass.
so. To Mac. What is that person saying?
Which
I
one?
hope so. Mar R.
Mar R. Oh, Mar R. Let's see what she says.
I hope so.
Look, I'm going through records that on Google, just seeing what I can find. I'm picking through shit because Hollis has got me wanting to deep dive it too. Because I mean, to find a name and then
Well, did
picture.
Hollis did you pull up any police report? Did you find anything?
I know
because if somebody else already got it, they would have posted it online. After 7 years, it might just be if you just Google it, police report.
Somebody on Twitter had just shared me. Sherry on Twitter shared AJ Tucker's Facebook. She said, "Hi, look at this, AJ Tucker Facebook." But when I search up AJ Tucker, I can't find him.
Well, AJ's just an acronym, so it's probably not under AJ. Probably whatever his name is.
Katie said, "Don't waste your time."
On this case?
There is nothing. I just went to that country and looked her name up with their court record. Oh, I just went to that county. I said country. I'm an idiot. They just went to that county and looked at her name up, and then, yeah, they're up in the court records. So there was nothing. She said there's nothing. So everything that they have is closed best. It's like Katie was saying earlier. She was like, "Don't waste your time," because these small towns, and I don't know if she means Texas in general, but the small towns, she said they keep all that shit super close to the vest, which makes sense. I mean, look at the way Idaho 4 kept everything close to the vest, and while they were chasing around Kohlberger, we're over here talking about the cores and fucking, you know what I mean?
Right. Well, if you go to here we have a clerkofthecourt.org. You can go in. I would be interested to see if she's on there. If she's on the clerk of the court's website, was there divorce proceedings filed?
That's a good question.
Is there a bankruptcy? Is there financial issues going on? Because that would be under the clerk of court for that county. So Google clerk of the court for whatever that county is.
By the Google.
It'll probably be under .org because that's usually government, not .com. Yeah, that's 100% an Elantra. I'm telling you. Remember the irony when that Elantra was sitting out in front of the building for the Idaho 4 and everybody was thinking that was the white car? I'm like, that's an Elantra, dude. Remember the time we spent on that?
You like the GIF I made? That shit's funny.
What is this?
And you can see it on the screen. The GIF I made. I made a GIF. This is funny shit. Make Rev Gang great again. I made that shit when I was sick.
I'm telling you, dude, I want to start mine.
Actually, after.
Just kiss my brown eye.
Kiss my brown eye.
Yeah.
Some funny shit.
I've got the link. I just paid it up again. One of these days I'm gonna start it. And the logo is gonna be
I got Google popped. So what did you want me to search?
Search his name. Go to clerk of the court for whatever county that is.
Yep. They're like, Katie's like, don't waste your time.
Did Katie already look?
Oh, you're talking about for the a divorce.
Right. If you go to clerk of the court, so if they file for bankruptcy or there's a divorce proceeding or anything like that, injunctions, all that stuff will be under the clerk of the court for that county.
I'm on the municipal. Let's see, in. I see jury duty, probation deferred, traffic safety information payments, jury.
Go to records. They have one that says records or cases.
All right, so I'll start from top to bottom. Citation options, citation search records, court documents, dismissal.
Search records. Click on search records and type the name.
Well, it says traffic criminal case search.
That's for felony traffic. So You said search records, though. Is there one?
Yeah, no. I meant to say citation search /records.
There should be like a records or cases or something.
But it says search by name.
Go ahead and do it. Put the name in and see what comes up.
I'm doing it right now as we speak. Let's see what we get. No results found. Yeah, no results found whatsoever. Katie's dominant that she's saying they will not leave a trail behind their asses. I promise you that. I believe her.
Who says that?
Callie's digging too. She's a good. She be digging too.
They will not leave a trail behind their asses. I promise you.
Best believe there's like probably 4 to 5 people right now from Discord that I talk to regularly that are searching shit on this right now. I guarantee it.
Callie's digging.
Oh yeah, she be digging. No, everybody that's usually around me is digging.
Hey, that's a new song, dude. She be digging.
Man, it's just it's I don't know. It's such a tragedy.
There's no way this girl didn't put up a fight, unless she was just blindsided.
Right.
I mean, so that's why I would like to see, at least a narrative on the autopsy. That's got to be out there, dude. I after 7 years, I would think it would be out there. It's like whoever just said what they said. Basically, is what I said. They don't want attention on this. This is embarrassing. This is humiliating. The chief of police. I bet you they don't even have the same chief of police. It probably cost somebody their job, or they got demoted.
How it said road trip. I remember people thought her husband's father had the same body type and walk as the killer. Fake cop on the video surveillance. Yeah, we were talking
Right,
about that.
That's the first person I thought of. I mean, same gait, duck walk. I mean, but remember, this person is short. I can't tell if he's really short. I mean, you have to show him next to his son. He's
right.
Tall. He's pretty tall. He looks like he's probably 6'2", 6'3".
Exactly.
He towers over her.
Mm-hmm. That's a fact. The gait is so weird and prominent. Vivian says.
And here's the other thing about this case, if nobody knows. Both the husband and the stepdad and the father-in-law were out of town on trips. How weird is that shit? I mean, both of them are out of town in different places.
Yeah, I mean,
that's weird in itself.
Sometimes there's coincidences that people are out of town and something may happen. But yeah, I mean, at the time, I mean, it still raises suspicion. I mean, who do you look at first? You look at a husband, or
Hollis said current chief of police. Is that so? You saying it's the same chief? Is it the same chief from 7 years ago?
The shit swinging at me. Stop swinging at me.
You trying to get my middle name? It's Delaney. Or maiden name Delaney. Is that what you meant?
Yes, I am. If this shit don't stop swinging on me, boy, I'm gonna get angry. I sent it to your Twitter.
That weird. That's strange. All right, so Cowgirl's agreeing. I mean, that's freaking weird, dude. How is it you're conveniently out of town and your dad's out of town and your wife gets murdered and you've got an alibi? I looked up. I forget where the father-in-law was, but the drive was like an hour, like almost a day. but it could happen. Daniel Delaney, current chief of police. But was he chief of police 7 years ago?
That's a great question.
It doesn't really. I mean, I'm just curious.
Odds and statistics.
Somebody said FBI question mark. Yeah, the FBI, according to T-REV, was involved. He read something.
Yeah, they did get involved and never gotten anything done with it.
I asked the same question about life insurance. That's, we're not going to know that. I asked that when we talked about this before. I'm sure there was. And, you're looking at a homicide, so that's double indemnity. There's the father-in-law right there.
Randy. I got his Facebook. I've been on it. I got the husband's Facebook. His is more on lockdown than the father's. That father, the father's. Matter of fact, the father's is wide open. He don't care. But
right.
the husband, nah, his shit's a little bit on lockdown. I don't know if he's catching slack from people. I know, people are messaging him. I know you murdered Missy. Allegedly, coming from somebody else.
Somebody did an interview with him. I forget who it was.
One of the news channels.
Yeah, it was he was very candid. I mean,
I got his Facebook is like, okay, so for instance, his Facebook is right here, right? He's got a new girl.
Brandon Bevers. Is Randy the husband? Or is Brandon the husband? Randy's the husband, right?
No.
Police seized Randy Bevers' belongings from cleaners. He said, oh yeah, he had some blood from a dog fight on a shirt.
Yeah, that's exactly what it was. If this shit don't stop moving, I'm gonna snap.
But here you are. You got a son and a dad that are obviously very close. You got a woman having an affair, potentially going to get divorced. So whatever he has, she's going to get a lot of. And this guy may have given him, I don't know if he's got a business. We got to look at motive. We need to find out more about these two.
Yeah, what was the motive?
Well, what would be the motive? I mean, you're talking about a two-way affair.
Current chief of police has been in that force for 19 years.
Mike D. Yeah, if you watch this guy walk, Mike, and you watch that the video of the person dressed in police, they both have duck walks for sure.
That's actually a great question. Did they find out how the person got into the church? I never.
Yeah, he busted the window. You just showed it a little bit ago. They show the window busted out, and he reaches in and opens the door.
Okay.
It's one of those thin, like 6-inch wide, 3 foot tall door windows like you see at businesses.
What Vivian's saying right now is what I said when I seen him, what everybody that possibly, great Nancy was talking about it. It just looks, I remember her speaking on it. I don't remember her exact words, but she even brought that up.
Yeah, I mean, that's Vivian. I said the same thing. I mean, it's and the father-in-law is cocky. He's cocky as hell. Have you watched his interviews? I bet you anything he lawyered up.
You think so?
He might have talked, but I think after a while he probably lawyered up because he's a cocky son of a bitch. And then they were trying to accuse this guy because he had access to police equipment or something. But I think he was in jail. They determined he was in jail when it happened or something, right?
Yeah, they ended up clearing him. I'm pretty sure. I remember looking at this and they ended up clearing him.
So a swinger and a SWAT walking into a church. All right. Is this a punchline? So a swinger and a SWAT walking into a church and Let's see. Because he has money. Did you open my email? I sent you with the picture. Somebody sent you an email with a picture.
I'm about to go check it right now. I'm trying to fix this damn thing. It's like loose. This bar, the new mic stand. I gotta fix it.
Yeah, he does walk like that. I mean, it's the same duck gait. I mean, it's had a few pedo charges. Who had some pedo charges?
Who said something about pedo charges?
Hollis said there's a few pedo charges.
Let's go.
So who's a pedophile?
Let's go off the mic and step away, Trev. What you mean?
Somebody said something. I missed it. Does Detective John did something? I missed it.
Does Detective Juan? Randy looks suspicious and cocky to me.
Yeah, he does. He's very cocky. That's what I said from the interview. He's cocky. Both of them are cocky.
Call me
a witness at a church, a fireman on Friday night hitting on me and every girl in the bar goes home Sunday at church with a wife
and a crush on Missy.
Yeah, there's a lot of hypocrites in some churches. Hell, for sure. TSA provided his alibi through video at the airport. Which one? The husband or the father-in-law? I hadn't heard that. See, that's, if the TSA got one of them at the airport during this, then, he's cleared. Can't be two places at once. Bobby Way Henry, because he was crushing on Missy. Somebody named Bobby Wayne Henry was a suspect. I hadn't heard that name. I mean, I'm sure the people know a lot more about this case than me. I don't know a whole lot about it, but there's all kinds of scenarios here. I mean, see, if this was my case, I would know everything about the financial. I would subpoena bankrupt. I would do all kinds of stuff to try and figure out potential motive. Interview all of her friends. But
Jennifer over here just dropping 20s on us like we're at the club right now.
Do what?
Listen more of the videos because I'm new to this case. This case is wild, man. I'm telling you. Like, I'm over here. This mic's fucking getting me off track. Now I got it. I taped it to the damn shit until I fix it tomorrow.
So you got the husband out of town, you got the father-in-law out of town, and the wife gets murdered. So could be a murder for hire. I mean, this could be something set up by them. Again, allegedly, speculating. We don't know.
Facts.
But it's, footage of father-in-law and airport was what confirmed his alibi. So the father-in-law's out. So we can scratch him.
Yeah.
We can scratch him. We can scratch him as an actual suspect for committing it, but we can't scratch him as a potential conspirator to
I'm gonna write down
hire
the notes.
somebody.
I'm actually taking notes on this. So
you have a hitman in town. That's what I'm thinking. No.
Missy Bevers. I'm just taking notes on here. So I want to father. Just taking my own notes here. Father-in-law was clear with alibi. Just things that
Detective John could be like the bounty hunter with Petito case.
I'm just writing down important players in this kid, like Brandon Bevers. So I'd go with that. Let me put it right.
I'm from a small town with 3 cold cases. A cold case from my prominent family. It's never been solved in over 30 years.
All right, so because you have a alibi, and this is just my personal opinion, I don't give a fuck. Just because you got a alibi that says you were out of town, in case you're on camera, but not only just because you had an alibi doesn't mean you didn't commit anything. You could have had a burner phone connecting with anybody, and I'm just speculating. And if you haven't heard it from law enforcement, it's not true. But who's the fuck to say you didn't have a burner phone and the person that you possibly were gonna pay or possibly doing a favor for, whatever you had going on, you both had burner phones that you got at an earlier date and
you're welcome.
Planned on it. You know what I'm saying? That's just my thought
right.
when I think of shit. You could literally just get burner phones from a ranky dinky tinky honky fucking corner store and talk to each other without nobody even knowing, because you don't even have to put your information in. You could go to back in the day, you could go to Dollar General, you still can, and get an account or Straight Talk or anything and literally not put your name on the account. If you get what I'm saying. So
yeah, I mean, that's what makes police work. That's one of the things that makes police work so hard. Like when you know, back in the day when I first started, crack was crazy. You know, they had pagers, dude. That's how they communicated. You know, and they would go to payphones. There's still payphones everywhere, and you'd see prostitutes standing at payphones ordering up. You know, and I would just sit and watch the payphone and watch deliveries happen. They'd roll up on a bike and you know, hand them a 20-cent piece, and you know, I'd watch them, and you know, I'd be radioing to my partner, or he'd be radioing to me. We'd come out of the woods and ambush them. You know, that it was easy back then. It's not so easy now because of what you're talking about. You know, technology's come a long way.
Thank you, Lori, for the suggestion. My bad. I didn't mean to play instruments on your ears. I was over here fixing the mic right now.
Lori, you're absolutely right. There's 3 kids. I think there's 3 girls. I mean, and you know, we gotta look at motive. I mean, that's what a detective would be doing. You know, who's the most viable suspect here? The husband is always the most viable. He's the obvious suspect. I mean, you find out through your investigation that this girl's having an affair. He's potentially having an affair. I don't know. I haven't heard, somebody said that. Yeah, you got 3 little girls. This guy's going to lose his ass. And I guarantee you, the father-in-law is involved in something that if his son loses his ass, it's going to affect him too. So you could have motive right there. I mean, just because we're in a litigious world, and you know, she's going to get half. She's a pretty lady. You know,
does it sound better with this part off?
Look at too. So this woman, I mean, she's very pretty. She's in great shape, and you know, she's probably, you know, exudes confidence. They showed some older pictures of her where she wasn't in great shape, and she's probably morphing and changing into, you know, a confident woman. And if he's a control freak, he's not digging it. You know, I don't know. I'm just looking at a potential dynamic. But you know, the detective or detectives involved. Chatty Kit Kat, I'm doing fine. Thank you for asking.
Husband
have a little bit of a residual.
That's another
I'm doing
thing.
fine.
Husband did not have cell service. I did see that somewhere else too.
So they were trying to ping his phone and they couldn't find anything on him. I'd like to know what his explanation would be. Did he turn his phone off? Was his phone dead? Or was it in airplane mode, and was he flying? Who knows? What are all these numbers? Live 43517. What's that?
That's a good question. that part. Do the gifts. I'll reenact the gifts out here a lot. Let's see. Oh yeah, that creepy. Oh yeah, the creepy message. 90's the best time, but they can't retrieve the messages. That's odd. Child support is expensive. Plus, you'd get the life insurance.
Yeah, these are things that we talked about. I mean, there's definitely a motive. Definitely 100%. I mean,
It's 4:20. Everybody light a blunt. Besides me, because if I light a blunt, I probably won't go live for the next 2 weeks. Nah. Bro code convenient. Yes. See flat feet. Pager talk if you know. There's another case, man. See, I'd hate to put this to talk about the Ellen Greenberg case with you, man. There's a that case, man. Ellen Greenberg.
you see that right there? I'm telling you, that floors me when that is a kind of like a woman's reaction when she or he opens this door and realizes it's a farm door. It's a two-way door. Watch. It goes off. But she's like, the person's like, duh, it's a two-way door, and kind of laugh at. You could tell they kind of laughed at themselves.
Nancy Grace mystery. Slumpy walk. Husband may have been in CA for his dad alibi. He may have been in California.
That's a woman walking and acting hard, but it's a woman. I mean, I think it's a woman too. I mean,
okay, here we go. List of people included in the warrant for Missy Bevers. I got that right now.
nice. And Ellie says, haha, that's what I would do as a woman. Exactly. I mean, that's kind of a woman's reaction. I mean, it's like, most men wouldn't do something like that. It's like she's happy-go-lucky, having, just a casual walk, doing a burglary. This is like weird. So there's no alarm at this church? Apparently not.
Right?
Don't we have
So this is what Delana got from me in Discord. I'm looking at, right? It says, she said, T-REV list of people included in the warrant for Missy Bevers. And there's 4 pages here. I'm about to save all of them.
What is it now? A warrant?
Yeah, list of people included in warrant and the warrant for Missy Bevers. And there's 4 pages.
A warrant, an arrest warrant, or a search warrant?
I'm gonna save it and pop it up on screen, and we'll take a look at it. Let me see, because this isn't. I actually need this. Let's see, Bevers. Hopefully the quality. Yeah, let me ask her to email it to me because the quality will be so much better from me just saving it.
Yeah, Ellie, I agree. The husband does want us to think it's a stalker. I watched his interview. Let's see.
All right, so I asked her to email it to me. Hopefully she emails it to me because if I save it from Discord, it doesn't come out like like I'm looking at it. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
It comes out better if somebody emails me the direct files. It just takes away from the quality of it and it looks grainy.
Yeah, Jennifer, it's been 7 years. Isn't that crazy?
Did the camera?
No one's talking about this.
Or was it motion activated?
It's probably, most of these cameras on a DVR, if it's just depending on the quality of the DVR, it'll run all night. But sometimes they're motion cameras, but I don't see any pauses. Usually when they're motion cameras, it'll blank out. But from what I understand, the exterior cameras weren't working. But where was Missy? Is there a video of Missy coming in?
Exactly.
I mean, they haven't showed any of that.
Yeah,
I haven't seen any of that.
No, there's none of that on the internet. I'm guaranteed they kept that shit close to the vest.
I mean,
had to have.
Is this person wielding we got video of this person busting any of these windows out with that rock hammer?
Let me see. Variable. Okay, there we go.
The location for the class was changed at the last minute. So I didn't get to read that whole thing. Did you see that?
What was it?
You have to. It's already gone away.
I'm
so you have to pull it back down.
I'm looking at some files here.
Someone said the location for that class was changed at the last minute. Well, I know they changed it from being outside to moving it inside because of the rain. But did they change it from one location to another?
Does it sound like my mic got lower just now?
No.
I'm trying to put some filters on here so it's not picking up all the background noise and shit.
Yeah, someone said the location was changed at the last minute. And if that's true, then probably rule out any kind of murder for hire.
Right.
Almost looks like whoever's in has put way bigger boots. That's what I've said. Those shoes are way too big for whoever. I mean, those shoes look like they're like a size 13. They're big on a 5'4" person.
You think so?
It's like, yeah. Look at the size of the feet. It's almost like that was somebody's outfit, and it's a man's outfit, and she's putting a man's outfit on to try and totally disguise herself if it's a girl.
From out to in.
Look how big the feet are, and the way that the gait is like floppy. You know what I mean? Like you ever put a pair of shoes on that are way too big, a pair of boots?
Hell yeah.
Your feet move inside, and you got to it's kind of like a floppy walk.
Hell yeah, of course I have. My dad used to get me big. I'm like, why did you get me shoes? These shits are big.
Yeah, you remember when you're a little kid, putting your dad's shoes on and walking around? I've done that. I used to do that all the time. That's what it looks like. Yeah, Detective John took the words out of my mouth.
Detective Wong. Did my mic get lower?
No.
Damn, I'm trying to lower it. What about now? What about now?
On the phone, it sounds the same.
Sounds the same. I'm trying to see if it sounds the same on stream because I put some filter.
Yeah, I got you turned down on stream because this person.
Chat. My mic sound loud or low?
I'm trying to figure out if they're right-handed or left-handed. I haven't seen enough video. They're carrying the hammer in the left hand.
It sounds the same.
There's got to be video of her or him busting a window out somewhere. Yeah, that's a Nissan Altima, 150%.
Damn. Okay, we're good. I had to put some friggin' presets on here. Sounds good. Okay. Thank you, Jennifer. I appreciate it. Just wanted to fix it. Put a couple, sound suppressions on it.
What I would do, T-REV, is call that department tomorrow and ask them if you can file a Freedom of Information Act and get the documents, get everything on the case
on Monday,
whenever you want to do it.
Well, they'll be closed tomorrow, right? Sunday? Yeah, today. I mean,
Yeah,
tomorrow.
yeah,
You're right.
yeah,
It's already
tomorrow, Monday.
It's already Sunday, so yeah, tomorrow.
So reach out to them and first, find out what you need to do to file. I've never filed one, but I know you need to. But it's anything that's public information you can get. So you'll probably get the initial incident report, but anything from CID, I don't know, and the FBI, I don't know.
Katie said, "Have fun with that."
Well, you'll get something.
You got to get from somewhere. We got to start somewhere, right? And it's like
you might be surprised. They might give a lot more than you think.
I'd rather.
I mean, it's been 7 years. I would definitely be trying to keep this case alive, because somebody's walking around with that got away with murder.
The 7 years is killing me, man.
Well, and another question is there a reward? Was there a reward for this?
Stacy said, "I've been to bed and back up, and you're still on as I'm UK. Good morning. Welcome back. Thank you." Is there a reward on the Missy Bevers case? As far as I know, I haven't.
That's what I just asked. Did somebody just ask that?
No. I was listening to you. I'm talking out loud. What I seen, I really looked to see if there was a reward. Bevers reward. Okay, so fuck yeah, 150K.
And it's still active?
As far 2021, 150K. They increased it. They increased it to 150K. So they jumped.
Who put the reward? Who put the reward out? Did the municipality put the reward out, or did the husband put the reward out?
It's not. Hold on, I'll tell you right now. Missy Bevers' husband, Brandon Bevers, tells KRLD that increase comes following the 5-year anniversary of her death and the effort of 2 podcasters. As for the family, says they are still looking for closure. I've been holding on for hope, trying to stay busy. You have the family, Missy's. You have the family, Missy's family, and there is still significant amount of it's so small writing. Let me make it larger so I can read it. Sadness that still prevails in our hearts and minds, Bevers said. Missy was killed at Creekside Church of Christ before she was to teach a fitness class. Her killer was wearing police tactical gear. The person seen in the video was thought to be 5'8" and at the time had a distinctive walk. Midlothian police say they are actively working on the case and have a special investigator working it. Police encourage anyone with information to call Crime Stoppers of Ellis County at 972-937-PAYS.
I think she's on HGH too. I think she's on steroid growth hormone.
So maybe they put this. Let me listen to this real quick.
If you look at her face, she's probably taking some form of HGH.
Here's the
look at
I'm gonna play
old pictures of her.
I'm gonna play this quick 55-second. Let me see, or 1 minute and 55 seconds. This was like the latest update.
You'll find a sign asking who killed Missy Bevers. The reward money was sitting at $40,000, but following the 5-year anniversary, 2 podcasters each donated money to increase the reward to $150,000. Missy's husband, Brandon Bevers, says it's amazing how his wife and her kids so many.
To have it up to this amount, it's pretty rewarding, to the family.
The problem is the case is hanging over the otherwise tranquil community.
This is
something that's really jarred.
Money to increase the reward to
All right, so I'm gonna stop it right here. That listen right here. I'm gonna play it. All right, 1, 2, 3.
Award money was sitting at $40,000, but following the 5-year anniversary, 2 podcasters each donated money to increase the reward to $150,000. Missy's husband, Brandon Bevers, says it's amazing how his wife, in her case, has touched so many.
To have it up to this amount, it's pretty rewarding, to the family.
Says the problem is the case is hanging over the otherwise tranquil community.
This is something that's really jarred the community, and we want answers. We want it now.
As far as his family goes, Beaver says they just want closure.
It's frustrating, and there are little snippets of information that we get that provide some sense of comfort, but it's not the real comfort that we need.
Missy was killed at Creekside Church of Christ before she was to teach a fitness class. Her killer was wearing police tactical gear. Austin, York News Radio 1080 KRLD.
Hi, this is Dave Musial, owner of 4C.
I just wanted to hear that. You're good. Go ahead. I wanted to hear it because you were saying something. But Delana,
well, so 2 podcasters gave him $110,000.
Yeah, they gave him a decent amount of money, bro. 2 podcasters, which I think one of them was in my chat not too long ago.
So what they do, a GoFundMe? Is that what they did?
I don't know if they've had personal pocket or GoFundMe, but they definitely
that's impressive.
2 podcasts, 150K. Yeah, that's impressive to me.
That's pretty impressive.
They're dedicated. I'd like to actually talk to those podcasters and see what they know too. Because
how long ago was that? 21.
Just sounds like
that happened in 2021.
Katie said this just sounds like a money grab.
Yeah, that's why I would like to know. What, because homicide would qualify for double indemnity. So it's not like, if life insurance policies, the way that a lot of them are written is if you die of natural causes, you get, whatever it is. But if it's something like a homicide, you could get double indemnity. I mean, you could get double,
$110K extra money. This should have definitely changed somebody's mind, unless the person just had something against her personally and no one else knows about.
Yeah, I agree.
Get Dog the Bounty Hunter on it, T-REV. Yeah, I doubt Dog the Bounty Hunter would even listen to me. And I don't know. I don't know why this case hasn't got more attention. There's a lot of cases that need attention to. There's a lot. There's so many. You could go for days with cold cases that'll blow your mind.
Yeah, but what's intriguing about this case is the video, and it's just kind of mind blowing that that's great evidence, man. There's got to be video of her entering. Why are they not showing that? And where was she? Was she in a room setting it up for the workout? I mean, those are things. I mean, that's got to be. That should be part of public information.
All right, so I just downloaded the PDF. Let me see the search warrant. Let me open it. I'm gonna drag it over to our main screen over here.
Search warrant for what?
That's what we're about to find out. We're about to find out right now because I'm dragging it over. Here we go.
Either search warrant, maybe cell phone search warrant. Could be all kinds of things.
All right, so here I got it up on the screen. If you wanna go over it with me and see, you can see right here on the screen right now.
I can't read it. The chat's in the way. Can you pull it over?
Yeah, hold on. Let me fix there. It won't let me pull it over from here, but that info is out there. She said that info is out there. So, okay. That info is out there. It says Midlothian, Texas Police Department application and affidavit and support and evidentiary search warrant.
Yeah, it's all jargon right there. Let's see. Go ahead.
Nah, I don't know. I don't know if Callie meant that it's nothing of importance. They got no shoe prints with rain. Supposedly she went into a setup and it rained. Don't forget to thank Nightbot for all his hard work. You're funny. He said,
Yeah, it's an AT&T. It's for a phone.
Okay. So
Yeah.
is that on
Be in
hers?
possession of AT&T. I can't read it. The chat's on the way.
What chat?
Compliance Center. Everybody's chat is running up and down the screen. I can't see
Are
it.
you? Oh, is that because you got it on TV?
Yeah, it's on TV.
If you had a cell phone turned it sideways, you'd be able to actually see it way better.
I can kind of read through it.
But
It doesn't say who's Compliance Center. Let's see. AT&T National Subpoena, Compliance Center, AT&T Global, Florida, Palm Beach, blah, blah, blah. Here, okay, identified so they redacted it. Let's see. What does it say? What does it say? Missy Bevers. The information is believed to be imperative in locating a suspect in the murder investigation of Terry, Missy, Leon Bevers that occurred, blah, 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 blah. Let's see. There is at said place and premises items concealed. Well, I can't read after that. The chat's in a way. That's the evidence commission of this AT&T National Subpoena. Okay, so they sent a subpoena to the mobility, office for AT&T for numbers. So there's more than one phone. So it looks like, let's see, it's all redacted. It looks like there might be maybe four phone numbers, 5 phone numbers. Just by looking at the length of the redaction, you know what I mean? There is at said place items concealed. So they're just subpoenaing, the database to try and extract information, probably on, cell tower pings. Okay, what's on page 2, or what's after number 2? Can you scan it? Can you pan it up?
Well, this goes down further. Let's see. Okay.
Yeah.
I have to go to page 2. There is at said place and premises items concealed and kept at constant.
There you go. Following.
Okay, I see what this is. Cell sites activate.
Yeah, see what they're seeking right there. To provide, if available, the time. What does it say? I can't read that part. The time period, something, blah, blah, blah. Presented on 4/24/2016. Cell sites. Activations included any available ranging data. Yeah, see, they're looking for pings. Why are they only doing it for one? Oh, okay, so it's 3/1/2016 to 4/24. Why that range? 3/1 to 4/24.
3/1
So
4/24. Let's pull down.
So they want it from March 1st to April 24th. What's the significance there? I don't get that.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? That's
You're talking about.
they're specific on a time range, so there's got to be something to that.
3/1/2016 to 4/24/2016. So I would take maybe. Excuse me. So it has that. Target number.
I mean, they're looking for ping data.
All of the. I think all that information's in here covered up, right? I mean,
those are cell numbers. So see, that's plural. So it's not cell number; it's cell numbers. So they're seeking information on. I'm just kind of looking at. There's probably 2 on the first line there, and maybe 3 on the second line based on the the redaction. So you could look at 5 phone numbers. So I'm just speculating here, but based on the length of those redaction black marks, and look at the, you know, how the font, you'd probably get 2 on that top line and maybe 3 or 4 on the second line before hereafter. So it could be 5 or 6.
Did she start seeing that guy on March 1st? Says Shelley.
That's you know, I think that's actually out there. There's information on that. What's on page 2?
Katie says cops don't give a fuck on this case.
Yeah, because they're embarrassed. This is a hot topic and a sore subject. I can guarantee you.
Bro, this topic used to be super, super hot, and then it's like it went cold, and they're not doing shit. I feel like they're not doing shit about it, dude. I mean, the last thing I see posted about it, if you Google Missy Bevers, right? You Google Missy Bevers, type in, you see the latest post.
I can't believe there's nothing in the clerk of the court. There's got to be something. They purchased
3 days ago, there was something posted.
There's no in the clerk of the court, as far as, you know, legal documents through the city and county.
Now I'm going to go down. I'll scroll down for you here so you can see everything.
Because if you go to it, it'll even have, you know, if they got married there, their marriage license will be online.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't know if they were married there. Well, let's see. Yeah, all outgoing, incoming communication detail records. Yeah, they're going for they're trying to get everything.
So Don,
I mean, this is a standard search warrant for a phone. They all read pretty much the same. But the only difference is if you scan up to the dates, you see like this is already a pre-filled out, you know, form, and they're just filling in the blanks. So it's just a standard search warrant for cell phone data.
I gotta sign in to even look at this post. Oh, they said pay.
Go to page 3.
Yeah,
just curious.
Keep going. This is the bottom of it right here. This is page 2. You seen page 2? The registration information logs.
Yeah, I want to see page 3.
Okay, let's go to page 3. Let me click page 3 right here. Here we go. Start of it. There you go. Page 3. All of page 3.
Said suspected place of premises, and I can't read any of that because of scrolling by each of the following named parties. See, these are suspected target numbers, so they have suspects, and they're going after their cell data. And it looks to me like there was five numbers based on the font. I'm just kind of cutting it and pasting it in my head.
That's a good question, Regina.
What's the question?
Did the cop outfit person walk in on camera from the outside view? That would, I mean, that
there is no outside view. The cameras were down outside.
That's so shitty too, because that I think you with an outside view, I think you may have more. You know, a lot.
Yeah, you'd have a vehicle.
Exactly.
You'd have a vehicle for sure, and we could ascertain whether that Altima was the same vehicle. I mean,
Ellie said
there's
he cheated with Kevin.
So many.
He was married, wouldn't he and wife be suspects? Kevin, where's this Kevin name coming from?
She cheated with Kevin. He was married. Wouldn't he and the wife be suspects? Absolutely.
For sure. But what Kevin? That's another name that I'm hearing from.
Is that the LinkedIn guy? The guy that she was talking to on LinkedIn?
Yeah, that's what I want to know. Is that the LinkedIn? Because I gotta get my mind refreshed on it. It's been so long. I don't even think I've even heard of Kevin. I think the killer is pregnant, Regina says. maybe just chubby. Waddle walk. I'm looking for footage. There's nothing but what we seen. Exactly. That's all there is on it. I mean, like I said, I seen it on HLM with Nancy Grace when it first came out. I followed it and I would look every day, just like I was with Idaho 4, if anybody they had a suspect or.
Yeah, and CU2 asked if there's like what we were talking about before with a PI. I don't know. I would assume there would be a PI. You know. I mean,
you got two podcasters that put up 150K to get
110K. There was 40K already down. They put up 110.
That's still, I mean, shit.
That's amazing. That's amazing.
25K is amazing. 10K.
I mean, but here's the thing. Think about that. That was just last year, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that was, over 6 years after. They're still able to raise that money. So people are freaking interested in this case.
Okay, so 3 days ago, I don't know what website this is. allthatitsinteresting.com/Missy Bevers, the mystifying murder of Missy Bevers, the fitness instructor killed in a Texas church. On April 18th, 2016, surveillance videos captured an unidentifiable suspect walking around the Creekside Church of Christ in Midlothian, and police believe that person killed Missy Bevers. I don't know if they're posting it or if they found something. Let me look and see if there's anything new that they.
When did they post that?
It's 3 days ago. That's why I'm looking.
Who posted it?
This website.
The city.
This website that I googled, it came up from from 3 days ago. So I wanted to pull it up and see. A teacher Bevers married Brandy Bevers in 1998. He was a teacher? Okay, so when she joined the company Camp Gladiator as a certified instructor, Bevers held her fitness boot camps at Midlothian's Creekside Church of Christ, only a 20-minute drive from her residence. Although usually held in church parking lot, that fateful Monday at 5 a.m., boot camp would be held inside church due to a heavy thunderstorm in Midlothian. A less dedicated instructor would have canceled the session due to the inclement weather, but Bevers was determined to hold class come rain or shine. The evening before, Bevers posted "No excuses. You are gladiators" on Facebook.
Yeah, she's hardcore.
But it says, be unbeknownst to Bevers, her enthusiastic rallying cry on Facebook appeared to have served a more sinister purpose. It gave her killer the exact location and timescale required to commit her murder. On that rainy morning, Bevers arrived at the church around 4:18 a.m., according to CBS News. Another testament to her dedication. Bevers parked her car near the church's front door so she could easily unload equipment for her class. But someone was already there. The church's motion-activated security cameras had captured a person fully clothed in police tactical gear entering the church at 3:50 a.m. The individual walked the hallways of the church, unidentifiable in their heavy gear, their head covered by a helmet. We know all that. The suspect wore gloves and also had an unusual gait with their feet, and particularly the right foot, turning outward as they walked, according to True Crime Edition. Church security footage also captured Bevers' arrival, but it did not record her violent and untimely murder. Students arriving for the workout 45 minutes later came upon the shocking sight of their instructor dead with puncture wounds to her head and chest. Was Bevers' killer someone she knew? So they're going to touch up on that. Local police weren't used to dealing with murder in their community, as investigators
Huh, just like what I said.
So it says, yeah, local police weren't used to dealing with murder in their community. As investigators delved into the disturbing case, they struggled to find a motive for the murder of the wife and mother. Searching the crime scene, they found evidence of forced entry into the building and a couple of rooms indicating a possible burglary. But nothing was taken. WFAA News reports that police believe the killer likely staged the scene to look like a robbery to conceal their actual intentions, which somebody said that in chat earlier. A height analyst of the suspect seen in the video gave an indication of a 5 feet 2 inches to 5 feet 8 inches tall, based on an estimate of the vertical distance from the floor to the top of the suspect's headwear. The suspect's unusual gait provided another possibility that the killer was not necessarily a man. Investigators appealed to the public for information. Meanwhile, they begin to investigate their most likely suspects, those closest to Bevers. This included her husband, Brandon Bevers, whose alibi was a fishing trip in Mississippi, was soon confirmed. Brandon would report that he couldn't think of anyone who could want to hurt Bevers, let alone kill her. Then a search warrant covering Bevers' cell phone records from March 1st to the April 24th revealed that, which is what we got up on the screen now, shortly before her murder, Bevers had been having what investigators termed an ongoing financial and marital struggle, as well as intimate personal relationships external to the marriage. Messages between Bevers and her husband had referred to extramarital affairs. Police also came across evidence that Bevers had been receiving intimate and flirtatious messages over LinkedIn, some of which have been deleted and were apparently unrecoverable. Huh.
Oh, that's bullshit.
That's crazy.
I find it hard to believe it was unrecoverable.
Now it says this. Investigators believe the killer communicated with Bevers through LinkedIn 3 days before her murder, as Bevers had shown her friend a private LinkedIn message from an unknown man that had made her uncomfortable. Bevers and her friend had agreed the message was creepy and strange. Still, Missy Bevers had apparently not suspected the proximity of the threat the morning of her death, as she left her licensed firearm inside her car.
Oh
my God!
Did they develop a suspect off of LinkedIn? Did they develop a guy's name?
I didn't know she left her firearm in the car, dude. That's crazy. She had that firearm.
See, this is some shit right here, man. So did they develop a suspect off of LinkedIn? They got the guy's name apparently, right?
I don't know. Did they get that guy's name? Because I'm not seeing that in this article. I'm still going to read it right here. Soon the police and public attentions turned to Bevers' father-in-law, Randy Bevers, on April 22nd. Just 4 days after Bevers' murder, Randy had gone to a local dry cleaner carrying a woman's blood-soaked shirt. He told an employee that the blood had come from a dog, explaining that he had broken up a dog fight and then carried one injured, bleeding dog to the vet. The employee was suspicious and called the police, who had the shirt forensically analyzed, and Randy Bevers emerged as a possible suspect. He had a similar physique to Bevers' killer and walked with a limp, but his alibi that he had been in California with his wife at the time of the murder checked out, and his daughter corroborated his story about the dog fight. Eventually, an analyst of the shirt confirmed that the blood had come from a dog. Over the next few weeks, a fresh lead emerged. A few hours before Bevers' murder, a suspicious car was captured on the security cameras driving slowly around the parking lot of a sporting goods store near the church. The car spent 6 minutes in the parking lot, much of the time with its lights off, which that's suspicious as fuck to me. Police reported the suspicious footage to the public, describing the car as a 2010 to 2012 Nissan Altima or a similar vehicle, and asking for information about its owner, but the owner was never located. The FBI also consulted a forensic podiatrist to examine the security footage to see if any analyst of the suspect's gait might help identify their gender. But the podiatrist explained that the unusual gait was due to the weight of their gear, CBS News reported. So investigators were back to square one. The status of the Bevers investigation. In late 2019, detectives followed up on a tip that had been phoned in multiple times during the investigation involving former tactical police officer Bobby Wayne Henry.
That's when I was in jail.
Exactly. Henry had admitted that he still owned his riot gear, but claimed it didn't fit him anymore. He also attended Mass at Creekside Church of Christ, walked with a limp, and owned a car that resembled a different vehicle investigators were looking into. A dark SUV believed to have been leaving the church the morning of Bevers' murder. Henry seemed a good fit, right? The only problem was he was 6'1", too large to be the person in the security footage. His alibi too was eventually corroborated, and Henry was ruled out as a person of interest. In 2021, 5 years after the murder of Missy Bevers, the Midlothian Police Department announced that a retired federal law enforcement agent had joined their team of investigators, Fox News reported, and that the case is not yet cold. So in 2021, they said that. So it comes to here. It goes, it's very difficult to say we are any closer than we were since the day this happened, said Midlothian PD Chief Carl Smith. Sometimes it seems like we were being silent, and that silence cannot be mistaken for lack of activity. Let me see what else is said on here. Yep, and that's it. That's the whole thing. That was an updated post just now from 3 days ago.
Wow. I mean, think about how crazy this is. The father-in-law has a bloody female shirt.
Yeah, I was just thinking the same thing Lori's saying. Who was her friend?
Takes it to the freaking cleaner, the day after his daughter-in-law was murdered. Didn't they say it was the next day?
Katie says we don't get it.
What don't we get?
I just want to know what I don't get. What don't we get? I think. I get what she said. She's saying that it's it's a money grab. I seen her say that a money grab.
I did say that was a potential. I was talking about life insurance. That's that's a potential motive.
Okay, so she's saying this. Katie's saying, my bad, I didn't mean to hit the mic. Midlothian will only speak if they get money. I get it. I get what you're saying. I definitely get what you're saying.
Why would you talking about the police getting money?
Yeah, I don't know if she means by police getting money though.
I wouldn't suspect that would be a reason. Money has nothing to do with them speaking. They have a PIO, public information officer. Well, they may not, that small of a department, but he should release, anything that wouldn't jeopardize the integrity of the investigation. I mean, there's
150. Matt Pride.
I tell you,
plenty of money.
Huh?
Mac Pride said 150K is plenty of money.
Yeah, that is plenty of money.
Oh, page 5 of that warrant lists the target names, and page 8 is probable cause of that search warrant I sent. All right, let's check it out. Let's go down to page 4. Right here's
the names aren't redacted.
That's a great question. Are they redacted? Let's check.
I would suspect they would be redacted.
Did she say page 4? Why do I click on page 3 and it takes me to the top? Make it make sense. Oh, okay. I see it here. I see what it is. So here we go. County of Ellis. Greetings. Where is that?
Who's Lauren DeMolo? Somebody wants you to look into that case. Lauren DeMolo. was my first true crimes missing persons case.
Oh yeah, Pisces, send me the information on the Instagram, or send me, or not Instagram. Actually, I'd prefer like Discord or something like that. It's easier to for me to get to, especially on the computer. Instagram's dog shit on the computer for me. True, man. I really want to know. I really want to know more. I know Woods, like, trust me, I've been wanting to know more for this for a long time, but now it's to the point where I'm checking it out on my own channel. You know, I used to be like you guys and just watch things, watch shit.
Are the names redacted on this? On this, is this the same? Is this the same one, or is this a different one?
Nah, this is a whole different thing that you haven't seen yet.
All right, are there names on there? Are they redacted or not? I can't see anything.
All right, I'm gonna start from the top of it right now. I'm gonna leave it here for 1 second, and then I'll go down so you can see it.
All right, yeah, go on.
Welcome, Rebecca Lynn. Thank you for coming by.
What is that location? I can't see because the scrolling's. What's the location? That's another AT&T. So that's not the same warrant though. This is a different one.
Mac Pride, you're funny as shit. I got you, brother. Here's the full screen, my boy. He said, Rev, you're a good looking guy, but can we get this what you're reading on a full screen?
Yeah.
I got you, bro. I got you. Let me see here.
Wait a second. The agent's officer of North Texas high intensity drug trafficking area, blah, blah, blah. Group drug enforcement of DEA, United States.
I can also share this with you guys on my community tab too. So if anybody wants to download this specific and have it on file, I'm gonna put it in. I'm gonna make a Missy Bevers folder on my computer and just place files in it.
All right, scan down. Go to greetings.
Let's go to the next page to greetings. There we go. I got greetings, and then there's redacted names in there.
Oh, they are redacted. I figured they would be.
Oh, I see where they got Tucker at. Look, there's where Hollis got Tucker.
Oh, yeah. See, what did I say? How many numbers did I say? 5 or 6? You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Is there 7? 7 numbers?
I'll tell you right now, I was making that folder. I'm about to drop in this.
Because it's cutting the names.
Downloads, drop the PDF in there. I'm making a Missy Bevers file. Also, I gotta make an Idaho 412. I like to just keep one. I do have one on my other computer, but warrant for Koberger House. Okay, I got that there. We got Missy Bever files there. I got my notepad.
So B Beavers has got 2 phone numbers. So got 2 cell phones.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, so B Bevers.
Yeah.
Yeah, he must have 2 cell phones because it's blocking all the way out to
here. Yeah. So he's probably got a business cell phone and a regular cell phone. See, my cell phone, after iPhone I-10, you can have 2 numbers on the same phone. I've got 2 numbers on my phone. Got my business line and my regular line.
Hey, Violet, welcome. Lover and wife, right?
What was that last one? Katie, because then she cheated with that girl's husband. So that girl that we were speculating with the sorry for the analogy, with the turtleneck or turtleneck and head. So her husband cheated with him. I mean with her.
And another one on your watch. What Katie said? Another one on your watch. She cheated. All right, so K cosine she cheated with, and M cosine is his wife.
So that's the girl that Hollis snapshotted the picture of, right?
I mean, the chances of these being potentially one of the people there's a chance there. There's still even with them saying they're clear, there's still a chance there. In my opinion,
I think somebody on this list right here is the prime suspect, and they don't have enough to indict him or her.
Right.
So I would like to see, like I said, that Freedom of Information Act, that you may be able to see that, they interviewed this person, they lawyered up, that may be, available. If they lawyered up and all they've got is that video, that's not enough.
Exactly.
So I would suspect one of these, I guess, because that's her phone. The first phone's her phone, right?
Thank you, Donna. Katie's saying that Cozine's slim.
Cozine is slim?
I think they're slim.
No, not with that riot gear on. They're not slim. That riot gear is way too big for that person.
She cheated with AJ and with Kevin Cozine. So AJ and Kevin Cozine. So I mean, you put 2 and 2 together right here and look at
who's AJ.
You put AJ Tucker, the dude that did the defense shit, the role play defense, all that, the video that we were playing that you were like, yo, that gate.
Yeah, right.
That's her. C Tucker is her, and AJ Tucker is her husband.
Okay, well, what about Cozine? So Cozine is. So you had two husband and wives there.
Yep.
So A Tucker, C Tucker, K Cozine, and Cozine.
Yep.
And she allegedly slept with both of those dudes.
Allegedly.
So, yeah, somebody on this list did it, more than likely. And, it sucks to say, but, I'm just thinking about this Podunk Police Department. They get one shot at it, right? You get one shot. They're probably very inexperienced. That article even said that they don't have homicides, just like I said. So you got some inexperienced detective that develops these suspects and then sits them down for an interview, not an interrogation, just an interview, and then they clam up and they lawyer up, and the burden of proof's on them to prove that they did it.
Katie,
and this video is not going to be enough.
Katie earlier said that, and I remember her saying it before a long time ago, is that I forget who, but her family member lives 16 minutes away from that church.
A lot of tucking and cozying in that church.
Yeah, she said the church does no wrong. I know she's being sarcastic. Church people do no wrong.
Yeah, right.
Oh my God! Till I make them bounce up and down like a Mac 10.
Yeah. So this is what we got to work with.
She's saying you have some police who get paid off. Yeah, I mean, I've heard about that. Callie,
give me a break.
This case is crazy too.
You are you talking about for information, or are you talking about just crooked cops?
Church have a meal diner, maybe a beer at the local bar. Gotta go to church, have a meal at the diner, maybe a beer at the local bar.
Okay, so you have so here's what we have. We've got 6 suspects here. The husband is probably scratched if it's unless it's a murder for hire. So you can scratch the first 2 because that's her and her husband. So you've got 5. right there. So they got a warrant for their phones. They've got all communications, and they know a lot. So if she's communicating via text or Snap or anything on her phone, they've got timelines, and they've got a good bit of evidence. So if it got nasty and something happened, and maybe one of the wives sent a threatening message or something, or threatened, they're going to have all that. That's still not enough to get an indictment. See, here's the problem. Here's the problem with today doing an investigation like this. Because of DNA, because of technology, because of all this stuff now that we can get, it makes it even harder to do an investigation where you don't really have that much evidence. So the good old days of putting somebody in the box, putting them in a box and interviewing them and get them to confess, is the only shot you have. So, with social media the way it is and all this, you have people posting videos of, people on traffic stops refusing to give ID to the police. Well, when you get your license, you fill out forms, and it says that this is so stupid. I don't know why cops don't say this. When you apply and get your driver's license, you sign off. It says under our law, you are required to produce your ID. What'd you say?
Nah, I was talking to Shelly. I said same here, Shelly.
But yeah, so they probably, if I did it and I was one of these people and they put me in a box, I would lawyer up right away. I wouldn't say a word.
Allie said, I just want to thank Detective John for taking the time to guide us through this, which it's awesome to have. Yeah, absolutely. Detective John is a gold mine. I'm glad I found him through the Idaho 4 case. I consider him a friend of mine. I do consider him a friend of mine. We all give him slack and talk shit here and there playfully, but really, Detective John's a good person. He's a good person. I've talked to him off of YouTube, and we've conversed and had conversations on life and shit. He's a good guy, man. Yeah,
so here we go. Thank you guys. But so we got 1, 2, 3. We've got 5 suspects, eliminating the husband unless it's a murder for hire. So you got 2 women, 2 scorned women who have potentially found out that this woman's having an affair with her husband. So there you go. There's motive there. Now you have 2 men that may have a motive, for whatever reason. Maybe they became infatuated with her and she cut him off. Maybe she was planning on divorcing her husband, and this guy that she's having an affair with, was not about it, so she was threatening to tell his wife. Who knows? But you got 5 suspects right here, in my opinion. But if they lawyered up based on what they have, aside from any DNA, which, if you're wielding a hammer and, he was gloved up, had a tactical suit on, helmet. I think that thing had the fold down face mask. I don't know if it was up or down. I didn't pay attention to that.
I'm downloading this right now, and I'm going to share it on all my platforms that I'm on. I just want to get more attention on this case,
Well, find out about the Freedom of Information Act, what you need to do to pursue that.
So before I call in Monday, I'll text you and briefly get with you, and I'll go over with you what I should, what I'm saying, what I should say to him or whatever, because I'll do it. I don't have no problem doing that shit.
Yeah, no, it's all you have to do is just tell them who you are. You have a podcast, and you're investigating this case and you would like to put it out there and shine some more light on the case, you don't really got to tell them anything. Just tell them that you want to file Freedom of Information Act for everything pertaining to this case. That is public information, you know, aside from what CID has. I mean, you're probably going to get a lot of shit like this all redacted, but I think you would get the initial incident report. And
look at this name right here. It says V. Bevers and W. House. I just scrolled down to another page on 4, and it says there's 2 more names.
Oh yeah, who's V. Bevers?
V. Bevers and W. House. Does anybody know who
Maybe
W. House is?
Maybe V. Bevers is the mother-in-law.
Could be. That's a good point.
W. House.
Oh, cell site activations, including any available ranging data distance from tower. So they're getting their tower information for their pings and shit, or what?
Yeah. That's you know what we're talking about. They're looking for, you know, they're pinging. They're looking for pings on these phones to establish, you know, a grid of where they've been. But why 3/1 to 4/24? So they know something. So how many days are in March? I don't remember. How's that go?
Was the outfit to fool? Was the outfit to fool the cameras, or was it because they know she has a gun? She left the gun in the vehicle.
Lori, you're in Daytona, right on. Bike week. Well, what'd you ask?
No, I was reading. That was actually a good. Where's that at? Let me go back and find that again, because they said. The hell
Somebody said you're still live. LOL. How many hours you been on now?
9 hours and 13 minutes.
Oh shit.
Yeah, 9 hours and 13 minutes. Yes, sir.
Yeah, for whatever reason, I'm fixated on these dates. That's a short window.
And it always seems like that date. 3/1/2016 to 4/24/2016. The dates have to have some significance to it.
Yeah, I mean it's why that window right there.
Gladiator recertification, maybe Hollis said. 31 days. What do you guys think about the dates on that? I'm curious.
Yeah, there's something there on that. But look up on Facebook Hout, W Hout. Just put the last name Hout in and see what comes up. HOUTZ.
Whiteboard, yes, Callie. Actually, Athena got me one earlier. She's actually she's out with her cousin visiting right now, so I'll be having that.
Yeah, there's 31 days in March. So
thank you for the $1, Brandy. I appreciate it. Do you think Missy Bevers was, or do you think Missy Bevers' killer was? You think Missy Bevers' killer was a scorned lover?
that's a strong possibility. I mean, now you're I mean, it's just now you're a husband that's got a wife that's having 2 affairs. This is like Who Shot JR in Dallas. For anybody my age, they'll relate to that.
A complete. Let me write that. Complete. Fine. Fuck.
It sounds like a lie. What sounds like a lie?
What sounds like a lie?
What sounds like a lie?
There we go. I had to post that up. See, I want to see what people think. Trev back.
I was on earlier, just woke back up. You guys are still on.
Damn right. Dedicated.
Hell yeah.
You know how it is. Thank you, Athena. Brandy Ann. Thank you, Brandy. I appreciate you. Totally. Dedicated.
LinkedIn not being able to retrieve messages. I call bullshit on that. I there's no way.
That's dangerous. Two affairs and of them become unhinged.
Right. I mean, one affair is bad enough, but two affairs? I mean, that's like that's
and then and you know their significant other finds out about that, you have some
right.
Pissed off.
Right. I mean, that unhinged is a good way to describe it, because that's a bad feeling.
It's too advanced of a platform. What is Callie?
Suzanne, I don't remember who shot JR. Suzanne, wasn't it the slimy dude? I can't remember.
Page 8 probable cause. Somebody said page 8 is the probable cause. Let me see.
Page 8.
Let me go down. Okay. So that all call details, direct connect, subscriber numeric messages.
See, this form is, you see how the dates and stuff are all, in bold. This is a standard search warrant for phone intel. So they're just popping dates and numbers in there.
This is page 7. Cody McKinney, having been duly sworn, declares as follows: I am the sergeant. So it's just basically saying he's the sergeant, etc.
Right, yeah, he's talking about, he's the lead investigator. He's applying for it in behalf of.
Here's the probable cause right here.
Yeah, fan is also numerous. Whoa! Go, what was that? Go back down. You're fat. You're fine. Go back up. All right. Let's see.
It's like giving his credentials in there.
Yeah. All right. Go down. Yeah, that's all standard shit right there.
That's what I was thinking. That's why I
scroll down. All right, let's see this is your PC, so it's basically going to say something like, I'm not seeing it yet. It's basically going to say there's a murder committed, blah blah blah, and based on her phone, they developed, probably suspects from text and other communications, and they got the numbers from her phone.
Her dad is W. Houts.
her dad?
That's what Hollis said.
Is that her maiden name, Houts?
That must be. Yep. It's got to be. Vicky Bevers is Missy's stepmother-in-law. So, I mean, that's routine to check all the family, right?
Sue Ellen's sister shot JR. That's right. That's right. I just remembered that as I started to read it. When you said Sue Ellen, I was like, yep, that's it.
Page 7 is background for investigator. Yeah, that's what I seen. I started seeing credentials. That's why I just went down. Everyone showing their age. Maybe their girlfriend of the husband knew the boyfriend and the wife. And they
I had to watch it because my mom was addicted to it, so I didn't have any choice. We had one TV. And I don't know, how old old I was then.
Yeah, that's
That and Shogun. That was a good series too. Let's see. J.M.S. and Lance murdered. Yeah, this is basically laying out what we know. Can you scroll down, T-REV?
yeah, absolutely.
Let's read the less.
Right here.
Let's read the rest of it here.
I was young.
Somebody said, isn't her maiden name Strickland? I don't know. Hollis would probably know. Detective Hollis.
Mm-hmm. I mean, not married name. Maiden. Let's see. Throughout the course of this murder investigation, evidence has been recovered from Brandon Bevers.
Determined that the suspect in this murder is in fact, I can't read what's say it as in fact.
As in fact, what are you seeing?
You see murder in bold right there. After murder, what does it say there?
Murder in bold. Where are you seeing that at?
Right, almost right in the middle, but up a little bit. You see murder?
Yeah. Oh, you mean in all caps?
Yeah.
Murder
I can't read after that because
Mel in the police. What it says, Mel in the police tactical riot gear. In certain portions of the footage, the suspect appears to have what has. Hold on, let me look over here at this actual page because
has been described as a feminine sway or walk.
Right.
The footage also indicates. See, I can't read after that because.
Was it small?
No, the chat's just scrolling up that side of the screen. I can't read the last quarter of the page.
Oh, you mean I have a chat pulled up like this. I got you.
Right.
You should be able to see now.
Throughout the course of the murder investigation, evidence has been. Read that part, T-REV, because I can't read it. Still scrolling on the side there. Throughout the course of the murder investigation, evidence has been recovered. Is it recovered?
Yep.
I can't read after that. Electronic data extraction is performed on Brandon Bevers' husband and Miss Bevers' personal electronic devices, iPhones and iPad. This is strapped. I can't read any of that. So it produced persons of interest, target numbers. So they reviewed his phone and they reviewed her phone and they developed, target numbers, suspects based on, what their phones yielded. And then it says what a portion of these messages after target numbers there, what does it say? A portion. You have to help out. I can't read it.
What happened?
Well, as deleted messages recovered, indicated and confirmed statement and tips to officers of ongoing financial and marital struggle. Okay, so they reviewed their phones and they determined that there's a money issue and there's a marital struggle. So they were hurting. And I'm not trying to be mean.
Was she a sex addict?
But she wasn't working. She was doing this fitness thing. So I'm sure she's not making much money. She's not contributing what she used to because she quit. I think was she a teacher too? I can't remember. But she dedicated herself to doing this fitness gig, And I'm sure, like I said, I'm sure she's not making a ton of money, and they're struggling financially. She's having 2 affairs, allegedly.
Right.
So,
Or just seeing other people.
I mean, what better than, you know, you gotta look at it. I'm sorry, it's like you gotta look at it from a common sense standpoint. The husband is out of town. The father-in-law is out of town. You're reading this PC affidavit here for search warrant for phone numbers, and they're indicating in that there's a struggle, there's, you know, extramarital affair, there's money issues, and these 2 guys are out of town. I mean, that's pointing like a murder for hire to me. I'm not saying that's definite, but I mean, these are things you got to look at, and that's pretty damn
Giovanni said,
convenient.
I went to look footage CCTV camera in church. One point they looked straight into the camera. I saw female eyes.
Yeah, look at the skin. You can see the neck too. The skin tone is like really light skinned. Like, you know, it looks like a woman to me.
Huh.
I don't know how they're getting 5'2" to 5'8". I mean, I can't believe they can't figure that out.
Ellie Wilson says this is all enough to find someone to arrest. It's a woman, bro.
You would think, Ellie. 7 years.
I'm gonna scroll this.
Somebody's dropped the ball, and my guess is it's a scorned wife, and it's that chick that Haas posted. Looks a lot like her. There's multiple possibilities here, but you know, what did that one say? They were struggling to find a motive. Are you kidding me? There's major motive here to kill that woman. There's 5 or 6 people that would want. There's 6 people that would have motive to kill her. Here's what happened. They put them in the box. They lawyered up, and now they have nothing. They don't have enough. They got what the DA. The DA said that's not enough. You know,
Murder for hire makes sense. Father-in-law and husband were conveniently away.
Yeah, I mean that's what there's all kinds of possibilities here. This is an awesome case, man. You need to get the light shining on this bad boy. Put pressure on some people, because
There's people out there walking sound, but you know the person that committed this, if they're still alive, they think about it on a daily basis.
so she was doing an MLM. She was selling Thrive. So she was doing a multi-level marketing, you know, sales scheme.
I think they're asking with a quiz. They put like Shayna Watts.
Oh yeah, they got a question mark. I don't know. How did that come up? Gale 465. Where'd you get that info?
I went to the bathroom, so I don't know if something passed it. I didn't see. I think it's a woman. There's a ton of motive. I think woman. Sounds like lazy police work, Detective John.
Exactly.
Katie keeps
Katie
keeps dropping in. Lots of people got paid off.
Yeah, I don't know about lazy police work. What I would say is, you get one shot. You get one shot at a suspect, and as soon as you put them in the box and you read them the rights, if they start to talk to you, and if the word lawyer even comes out of their mouth, they say, maybe I should get a lawyer. It's over. It's over. You can't talk to them anymore.
Exactly.
And even if they say maybe, or if they say, do you think I should have an attorney? It's over. You can't talk to them anymore. So I'll, the husband, I don't think lawyered up. I think he talked. The father-in-law, I believe, talked because, they were at the police station at one point. But these other individuals, the scorned wife,
Mm-hmm.
What do you have to lose by lawyering up? Nothing.
I know.
Talk to him.
I heard about it, Mama.
If you talk to him, it's, you're hanging yourself. So make them prove it. And that's where she is, or he is, whoever. And what I was going to talk about earlier is, here's the problem with cases today. People expect nowadays, they want DNA. They want, they want solid evidence to convict somebody. It's not like the good old days where you could just sit somebody down and, beat them up and not physically, but just kind of browbeat them for hours and get them to confess when you really have nothing. I mean, I've had absolutely no evidence in cases and set them down in a box and had them confess.
They got an arrest in the Dylan Rounds case.
They already have an arrest, and they hooked somebody up for violation of probation a while ago.
Charged with murder in Dylan Rounds case.
Ooh,
let me pop it real quick.
That's going to be 100% circumstantial because they don't have.
To you.
Let's check it.
They don't have a corpus delicti.
I'm about to see what they say right now. I'm gonna play this.
Corpus delicti, for anybody that doesn't know what that is, that's the body of the crime. So without a body of the crime, it's hard to get a conviction. So let's see what they got here. Is this it?
Yeah, this is the 2 minutes. I'm about to play it real quick. Let's see what he says.
Hey everyone, good evening to you. I just wanted to come in here really quick and let you know there is some breaking news in the Dylan Rounds case.
You know what I always
James
thought
Brenner, the man
who. Hopefully they got DNA off of those boots.
I know.
Oh wait, but he admitted to taking the boots there and setting them there, didn't he?
I don't know. We're about to find out. Let me see what this boy says.
who was squatting on property near Dylan's farm out in Lucin, Utah, was charged today with murder, aggravated murder, and desecration of a body. Both of those are felonies in the state of Utah, where he has been in the Box Elder County Jail for quite some time, since the summertime. And officials officially charged him with aggravated murder today. Just got off the phone with Dylan's mom, Candace. She sent a statement.
He confessed.
I believe. I hope that went through. If not, we have the full statement on eastidahonews.com. I just posted a story. So
he must have confessed.
Brenner has been the key suspect in all of this, and he has a pretty violent history. We don't know the details surrounding what led to this alleged crime, but we do know that Dylan has not been found. His body has not been recovered. So
through a shredder, or whatever.
Hold up, I'm gonna play this video. When you talk, it goes over the stream, so they can't hear it.
Oh, sorry.
No, you're good. You're good. It's almost over anyway.
So that is a key part of this case that still needs to be solved. But with these charges being filed, police must be pretty sure that they have the evidence they need, or at least the prosecutor in Box Elder County, Utah. So we have a story again on East Idaho News. I'm actually out with my family, but I wanted to come on here and let you know that we are aware of the story. We have put it up. Candace, I think it's a sense of relief for her and her family, and they have been wanted me to pass along their thanks to you from them for all of your support, all of your prayers, as this case has been so perplexing since he disappeared in May. If you can believe it, it was Memorial Day weekend when he was last seen, when he last made that call to his grandmother, said he had to get the grain in the shed, it was going to rain, And then he
this
vanished.
was the guy that was squatting on
and
the property.
no
I've
no
always
sign
said it
of
was
his
him.
wallet, no sign
He's the one
on
that-
his bank
that put the
account,
boots there.
nothing like that. Some very weird
Yeah.
and mysterious things happening according to his family and his trailer, items that were gone and then reappearing. His truck was spotless, had been power washed. We have all the coverage. You can go back and watch it on East Idaho News from over the past year or so, and the interviews with their parents. So I'm gonna hopefully Candace and Justin Rounds will be able to come in and chat with me. We can do another interview early next week and get their perspective as this case moves forward. That's the latest. Thanks for watching.
That's great news for the family. Well, his mom was tenacious, man. She was tenacious.
Yeah, it's super. Court documents reveal explosive information. They dropped this one too. 17 fucking minutes.
What's this?
It's explosive information in Dylan Round's murder case. Hopefully he tells. Yeah, I just ate, Susie, actually. That's what I was doing. That's why I had the camera off, because I was eating. But yeah, hopefully hopefully this guy will tell his parents where his body is.
Aren't cell phones the new DNA? Pretty much. And now your OnStar on your new vehicles, if you watch the Murdoch case, they're like DNA too, because as soon as you put that key in the ignition, you turn it on, it's tracking you everywhere you go. It knows everything about your vehicle, knows how much gas you have, knows when you stopped and got gas.
Have I ever picked your brain on this one? Now, this
What's that?
Dylan Rounds, I'm gonna check these documents. I want to check that out because I mean, people, of course, have heard about the Dylan Rounds case, but I never dug into it, right? But I wanted to pick your brain on this one because we watched Making a Murder the other night. Again, I rewatched Making a Murder on Stephen Avery, and I don't know if you ever watched. Do you ever watch Making a Murder?
No.
Making a Murder, Stephen Avery. You really never watched that? Are you serious? Oh,
no, I haven't.
Fucking God, you never watched that on Netflix. Are you sure?
Yeah, I'll watch
You know
it.
who Kathleen Zellner is?
Yeah.
Okay, so you know who Kathleen Zellner is.
Yeah.
She's known for getting people. She's got the most people out of prison than anybody in our nation or country, should I say.
Right. Yeah.
But Stephen Avery, in my opinion, he was framed on that first, or I think he was framed on Teresa Halbach.
I'll have to look into that one, dude. I don't know anything about it.
Dude, it'll blow your mind, man. He did.
I'll be totally honest with you. You're the first true crime thing that I've watched.
Oh wow.
I was intrigued by the Idaho 4. I was like, man, it just seemed like, they were dragging their feet. There was a lot, they weren't releasing it, so I was following it, and I was like, I want to find a chat where I can get on and talk, and you were actually on talking. I'm like, shit, I'm gonna do this one, and that's how I've never really been. I wasn't following any true crime stuff. Didn't have the time.
We always watch shows in Discord together. So Making a Murder came out a while ago, right? And the case is old. Stephen Avery, he was arrested for 18 years and then he got exonerated because they had the wrong person, right? They had the wrong person. Stephen.
Oh, is this the one where the guy stands up and the judge releases him, does this whole speech? Is that the guy? And he breaks down crying with his family and stuff.
Nah, I don't remember that. Stephen A. I'll tell you, man. It's.
I'll find it.
That is a must. That is a must.
So what, did he get exonerated because of DNA or something?
On the first case around, he did, but I don't know exactly what it was that got him out of there. But when they, dude, I'm telling you.
Yeah, T-REV, you popped my cherry, dude. You popped my cherry, Max says.
Bro, I'm telling you this right now. That there's something up with that fucking. There's 2 seasons of it. It's 10. There's 2 seasons. Both of them are 10 episodes. Now with Stephen Avery and my dude, there's something so wrong with it. Wait till you see the confession of Brendan Dassey, Stephen Avery's nephew. Wait till you see the confession. If you see that confession, dude, they've got it taken all the way up to the, what was
Supreme Court.
There's the farthest you can go. They had a whole panel, and they had it, or it got overturned, and he was about to get out of prison, right?
Right.
The appeal or whatever he was going through, Brendan Dassey, they were about to release him. 30 minutes before his release, the prosecution filed for some type of appeal or overturn against his, the shit for him getting out. And he 30 minutes before he was about to get out, they put him right back in, right? So
they filed an injunction to stop him.
That's what it was. An injunction. They got him back. They kept him in there. They had to his defense team, right? Or it's some type of organization. I forget what the organization was called that was representing Brendan Dassey.
Oh yeah, it's a nonprofit. I know what it is. I don't know the name of it, but it's a group of people that was he on death row?
No, but they had this 16-year-old in a room without his mom, and that were literally coercing, like basically feeding him a story. They walked him through his confession.
Yeah, you ask leading questions and you imply things. And that's not good. And he did how much time?
Steve is a case killing his parents. Stephen Avery didn't kill his parents. Innocence Project. Yes, thank you. Thank you guys for reminding me on that.
Innocence Project, yeah.
I watch so much true crime. When I'm not on here, I'm watching it in Discord and shit. So constantly. You know what I mean? So I see a lot of cases, but the Stephen Avery case in general is planted in my mind. That shit blows me just blows me away. There's whole entire family's reputation's been ruined. But who in here, and just be honest with me, drop ones in the chat if you think Stephen Avery killed Teresa Halbach. I want to see ones in the chat for people who think.
So is he released now? Did they release him or not?
1 for yes, 2 for no. Nah, they didn't release him. He's still in prison right now. Kathleen Zellner from out here in Chicago. Her office is like literally 25 minutes from my house.
Huh.
1. Okay, so we got 1, 2. All right. So Jessica Dean says 1. He killed her. 1, 2 ones, and the rest are 2. 1, 2, 2, 2, 2. It's mixture. I see 2s and 1s. So far, even 2, 0.
More 2s than 1s, no.
I could never figure out what that case was. Too much going on. Says Zans. The kid's out though, right? No, he's not out. Brendan Dassey's in prison. As far as I know, I'm almost positive he's still in prison.
Somebody said no way in hell.
Somebody said no way in hell. Dang, see, I left a while. Yeah. Detective John, I'm gonna pick your brain on it though. So listen, they were already in his trailer. They had him arrested, etc. They're at the place, right? They're going through. Why did it take them 3 days to find a crime scene in a small ass trailer? Does that make any sense to you? And why are the people that arrested him the first time back in his fucking trailer? And why did all of a sudden they find keys and this and that? I don't know, bro. And then it gets worse. The prosecutor, Ken Kratz, was taking females, and he was just out to get Avery. I felt like in my heart, this motherfucker was taking females that were being sexually violated or domestic violence, and going through their records, taking their phone numbers and sexting them.
An investigator was doing that?
A prosecutor. The prosecutor that wanted the prosecution part of the
right.
Ken Kratz is his name.
So what happened to him?
He's a fucking weirdo.
Did he get disciplined for that or suspended or
he had to resign.
Okay, yeah.
Then he
wow.
But isn't it like how we're supposed to trust the justice system, and you got prosecutors that are taking women's phone numbers and he can see their address.
Listen, bro. I mean, I know you live up there, but Chicago is a freaking train wreck, dude.
Well, this happened in Wisconsin.
Oh, I thought you said it was Chicago.
No, Chicago's Kathleen Zellner.
Oh, okay.
His lawyer, which is really she's good. When I say she's good, she's good.
Wisconsin's not much better, but I mean they got big problems with the justice system in both those states. I mean, thank God you got freaking Beetlejuice out, because that lady is crazy. The mayor of Chicago, what's her name? Beetlejuice. But I don't know. I'll have to watch it, dude. I don't know anything about it, but I'll watch it as soon as I get a chance.
All right, so notable clients Zellner has represented include Stephen Avery, who was a subject of 2015 and 2018 Netflix series Making a Murder, Kevin Fox, who was falsely accused of murdering his daughter, Ryan W. Ferguson, Larry Eiler, and 19 exonerees who are listed in the National Registry of Exonerations. She's got the most exonerations in the nation, or in the country, I mean.
Wow.
Yes. And she
they
did this test on his brain that they did some type of test on his brain. It wasn't a lie detector test. They claim it's better than a lie detector test, and they were saying he's passed it with flying colors.
So what did he live in a trailer park?
He lived in a trailer, but it was right there. They owned a Stephen. It was like Avery Auto Parts, but it was like a junkyard. It's a junkyard.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Salvage yard. Right.
Dude, it's crazy, man.
So she's gotten convictions overturned.
Absolutely. Yeah. Even somebody who committed a murder that ended up writing a letter and letting her tell client privilege after he passed away.
It seems like I saw something like a little excerpt for it, but I don't know. I'll have to watch it. What's it called now? What is it called?
It's on Netflix, called Making a Murder.
Making a Murder.
Blow your mind. Seriously, that shit's crazy, bro.
I'll watch it.
Detective John, go to the bathroom and get your snacks ready because you can't stop watching it. Caddy Wampus says.
Did that person just hear the echo? Because I just went and took a piss.
That's what I went and did too. I went and took a piss, got a Dr. Pepper. I mean, we're bracing for 19 hours here.
It was echoing in when I was talking to you, so they must have figured I was in there taking a leak.
Where's this channel been, y'all? What you mean? I've been on for 9 hours and 49 minutes. You know what I mean? About caught up to about, I don't know. It's been 9 hours. We're going on 10 hours right now, strong. Good night, everyone. This was awesome. T-REV, Detective John, and mods and chat. Thank you so much. See you too. Thank you for coming by, and I know I'll see you next stream.
Thanks. See you too.
You know, I'm fucking mind blown that you've never seen Making a Murder.
Dude, I don't. When I get home,
that blows my lid.
My days are so long. I'm so damn tired, and I play so much ball, dude. I'm back playing ball again. I play ball 3 nights a week, and then I play on weekends. I'll be playing this coming weekend. And I didn't tell you, dude. World champions, bro.
No, I didn't.
Daytona Beach boys are world champions. We freaking destroyed everybody in the ISSA Worlds Major.
Yeah, you won't want to get your Depends. What? Get your Depends because you're not gonna want to pause the show for nothing. Dude, I binge watched that shit again.
Wait, is it like a series?
Fuck yeah, two seasons with 10 episodes each season. We binged it in Discord the other day.
Thank you, Maldy, for the kind words.
We binged it in a day and a half in Discord. Actually, probably less than that. Like we binged the whole thing.
Wow.
Now I do. That's what we do in Discord, bro. Because I could cast my screen, so we binge shows. We binge shows in there. There's people in there watching a show right now, probably. I got it on another room for him. I always run shows for whoever wants to watch. Because I got every single everything that you can think of. I have it. Name the show, I got it. Guarantee it.
Shelly's got a son in Florida playing baseball right now. That's awesome.
Does she? My son is in Florida.
My son got a scholarship for baseball. He's a hell of a baseball player.
I'm a baseball.
How many dingers did I hit? I hit in that tournament that we won Worlds. I hit 7.
Somebody asked me about what I think about the new MLB rule.
Oh man, the no floating. I think that's bullcrap, dude. I mean, ball is about. We're getting off topic here, but ball is about inches, and it's about the 6 inches between your freaking ears. And when you have a hookup, you have a lefty up, and he's a pull hitter. You shift. You put a shift on. That's a chance. You roll the dice. Shortstop will move over. Second baseman will move over, pinch, and you leave. A great hitter would be able to hit the 5-6 hole, and walk the first base. But they're taking that away, and I think that's wrong, man. So you gotta have 1 foot on clay. I mean, that's crazy, ruining the game. They just want to produce more runs. That's all. They want to make it more exciting. But that's being smart and adjusting infielders to a batter's propensity to hit it somewhere. That's part of the game. Now they're taking that away. I think it's terrible.
Bro, people are still doing full-on panels about making a murder to this day.
Yeah.
I just seen it. Like, motherfuckers are just doing a panel while we were live. When I first started my live, they were doing people are still. They're asking, Detective John, join Discord. Hey, that's where we research together in there. I mean, a lot of people do. They do a lot more than me in there. They dig. They're going hard on it in there, boy. There's a lot of topic pages in Discord. Discord is like, I don't know. I got my server fully maxed out. We video chat, etc.
Says Gina Misty. Not Gina Marie.
Gina Misty says, does my name say Gina? Nah, it says Gina Misty. Tad Russell, Detective John, they're adjusting with outfielders shifting. Let's see. Detective John is a basketball legend.
Softball
legend. Kathleen Zimmer connects Bobby Dassey to murder. Evidence shows Stephen Avery.
What is up, everybody?
Evidence shows Stephen Avery. What? Stephen Avery was framed. And that's what Kathleen Zellner, the lawyer that I'm talking about, that's high profile lawyer, dude, she's literally sticking to her guns on it. She's not playing.
Well, here's the deal. Here's the deal with
100%.
Here's the deal with interviewing juveniles. At least from what I know. It's like if you have a juvenile that was molested, you have to conduct an interview. So you only get one shot at that because it has to be audio and video recorded, and you get one shot. You can't interview that kid multiple times. And if you don't do it right the first time, you're screwed, with juveniles. So I find it hard to believe they stuck a 16-year-old in the box
and got him to confess to murder. I mean, it's without his parent available, without parental consent.
What do you mean that's a sad shit, Denise? You think Brendan Dassey really did the things of the investigator putting his hand on his leg and walking him through a coerced confession, in my opinion? I feel like that was completely coerced.
What was? I mean, I don't know anything about the case. How did he murder? What happened? Just a Cliff Note version.
A lot.
The murder. What? How did he murder? Who did he murder?
Teresa Halbach.
Who is that?
Teresa Halbach was she was doing like taking pictures and stuff, and she would go around.
But who was that to him? Was that a friend or?
I'll get you a small summary right now, because I'd rather get you the right instead of off the top of my dome. Which I mean,
No, she was. I thought it was his mom that he killed or something.
nope. Teresa Halbach was she was a younger lady, or like maybe I don't know her. I think she was 25 she was around 25 years old, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong, chat, but I believe she was 25 years old. Now, they was said that a lot of shit went on and they burned her in the fire pit and a whole bunch of crazy shit. They're saying Brendan Dassey and Stephen Avery.
Okay.
Brendan Dassey is Stephen Avery's nephew. Now, they used Brendan Dassey as like a pawn to get Stephen Avery. Stephen Avery had got out. Listen to this shit. It gets deep, man. I'm telling you, it gets super deep because Stephen Avery got out from an 18-year bid on something that he didn't commit. Started suing Wisconsin and I think it's Calumet. I want to say it was Calumet. Was the court or whatever? But he sued him. Started suing him, and all of a sudden, a murder goes down, and the RAV4 was found on the inside of the junkyard, and it had like trees on the back, or like these little branches on the back of the tire. And dude, it's weird. It's weird. Her RAV4
this was the kid's nephew, but he's older than him.
Nah, the nephew is a kid. Stephen Avery's old as hell now, like probably your age or older.
Oh, thanks, man.
Yeah, old.
He's old as hell. I'm 54. I'm old as hell.
Okay. No, I'm sorry. He's 60. 60, bro. He's 60 years old now.
Wow.
Dude, the shit. Oh my God. I'll blow your mind right now if I tell you what they found on Bobby Dassey's computer. Trigger warning.
Who's Bobby Dassey?
Bobby Dassey is Brendan Dassey's brother. About to blow your damn mind right now. Hold up. Let me go to it. Because I had to take
Did they just find it?
Kathleen Zellner is the one that actually dug it up. Nah, okay, so you ready? This is what he searched on his computer. And Bobby Dassey, allegedly, on the computer on the HP tower, right? He searched teen P word, 11-year-old sex, 12-year-old sex, 15-year-old girl, 15-year-old girl naked, AAA teens, cute kid naked, fuck preteen girl. Trigger warning to everybody out there. Girl younger 12, hot teen girl, hot teen P word, kid slut, 17, nude teenage girl, nude teenage girls, preteen sluts, preteens.
So he's a pedophile.
No, just keep listening. It gets worse. Preteen busty, preteen girl model naked, preteen girl naked again, preteen girl nude, preteen girls naked again, and then he kept searching that, and then let's get to the actual part that is crazy, which is preteens naked girl, the teen. All right, so teen black pussy, teen girls naked, teen porn, teen pussy, teen redhead like it just it gets worse. Teens naked again, teen spread wide open, teen yeah, no, it just gets it's horrible. Wet teen, you know what, young 13.
It blows my mind that you could even get online and search shit like that.
No,
Just
but listen,
blows my mind.
this is what else he searched: deceased girls. He kept searching deceased girls, but couldn't spell deceased right, and kept selling it, or kept spelling it wrong, like, but kept trying to search it. You know what I'm saying?
He deceased girls? What did he? What?
Yeah,
naked deceased girls or what?
Deceased girls and shit like that. Yes.
Oh, jeez. Does he search how to dispose of a body?
Bobby Dassey searched that. For people who's asking in chat, that's what he searched in chat.
How to dispose of a body? Or what's the saying?
My God.
He didn't search how to dispose of a body.
Oh, he searched all these young kids.
But as soon as Teresa Hallbach came to meet Stephen Avery even talks to the police. He cooperates fully, doesn't even stutter on the story. Tells her, hey, yeah, Teresa came here, gave me they were doing some type of deal with a magazine or something. He came and handed it to her, and he said she took off. And after she took off, he said that he seen Bobby Dassey leave. But nothing was ever, and Bobby Dassey testified at the trial, at his trial.
And what year did this happen?
Is it Teresa Hall? I want to say, what, 2004, 2003?
So 20 years ago.
Oh, that you actually get the right.
So all they had was
2005, Manitowoc County, Wisconsin.
So all they had was supposedly a coerced confession. No evidence.
Joe, they that's what they said. They burned her. I personally think he's innocent, but could I be wrong? Absolutely. I personally think he's innocent, though. When you go through and you actually look at it all as if you look at it all as a whole, there's a lot of shit that don't make sense. And guess what, dude? Another thing that'll blow your mind is one of the jurors was so fucking pissed because the juror had to step out because he was sick, and he said there was seven of us that said not guilty, and then the juror was talking about how, like, you know, people went in there and had their mind set on guilty. And I don't know. You have to go and listen to everything he said. I can't.
You gotta have all 12.
It's 20 episodes, so you know what I mean. And there's a lot to take in from everything. And they start dropping bomb after bomb after bomb after bomb after bomb on your ass. Thank you, Wildcat.
Wow.
She worked for Auto Trader. Wildcat said 757-804, my old stomping grounds. Love your work. Thank you, Wildcat. I appreciate that. When Brendan thought he could leave and go to school after they coerced his confession was heartbreaking. I know, because I'm telling you, man. I don't know. It just leaves me speechless, man. I'll tell you that much. Fucks around with my mind. She worked for an Auto Trader.
Oh, really? Damn.
I'm just saying, though,
Yeah,
Bobby
Bobby
Dassey searched all that shit. He said, who's this? R. Kelly search history? Oh.
Yeah, right.
I'm just saying, all the stuff that he searched. If you don't believe me, go pull that up on Netflix.
I believe I can fly.
It'll show you every single thing that I was just mentioning and a little bit more. Deceased dead girls.
Matt Pride, man, you're funny as hell, dude. He comes up with some shit, man.
Why do you want to look at deceased dead girls?
Who knows? Who knows what goes through the sick mind of some people? I just can't believe, that stuff can even be looked up. It's crazy for me.
I'm anti-government, but that's something the government should control. Shouldn't be able to get on and search that kind of shit. I'm sorry. There's no filter for kids.
That shit just blows my mind, man. Detective Johnson.
And RC Detective John, some cops are bad. There's bad seeds. For sure. I haven't watched the show, so let me watch the show and I'll break it down. You got to be careful with juveniles, though. I'm surprised that the kid must have had a shit attorney, because that's probably what she's counting on is him being misrepresented. I don't with kids you get one shot with juvenile.
Bro, they planted
if you have a juvenile that was molested and you interview him once, that's all you get. You don't get a second shot at him, because kids change their stories, and
but
you gotta do it the right way.
Bro, he has an IQ of 60 or 70.
Did they record the interview?
Fuck yeah.
So you witnessed the interview?
Yes.
Wow. And where was his parents?
Brendan Dassey confession right here. 2 hours and 15 minutes, bro. They have it right here.
So they stuck a 16-year-old in the box for 2 hours and 15 minutes.
Yeah, and then when his mom came in, he's like, they got to my head.
How was she bludgeoned to death? Do they know what happened?
Body burned in a pit?
Yeah, but how did they kill her?
Well, Brendan Dassey says that they walked him through. I can't even think because it really doesn't even make sense. You know what I mean? Are we gonna take the words? I don't know, bro. Like, it's how did she die? I really couldn't tell you, even with them saying the way they think she died. You know what I mean?
Well, if he confessed, then he would have said how it happened.
Shot her in the back with her head. Like, there's a bunch of weird shit, man. I'm telling you, dude, it'll blow your mind. They did Brandon dirty, bro.
I can tell you. All my years. It's like I said earlier. The racist stuff. I never heard a single officer use the N-word, and all my years in law enforcement. I can honestly say that. And
on November 10th,
I've worked with a couple of officers that did some shady stuff, and they didn't last long. But when you get into a position like CID, you should know better than to press a juvenile like that. It's you can lead. I could take a 16-year-old kid and lead him into admitting to just about anything, just on mind control. I could do it. I'm telling you.
Coburn was
so. Somebody, using the word coerce is very possible with a underdeveloped mind.
Coerced.
I'd have to watch it. I'll watch it when I get a chance.
Yeah, exactly. Ami said, it's obvious he was coached. He is not only a minor, but also disabled, and parents was not allowed in room.
I'm going to have another stroke. Just about to.
Who the fuck said that?
I don't know. They cut her up in a mobile home, and there's not a speck of blood in there. That's what he said. Whoever put that.
Oh,
is that what happened?
Jay, you'll have another stroke. Yeah, if you watch that, that shit'll blow your top off.
Oh, I get it. I'm sorry. When I caught it, it was on the top of the screen. I didn't see it.
Just about did. Still not one drop of blood where they allegedly cut her in a mobile home. Not only that, listen to this. They had his blood in a tube, right? And the way that it looks in the vehicle, it just looks weird. Like, I don't know. It doesn't. So I don't know. They're saying that his sweat was underneath the hood, and that
Why did they have his blood?
they had his blood in a tube. I'm pretty sure it was from the investigation before. I forget exactly what it was from. The blood in the
So
tube.
they got a search warrant to draw his blood, and what did they do with the blood? They didn't.
There's
a
lot of saying that his blood was planted. I forget what it was. What do they have inside of there to keep the blood?
There's a preservative in
What's
there.
it called? TDMA or something like that, right?
Yeah.
So they had it tested for that, but then the defense team brought in one of their own women that explained you wouldn't be able to find TDMA. It's not accurate. It's not an accurate test because they had a test done. All of a sudden, within a certain amount of time, they said they could never do these tests, and then all of a sudden they were able to do it and had this test done, and there was no TDMA in there or whatever the fuck it is. So it was
all right, so I'm playing devil's advocate
his
here.
defense team, Detective John, was really good too.
Right, but I'm going to play devil's advocate. What? So there's two people involved here. So did the other dude flip on him and throw him under the bus? What happened?
His nephew, Brendan Dassey,
Yeah.
is the one who said everything, but then Brendan Dassey said that Brendan Dassey said they got to my head. That's not true. None of that's true. None of it's true.
So what is it?
Everyone's saying it's planted, bro. They're saying all the evidence is planted.
Dude, hey, I haven't watched it, but and I'm not trying to sound naive, but man,
when you watch it, your tone's gonna change when you watch it.
Pill, man, I don't want to believe some shit like that happens. I mean, I don't want to believe it, but I mean, it happens. But I just can't see a motive for a reason to do that. I mean,
that's just the cop coming out of you, though. That's thinking of how you worked and you not doing it that way. You know what I mean? There's a scumbag.
Yeah, no, I get it. It's like, you don't want to believe shit like that happens. I'll watch it, and I'll form an opinion. I mean, just based on what you're telling me about the interview, I don't like it.
It's gonna blow your top off.
I don't like it. So they allegedly planted DNA. They planted his blood there. Did he have any injuries?
On his finger, yes, he did.
But
explained all that.
So what are they saying, that she was cut up and then burned?
I'm pretty sure shot. They're saying she was shot.
What did he say about the cut on his finger?
I forget exactly what it was said about the cut on his finger, to be honest. I don't even want to make an opinion because I don't remember. I just remember because the last season is all about exonerating and getting them exonerated. So when I watch that season, it's just constantly you see Zellner going ape shit to really dig into the case and get into these investigators, and she's 100% sold because she tells all of anybody she stands up for, she tells them this: if you're guilty, I'm gonna know. Right. Like if you're guilty, I'm gonna know.
Well, it's,
I will find out. She said it's all in the evidence. I will find out if you're guilty.
Right.
Her top's even blown about this case.
You got to believe in what you're doing. It's kind of like, trying to sell something that you don't believe in. That's a bunch of crap. So she believes in it. She's got passion. She's got fire. Look, she's got a whole show on Netflix. So she's definitely good at what she does. I just hope she's legitimately getting innocent people out, not getting guilty people out on technicalities.
There's one case that happened with her, and she even talks about it in the series.
So if it's a technicality, she's not going to take it.
She
did.
She said that, and it happened early on in her career. And what she did is she got a letter from him after, because he told her and confessed. So it was like attorney-client privilege or whatever. he wrote a letter, and admitted to it, and
Oh,
she
wow.
put it out afterwards. She had to put she couldn't break that attorney-client privilege.
Right. That's crazy.
But she it upset her. You could tell she was upset about it. But dude, she's really good. I'm telling you. Kathleen
So
Zell.
did he get tried as an adult?
Yes.
So did he have a criminal history?
No.
Wow.
He's life. He's doing life.
Wow. And what were they? Was there an actual trial, or did he plea?
Nah, nobody fled.
No, did he plea out, or did he go to trial?
Nah, trial.
Wow.
Yep, they both went to trial.
I mean, a good attorney would have probably got any confession based on what you guys are saying. Everybody's saying. I mean, a good attorney would have gotten that confession thrown out.
Like Angelica just said, the police were looking like the scum they are. You truly must watch, or you truly just must watch. And I agree with her, dude. I'm telling you, it's.
I believe you guys. I'll have to watch it, but it's a hard pill for me to swallow. I mean, nowadays, I just don't see any reward in what are you going to quit your case by coercing a confession out of an innocent person? And it makes no sense to me. I would never even contemplate something like that.
I mean, you had judges in the Superior Court, like Ami just reminded me. Even in Superior Court, the judges were saying, how are they going to interview a minor with a low IQ? You know what I mean?
Right. I mean, you have to at some point. It's like I said. There's rules that you need to abide by, and you typically, you got to be careful with juveniles. Like, it's just that's crazy to me. I hope it's not true, but you guys all seem to think it is. So you watched it. I got to watch it. I'll form my own opinion. I'm an expert in body language. I'm an expert in a lot of things, and I can watch this interview. And there are things that he'll do, that are involuntary, on these questions. So I'll watch it and I'll kind of, if he tells a story, if he's constructing an answer, or he's being led, I'll be able to tell.
Oh, dude, he's being led hard.
Yeah, I mean,
hard.
That's
super.
That's crazy, man. I hope it's not true. But are these guys still? Is this guy still a detective?
Which one?
Whoever interviewed him and got the confession, allegedly.
I'm not too sure. I forget exactly if he was.
I mean, if it's that bad and the confession was audio and visually recorded and they played it for the judge, I mean, if it's as bad as you got everybody saying, then I, in discovery, I can't see a defense attorney not just eating it up and getting it thrown out. So he had a shitty attorney.
He said, "I'm an expert in body linguistics." I'm dead. Jessica Dean said the majority of experts on body language say Stephen is guilty.
Oh, did that actually come out?
I mean, that's what Jessica Dean said. I haven't seen it, but in general, I mean, I'm not saying she's lying about what she's seen. She's probably looked at videos on here. I haven't looked at no videos on YouTube about the case.
Yeah, whoever said when I watch it, I'm going to be angry if it was. I mean, I'll definitely be yelling at the screen if I see some crap. I mean, but I can't even imagine, in the discovery phase when they're presenting their evidence and they're arguing whether it can be admitted or not. Any prudent judge that sees something like that, again, I haven't seen it. I mean, I can't believe that an attorney wouldn't get it thrown out. I mean, that's his attorney must. I'm sure his attorney was a PD, so he didn't really have a good fight. You know, what did he get? Life
in 2005.
Yeah, hell yeah. Hell yeah. His mom died while he's in there. I personally think that that he was framed, but hey. Could I be wrong? Yeah, but I really do think he was framed, man. And I don't know. A lot of other people think the same too.
Well, it's like, will I join the Discord? I don't know. I have to do that one of these days. I don't have a lot.
That's like the 50th time R was asked. And others too.
It's just it's really hard for me to believe that some shit like that would exist today. I mean, if you were to tell me that, 40 years ago, I would probably believe it. But today, I mean, you'd have to be pretty freaking arrogant and a total, asshole to record a confession and it be obvious coercion. I mean, it just would blow me away. I'm gonna have to watch it because,
bro, Supreme Court judges were saying that it was goofy, but for some reason I don't know, man. I don't know why they're doing the shit they're doing. It's so obvious when you start.
So 30 minutes before he was to be released, the state filed an injunction to stop it. Based on what? More evidence? Did they develop more evidence or what?
No. They just put a conjunction to stop it. With no evidence, no nothing.
And it already went before the Supreme Court?
Yep. I believe it was in 2019.
So they undermined the justices and went to another judge and got an injunction to stop it. So I mean, that's freaking crazy. It's crazy. This is the kid right here.
So this is a judge. A judge did that. The judge rendered Dassey's confession involuntary under the Fifth Amendment. He's to be released within 90 days unless the state wants to retry him. Now that's
okay. So the judge did throw the confession out
at one point. Yes.
But is that on appeal? Was that on appeal, or was that during the regular trial?
Dude, that was at one point. That was in 20. I'm trying to remember when that happened.
So it was an appeal, right?
The state, I forget the state or whatever, appeal or it was an appeal or whatever. But in general,
the PD filed an appeal.
Exactly.
Or this lady did it.
The prosecution, or whatever, the state filed that he, you know what I mean? They fought back against it, and they had to go up to the, Supreme and argue back and forth.
Yeah, I'll have to freaking. How long has it been since he was about to be let out and they held him? How long has that been? So the day they told him that he's not going to get released.
Relook at
that just recently.
When was Brendan Dassey supposed to be released? I'm trying to remember what it was. It was, when the hell was he about to be released? 2019. His 2019 petition for clemency was denied because he was ineligible for a pardon and refused to consider commutation. The shortening of a sentence in their letter strange. Nah, that's not what the hell is what I'm talking about. I said it's making a murder. Over 2 seasons making a murder. dives into Avery's wrongful conviction for which he served 18 years, his exoneration through DNA testing, the evidence that led him to becoming the prime suspect in Hallbach's murder, and the investigations and appeals that have taken place since Avery's conviction in 2007. So he was exonerated and saying the same exact shit, talking the same way he is now when he was innocent on the first go.
Is he institutionalized now when they interviewed him? I mean, is he?
Fuck yeah.
Does he seem like he's going to function when he gets out, or is he going to be just a product of prison?
To be honest with you, it seems normal to me.
He seems normal.
I don't, bro. When he's letting them do all these tests on him, and he's just even start from the start. Investigators. He didn't say, "I need my lawyer here." He went in there and talked to him. His story.
But
one
he's
thing
a
I can say,
juvenile.
the story never changed.
Yeah, but he's a juvenile.
No, I'm talking about Stephen Avery.
Oh, okay.
Like his story never changed.
Right. So how long before the homicide happened did they make an arrest? Was it the same day?
I forget what it was. I forget how long was it. I don't remember exactly days that they arrested after Teresa Hallbach was killed. I think it after Teresa.
All right, bro. Sorry, man. I'm falling out. What time is it? Like 3?
Me, it's 4:14.
Holy shit! It's 5 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Holy jeez.
The day after Hallbach's car was found, police arrested Avery for possessing firearms with felony convictions, which included burglary.
His ex-girlfriend was paid off. I mean, this stuff like that, man. It's just like it's so hard for me to believe shit like that would still happen today. I mean, why would anybody do that? It just makes no sense to me. Can't be that hard up to clear a case. I mean, it's just stupid. You're risking your career.
Right.
I mean, damn. I can't believe it's 5:15 in the morning, dude.
Yeah, it's
I gotta go.
time for me to roll out of here too. I've been live for 10 hours and 30 minutes.
Holy. All right, guys. I'll see you. Have a good day.
No doubt, Detective Juan. I'll holler.
Yeah. Peace out.
All right, peace out, brother. 2 hours. Damn, 247 minutes. Detective Juan. Detective John Juan. The Don Juan. You've been live for 10 hours and 28 minutes, man. Shit. I do that time standing on my fucking head. Shit's crazy.
Following the discovery of her Toyota.
Let's see it. Why don't you just have a seat, Brendan? Tom, I just gotta stop out for a minute, and then we'll be right in, okay? Okay. All right.
Brendan Ray Dassey, born October 19th, 1989, is an American convicted murderer from Manitowoc County, Wisconsin, who, at age 16, confessed to being a party to first-degree murder, mutilation of a corpse, and second-degree sexual assault. He was sentenced to life in prison, with the earliest possibility of parole in 2048. His videotaped interrogation and confession, which he recanted at trial, substantially contributed to his conviction. Parts were shown in the Netflix documentary series Making a Murderer, 2015. The series examined the 2005 to 2007 investigation, prosecution, and trials of Dassey and his uncle Stephen Avery, who were both convicted of murdering photographer Teresa Hallbach on October 31st, 2005.
Soda, water, you sure?
Well, water, maybe.
That's why
Okay.
you're going fishing. I'm confused.
All right. How you doing, buddy?
Good. Brendan, here you go.
I'm just going to shut this audio off, okay? Because there's audio in the room here, just so you know. Okay.
Yeah, 16 when this happened.
I just wanted to just go over this real quick again. You remember these rights, your Miranda rights that I read you? You still want to talk to us?
Yeah.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure of that.
All right, so let's break it down. The kid has got an IQ of what? 60. It was between 69 and 73 that the IQ. That was his IQ.
Brendan, I want you to relax, okay? A little more comfortable here and stuff. And
we get it, sweet.
What we like to do, you had a couple days since we last talked now, which was Monday, and you had a chance to reflect and breathe, I imagine. Just
Up on the natch?
And we
what's the net?
So the only one? I
got more. Okay. And I kind of call it's a sense debriefing in a way, just letting you talk to us.
16 years old. So everybody you're looking at, this is Brendan Dassey, who's 16 years old. It's a 2-hour interview. Damn. By the time that happens, this video won't even encode on YouTube. I'm almost at the maximum amount.
A little, and we've had also a chance for 2 days now to look at what you said and listen to tapes a little and stuff like that. And we look at that and we say, well, Brendan honestly gave us this information, that information. Maybe I'll call them dots or whatever. And some of the dots, when we look at it, say, well, I think we need some matching up here, just a little tightening up or something. We feel that
apparently
that maybe, I think Mark and I both feel that maybe there's some more that you could tell us that you may have held back for whatever reasons. And I don't want to assure you that Mark and I both are in your corner. We're on your side. And you did tell us yourself that one of the reasons you hadn't come forward yet was because you were afraid. You were scared. And one of the reasons you were scared was that you would be implicated in this, or people would say that you helped or did this. Okay, and that you might get arrested and stuff like that. Okay, and we understand that. One of the best ways to prove to us, or more importantly, the courts and stuff, is that you tell the whole truth. Don't leave anything out. Don't make anything up because you're trying to cover something up a little. And even if those statements are against your own interest, you know what I mean? That makes you might make you look a little bad, or make you look like you were more involved than
makes sense
you
now.
want to be looked at. It's hard to do, but it's good from that vantage point to say, hey, there's no doubt you're telling the truth, because you've now given the whole story. You've even given points where it didn't look real good for you either.
No, I'm sorry, Mother Mama.
And I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. And that's why we kind of came here, to let you talk a little, maybe get some stuff off your mind or chest if you need to, and then to tell us the whole truth, to take us through this whole thing that happened on Monday, not leaving anything out, not adding anything in, because Mark and I looked at the tapes, looked at the notes, and it's real obvious there's some places where some things were left out, or maybe changed just a bit to maybe looking at yourself to protect yourself a little. From what I'm seeing, even if I fill those in, I'm thinking you're all right. Okay, you don't have to worry about things. We're there for you, and we know what Stephen did, and we know kind of what happened to you and what he did. We just need to hear the whole story from you. As soon as we get that, we're comfortable with that. I think you're going to be a lot more comfortable with that. It's going to be a lot easier on you down the road. If this goes to trial and stuff like that, we need to know that, because it's probably going to come out. Think of Stephen for a second. Stephen is already starting to say some things, and eventually he's going to potentially.
And to this day, to this day, to this day.
You know me. I'm a marathon. Call me Revathon. I'm gonna start calling these lives Revathons. I probably should put that in the title when I'm gonna do a long ass live. Welcome to the Revathon. True crime. What? True crime time with T-REV. I like that name. I think I might actually make this a series. True crime time with T-REV, where we talk all things true crime. It did get out. I will say this for this live, things did get out of hand a little bit earlier with some of the conversations. Things were brought up, but I feel like there was some healthy debates in there. Even though things got out of hand and shit was being said. I don't know. I felt like it definitely got way out of hand and got off the topic of true crime, and somehow we got into the conversation of race and divide, and there was a bunch of different conversations in this live in general that was just But it is what it is. You're gonna have lives like that. You know what I'm saying? Where things come up. People were like, you should have hung up on that one caller, but I talked to that person for what, 35 minutes?
Lay some crap on you and try and make it look like you are the bad person here. And we don't want that. We want everything out front so we can say, yeah, we knew that, Stephen. He told us that. You get my drift? I don't know, Mark has something, so I'm just going to give you an opportunity to talk to us now and kind of fill in those gaps for us.
Honesty here, Brendan, is the thing that's going to help you. Okay, no matter what you did, we can work through that.
Brendan Ray Dassey was born to Barbara and Peter Dassey in Manitowoc County, Wisconsin. He has 3 brothers, Brian, Bobby, and Blaine, and a half-brother, Brad. At the time of his indictment, Dassey was a 16-year-old sophomore at Mishicot High School. With an IQ in the borderline deficiency range, he was enrolled in special education classes. Dassey was described as a quiet, introverted young man with an interest in WWE. He was reportedly upset when he missed WrestleMania 22, animals, and video games. Before this case, he had no involvement with the criminal justice system.
Okay, we can't make any promises, but we'll stand behind you no matter what you did. Okay? Because you're being the good guy here. You're the one that's saying, you know what, maybe I made some mistakes, but here's what I did. The other guy involved in this doesn't want to help himself. All he wants to do is blame everybody else. Okay? And by you talking with us, it's helping you. Okay? Because the honest person is the one that's going to get a better deal out of everything. You know how that.
He is setting that shit. He's setting the tone for that right there. Specifically, when he just said that, he literally set the tone right there. He literally just setting that whole shit up, right?
That works. Honesty is the only thing that'll set you free. Right? And we know, like Tom said, we reviewed those tapes. We know there's some things you left out. And we know there's some things that maybe weren't quite correct that you told us. Okay, we've been investigating this a long time. We pretty much know everything. That's why we're talking to you again today. We really need you to be honest this time with everything. Okay, if in fact you did some things which we believe some things may have happened that you didn't want to tell us about, it's okay. As long as you be honest with us, it's okay. If you lie about it, that's going to be problems. Okay, does that sound fair?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Should we just go through that whole day again on the 31st, or how do you want to do
We
it?
can do that. Try to give him a chance to just talk to us. And
Sure.
If he wants to go through the whole day, if he wants to fill in the pieces, that's up to Brendan right now.
What would you rather do?
You just want to talk to us and tell us, starting with that day and how you actually came to know what happened and stuff. Because now we know you were in the garage and stuff, apparently cleaning up and stuff. So tell us about that.
Photographer Teresa Halbach, born March 22, 1980, in Kaukauna, Wisconsin, was reported missing by her parents on November 3, 2005. Halbach, who had not been seen since October 31st, resided next door to her parents in Calumet County. Halbach was known to have visited the Avery Salvage Yard in Manitowoc County on October 31, 2005. On November 10, 2005, following the discovery of her Toyota RAV4 vehicle partially concealed on the Avery property, Calumet County Sheriff Jerry Pagel conducted a search and found the charred remains of Halbach. Her cell phone, license plate, and car keys were also recovered. On November 15th, after Stephen Avery's blood was found in her vehicle, Avery was charged with the kidnapping and murder of Halbach, mutilation of a corpse, and illegal possession of a firearm.
Well, he was working on his car and like he did something wrong, and then like he poked a hole in like something, and then it started leaking, and then later on when, because I was helping him before I went over there a little bit, and later on I helped him move the car out of there and cleaned it up, and I went back home, and then later on I got a call from him, and he wanted me to come over.
Let's go back a little bit, okay? When did you first go over by Steve?
At like 9 o'clock.
You said you were over in the garage helping him.
Yeah.
When was that?
Like 6:30.
Okay. So let's go back, okay? Let's go back to around that time. You get home off the bus at about 3:45.
Yeah.
And what do you do? Now you got to be honest here.
I walked on the road and I go into my house.
What did you see at that time?
You're right, Angelica. You're right. They own a freak. Come on, that's what they do. They crush shit, right? They crush shit. They crush vehicles. They own it. Excuse me, guys. They own a friggin' junkyard. You know what I mean? Like it just doesn't even make any sense. I'm telling you, this case doesn't make no sense.
She was talking, or her car was over there.
Where was her car?
Like on the other side, where you drove by our house, where you turned there. It was like on the other side of the road there, by the trees.
And you just said something. You said she was talking, and then you
Yeah.
stopped. Now, remember, this is very important because we already know what happened that day, okay? Let's just be honest here, okay, Brendan?
Mm-hmm.
Let's get this out.
Use your memory, not what Steven told you, not what anyone else told you. Be honest, because we're gonna be able to tell when you're not being honest. I'm telling you that right now. So you're walking down the road. Let's pick it up again, okay?
I seen him talking to her on his porch and that, and I seen her Jeep there, and I walked in the house.
So she's standing, meaning she is Teresa?
Mm-hmm.
Did you recognize her?
Not at first.
You just knew it later on when this all came out?
Yeah.
So she's standing on his porch.
Mm-hmm.
Did Blaine see that?
I don't think.
And you're sure you saw that? You sure it wasn't another time or anything like that? It was Halloween this last year. On the front porch area.
Yeah.
Do you remember what she was wearing? I know it's a long time ago. Don't guess. If you remember, you can say it.
I don't remember.
Do you remember how he was dressed?
I think he white shirt with like red shorts or something like that.
Okay. Anytime you don't remember, you say that, all right?
Yeah, don't make anything up if you don't know it. You don't know it.
So then, what happened? And you saw her and him on the porch, and they were what?
They were talking.
And then what did you do?
I walked in my house.
And they were just
Good
talking,
question.
or were they doing anything else? Were they screaming, fighting, talking, pushing, anything?
Just talking.
Okay. You went in your house, and this is about 3:45.
Mm-hmm.
And then what'd you do in your house? Be honest, because we don't have to go through this 8 times.
I went into my room, and because my mom told me I had to clean my room, I cleaned it a little bit, and I played PlayStation 2 for a little bit. It was about like 5 o'clock.
Hold up. I just realized it's friggin' 4:32. I'm actually all right. I'm gonna end this live now. Actually, I just realized we'll go through this. This is 2 hours. There's no way we can get through 2 hours because the live it cuts off at 12 hours. I want people to be able to rewatch it. I'll be back on later today. Probably I'll do a night stream, probably maybe midday. I appreciate everybody here. Love you guys. Thank you for coming by. I just realized I'm like 4:32. I need to lay down. Thank you everybody for being here. I appreciate you all. Love you. I appreciate all of you. I really do. Thank you. Now I'm gonna play this for you and bounce. Hold up. Let me give you some sound. All right. I love you guys. I'll see y'all on Discord. For all the new members, I'll drop you Discord links. But yeah, 10 hours and 46 minutes. There's no way we'll get through that 2-hour video. But we're gonna get back at it again. I kind of like these lives like this, right? Let me know what you think.
Look, all my life has been neglection, so now I pick up the pen and use it as a weapon. Yeah, you can see that I'm affected. People getting killed for nothing but obsessions. You need to look at your reflection and decide who you are. Stop acting disconnected. Got mothers killing kids. People kill to live. Well, I be on the mic, speaking how I live. Every day I wake up, it's another person that's dead, and YouTube has to solve it because the law is killing kids. I'm disgusted at the evil in the end, and if you connect the dots, you'll see the vision in your head. Why do people die as victims to the streets? They wonder why I'm up all night and can't sleep. I'll be the voice for everyone who can't speak. L.E. fell Kylie and now Sammy is free. AWP did a good deed, and y'all be talking all that shit while they just do it for free. 16 days for 35 minutes. Y'all tried to throw them off and just want to play the victim. Reaching out to YouTube channels for clout. I wouldn't check it. TV if I went in your house. And SF investigate, stay sending out the hate. Why you mad at Doug and Nick for finding Kylie in the lake? Make it make sense. You're a fake bitch. You were there for money and now you're mad over fake shit. And that's something I can't relate with. Zero emotion from the mom on the statements. All I seen was the devil in her eyes. Tony died, you're a fake. I can see it through your lies. Got Sammy on your stream like the FBI. You've been grooming little kids. I can see your whole disguise. It get mail calling Ronnie up on the line. Why you lie to the people and say you won't do it live? Santa May out here looking extra sus. Got an arrow on the ground pointing towards Kylie's truck. Then you want to come and up church. I think your butt hurt. You tried to blame the man for your dog but couldn't find the dirt. I guess that's what they mean by the trucky way. If you step foot in the town, you might die from foul play. And I don't know what to say, but I can feel it through my soul. She didn't drive in LA. So y'all can try to go convince somebody else, cause I'm not falling for that shit. The autopsy really smells.
See, let me explain what I'm talking about, man. And you know what I'm talking about. No water in the lungs. Y'all test for the weirdest shit. I guess it is the trucky way.
You gotta stop doing this.
I mean, I really guess